Hey there. We are live with Smitty Snippets as a special guest to discuss The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 3, The Path. Thank you for being here, Smitty. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
And sorry it took me so long to get ready. I appreciate that you could come on and talk with us because we need help saving this show. We need help saving, like, bringing the fan base back to this show because it is bleeding internally right now. It is beaten up as badly as Joel is beaten up right now. This show is getting the shit kicked out of it, to be honest. And like people are like attacking on Rotten Tomatoes, like sending. I think they're not only leaving negative reviews like the normal way on Rotten Tomatoes. I think they're using bots to make it even worse, to bring down the Rotten Tomatoes score. People are running from this show in droves, like saying they're never going to watch it again. Um, like it's I've never seen anything like this. It's crazy. People are saying they're canceling their HBO Max subscriptions, and it's just a shame. Like, some of the outrage I understand. Like, I get it. It's really a risky move to kill off one of your only two main characters 2 episodes into season 2. So people who didn't play the games just were absolutely blown away. They had the rug pulled out from under them. They were horrified, outraged. The people from the games, the people who knew what happened in the games. I mean, a lot of them are already hate watching the show because they hate Bella Ramsey, unfortunately. And she's getting so much hate that she actually had to, like, I understand, like, if people don't like her and they find her annoying and they think she's wrong for the part, they think that she should look more like Ellie. Personally, I don't think, number one, they don't need to look exactly like the video game characters. Why people are so fixated on them looking identical, I don't understand. Number two, she's faced an enormous amount of bullying to the point where she had to get off of social media. I heard that she got rid of all her social media, and I know why, because I made the mistake of joining a few Last of Us groups on Facebook. And if you don't like to see people bullied and attacked for the way they look, then don't join these groups. Stay away from these groups. It's disgusting. The memes are so cruel, attacking the way that she looks. Sorry, I keep using the wrong pronoun. Her pronoun is the pronoun is they, but it's very difficult for me to remember that because I'm used to looking at Bella as Ellie, who is a girl, who identifies as a girl. Bella identifies as non-binary. Anyway,
I didn't know
they
that.
don't deserve this bullying. It's cruel, it's fucked up, and it needs to stop. So those Facebook groups are all full of it's mostly toxic gamers who are doing it. Toxic gamers. Hopefully there are some nice gamers out there like Smitty who, I'm sure that hopefully some of them are nice and wouldn't bully somebody
What's
like that.
happening? I didn't get any audio. What's going on?
I'm talking about all the backlash against The Last of Us and the hate toward Bella Ramsey.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's messed up and it needs to stop. I mean, like okay, people can be outraged all they want at the show, but the bullying of Bella Ramsey is going too far. It's just going way too far. I've seen so many disgusting memes, but then some people clap back with funny memes in response. Like, it'll show this dude with like a huge gut, and he's like slumped over on a couch in his parents' basement or something, and it says, the caption on it says like, uh Ellie doesn't look hot enough or something. And it's like, yes, all right. Sometimes you have to clap back at bullies with that kind of thing, that's how you tell them. Like, look in a mirror before you attack the way she looks. Anyway,
I
Smitty,
mean,
thank you for being here. I
yeah, of
appreciate you being
course,
here
of
tonight.
course,
And
of
what do you
course.
think about all this?
You can't fix stupid, so just don't try. I mean, they've done this. This has been going on for a really long time, and I think they just did this with Minecraft, and then previous to Minecraft, they did it with Snow White, I believe. Now, and then they did it with Star Wars. I think the two black female twins in Star Wars. They gave them shit too. I mean, you can't. These people are idiots, and you can't fix people who are stupid. Like people who adults who come out and have something to say about a show or have are filled with so much anger and vitriol that you have to get online and just say dumb shit about
Uh-huh.
a woman you don't, a person you don't know, or a show you don't know. Like I mean, you have to realize what you're dealing with. You just have to say okay and go on about your day, because you cannot have a decent conversation with idiots, and that's what you're basically dealing with. It's just idiots. You just nod your head up and down, okay, and you just keep going. You know, there's nothing you can say to fix stupid. They're just going to be like that, ignorant, dumb, all the way through. So
Mhm.
it's a fantastic show. It is a fantastic show. I do understand some people fell in love with uh with these characters, but the show is not good because everybody survives. It's good because of the writing and how it makes you feel, between the anger and sadness and all that. I mean, if it moves you, then it's a great story. It doesn't have to go the way
Mhm.
you want it to. If that's what you want, to make your own goddamn story. I don't understand people, man. Swear to God.
Right? And you told me that, if people just don't quit on it and stick with it, then in the end, it might win you back over, right?
Um, I will tell you that you are in for an amazing story, and if you pay attention to this story, it is going to be beautiful. You are going to feel happiness and sadness. You might even tear up a little bit, but it is definitely going to be worth the ride. And I know it doesn't seem like that right now. It absolutely does not seem like that right now. You're like, oh, you killed my favorite person. Why don't you grow up, put your big boy pants on, okay, and just relax and watch the show for what it is, not for what you want it to be, but for what it is. And then try to just have an open mind and watch something amazing, because I'm telling you right now, as somebody who's watched movies and played video games since I was a child, it's probably one of my favorite things. I've never seen a story written this well, especially for a video game. I mean, think about how video games do not have a really good track record as far as uh, turning a video game into a movie or a show. They've actually been pretty shit, right? But this is something special, and the more you watch, the better it is going to get. And those people who are not watching will either miss out on a fantastic story, or will see what everyone is talking about later and come back and finish it. But I'm telling you, this story is something special, and you will not regret it. Pay attention. Be an adult. Finish the show. You've already started it. Just finish it. Roll up.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like, okay, if the show is not for you, it's not for you. And then there are people who just are not into the show at all. But there are the people who loved the show and are now running from it in droves and attacking it and like sending bots to Rotten Tomatoes to, to try to torpedo it. It's like, yeah, they need to grow up and just deal with it. Like seriously, it's really over the top. I saw a really funny compilation. I'll see if I can find it. I showed it on the last live because it was really funny. Of like some of the reactions of non-gamers who didn't know that Joel's death was coming, and the screaming or the gasping, the crying. It's actually hilarious to watch. I'll see if I can find it again. But look, I'm upset they killed him off. I knew it was coming because I had it spoiled for me, but I'm not happy about it. I think that it's risky, and I'm not sure if it's gonna work for a TV show the way it could work for a video game to kill off one of your only 2 main characters and then try to, have Bella as Ellie carry the show now, and along with Dina, who personally, I think Dina she's cute and I like her, but I don't think she's that strong of a character. We'll see. Hopefully, she will develop. We'll see more layers to her. And then Tommy is definitely a weaker character than Joel, but I will give him his props. He showed off his acting ability in ways we haven't gotten to see yet in this episode 3. His grief for Joel, he did an amazing job with those scenes. I think they just need to flesh out that character more. I'm willing to have faith in the show that they can do that, and give it a chance. So, you
I mean,
know,
when I hear people say that they hate it, and I'm not going to do this. I would never do this, but I feel like I want to just bleh, just word vomit and tell these people how the show is going to go, so they go, "Oh, that sounds really cool," and then you just want to say, "Yeah, now shut up and watch the show," because it's that good. But there's a recurring theme that happens in the show, and I'm pretty sure like a lot of people hadn't paid attention to it, or either that or they just don't care. But it keeps happening over and over and over again, and you kind of understand why things are happening the way that they happen. Look what happened with Joel and how he lost his daughter and how he was just filled with so much anger and hate, and how he lost Tess and he was just bitter and upset, and he didn't seem to care about anything that he was doing. Right now, he had done that to Abby, who
yep.
in turn is now upset. She's full of anger. She's full of vitriol. She doesn't care about anyone or anything because she's just so full of rage. Right. And now Joel is gone. And now Ellie is entering that same phase. So when does it stop? How does it stop? You see what I'm saying? It's just vengeance
Yes.
after vengeance after vengeance, and it just
Humanity is
does not
doomed, is
stop.
what you're saying. Humanity is doomed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Maybe not. You have to
It's
finish the
Humans
show.
making bad choices.
It's the endless cycle of vengeance and grief, and it's never going to stop unless somebody chooses to break the cycle. And we'll have to wait and see if in the end somebody can choose to break the cycle. I kill you, I kill someone you love, you want to kill someone I love, and then okay, you killed someone I love again, I'm gonna kill more of people you care about, and it keeps on going forever unless somebody breaks the cycle. And I think that's a great message and theme to bring to a TV show. I've never seen anything quite like this. The way that they're portraying it, it's risky. The way they did it in a video game was groundbreaking, because nobody ever actually saw the consequences of all the gratuitous killing that they do in video games. This was forcing you to actually look at this, like, look at, these are people you killed, and now they have grieving family members coming after you. You have to play as the other side. It forced people to play as Abby and kill a character they loved. I mean, it's all about perspective and shifting your perspective. The hero of one person's story can simultaneously be the villain of someone else's. It's trying to teach people that perspective is everything.
Right.
It's trying to teach people about empathy, learning how to they literally put people in someone else's shoes by forcing you to play as the other team. And too many people in this world don't have empathy, don't have the ability to do that. And that's what's so wrong with this world. So I commend the show for trying to send these messages. I really do. Now,
Yeah.
I think that they could have done a better job with trying to generate empathy for Abby, and I hope that they could turn this around, because I think some of the writing of it made it very difficult for people to empathize. They made Joel more sympathetic than ever in episode 2, having him save Abby, and then she still kills him anyway. They showed her looking sadistic. They really kind of portrayed her like a sadistic sociopath, the pleasure that she took in killing him. And I think that was a mistake. I think they shouldn't have portrayed her as that bloodthirsty, but maybe there's a lesson in it and there's a reason why they did it. The only other thing I would say is the thing I'd say is definitely a mistake is the used exposition instead of showing her finding her father's body in her dream. Exposition is not it's not an effective means of storytelling in movies and TV. You need to show, not tell. So that's where I do think they definitely made a mistake. In her nightmare, she sees herself, who warns her, "Don't go in there. He's dead. His brains are on the floor." We needed to see that. We needed to actually see her find her father's body, and it would have been a perfect bookend at the beginning of the episode to see that, and then at the end to see Abby with her with Joel's body. He's like her dad. And we could have maybe begun to feel empathy that way, just seeing the comparison between them. So I wish they would have done that differently. I think that was a mistake. But other than that, I'm gonna still stick with this show and see if they can pull this off. See if we can feel empathy for Abby. I'm an empath. I can feel empathy for pretty much anybody. It doesn't matter how much you hurt me. I can still feel empathy. So maybe if it can make me feel empathy for her, I mean that's not saying much, but I'm gonna try. Right now it's kind of hard. Scarlet, what do you think?
I think that they also show with what I've seen of Abby is that she isn't even liking her vengeance. She's like going through it, but still not getting anything from it.
She didn't look like she felt any peace when
Yeah,
she
like
was
she was
walking
still kind of
away.
in agony. Yeah.
Her face was, like her forehead was all tense, and she did not look like a person who was satisfied or relieved by getting that vengeance. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She had been
It's like
looking for him for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Scarlet, what?
I was gonna say it's like any revenge thing. I was gonna say the Princess Bride, but that's a weird cut.
Mm-hmm.
You ever seen Princess Bride and then he like kills the guy, but
I
then he
love
doesn't know what
Princess
to
Bride.
do?
It's an amazing movie.
Well, I was thinking that, or I was thinking the dog in Westworld, that the Greyhound that finally gets a cat and kills the cat and then doesn't know what to do. That kind of vengeance. They don't know what to do anymore. It was their whole purpose, and now what is she gonna do now?
That was
Right.
her whole purpose. In the
Yeah.
game, she was very buff. She had
Yeah.
planned for this day. She had set this up. She had gone through the scenarios again and again in her mind, and how it was going to go, what she was going to say, all of that. And then the moment finally came, and you saw her spewing all that exposition because she didn't know what to do. Right? They don't show her in the game compared to the show. They don't show her finding her father's body. Right? They
Mhm.
just they show them they show what Joel did, and now he has to deal with the consequences, right? You're not supposed to like Abby. You're supposed to be upset because that
Okay.
makes it that much difficult to understand where she's coming from, right? I didn't have a problem understanding what Abby was going through. Like I could completely see it from the other side. He killed her father. He was trying to save the world, and he took that from her. No one understood the relationship between Ellie and Joel. They just thought he just did this. He ended the world for no reason. He killed a scientist and broke up this family. And in the way that this is different, you're not dealing with a show or a game where you shoot someone or you take the life of someone and then boom, you're down the road and you don't have to deal with that ever again, except for your own conscience. That's not this. In many of the situations in this, not only do you have to deal with the person whose life you've taken, now you have to deal with the relationships that that person has cultivated, like with Eugene and his wife, the psychiatrist. She has to deal with the fact that she still has to look at Joel, or had to look at Joel and help him, even though Joel had taken her husband from her. So that had to be tough. Abby's father, Ellie. Ellie had no father. Joel had to step in. Joel's brother, the relationship that he had with his brother. He didn't want to stay with his brother. Why? Because he had lost his daughter. So all of this pain and all of these relationships are torn apart, absolutely destroyed because of all of the pain that they've gone through. So it's not just the killings, it's the relationships are also being strained and ripped to shreds.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's I think it's genius actually that the game did this, that it was a risky thing. I know it caused backlash with the game. Tony said that some people wanted to return the game and like
Yep.
because they were like, what the hell is this? And I was told that it forced people to play as Abby first, then kill Joel, and you didn't know why you were killing Joel. Is that like did it force you to? to play as Abby first. Is that right?
You had to go back and forth. You were Ellie and then you were Abby, and they both had their own, like each one was tracking the other. Ellie was tracking Abby, and Abby was trying to deal with what she had just done. So yeah, you had to be both. I don't know if you had to be Abby. I don't think you had to be Abby while she was doing what she did to Joel. I think that was just a cutscene.
Yeah,
But
I think so. You were playing Ellie at the time.
yeah.
Coming in on it.
Oh, I don't know where I heard that. I heard somebody say that, but
that'd be real rough, man.
That would be crazy, yeah. But like, yeah, I think it's genius. You know, it reminds me a lot of a Twilight Zone episode about seeing things through someone else's perspective, seeing through the enemy's eyes. And it's a little known episode of the Twilight Zone. It's a deep cut. It's not a commonly known one, but I talked about this before, but it's about people, I believe they were fighting in World War II. It was near the very end of the war, and there were some islands in the Pacific Ocean where some of the Japanese soldiers still hadn't gotten the memo that the war was over. And they had been trained to fight to the death. You know, you don't get captured, you fight to the death, or you unalive yourself, you do not surrender. So they were, you know, holed up. The last of remaining of the Japanese forces were holed up in a cave on this island, and these American soldiers were there ready to just, you know, to end it. And they were led by this young bloodthirsty guy who he was in charge of the group. And he was, you know, of course, through the Twilight Zone magic, somehow he switched bodies with one of the Japanese soldiers, and he was literally in the guy's body, and he had to actually see things through their eyes and how scared they were, and realize that, okay, you know, these are human beings too, the enemy. And when he switched bodies and he turned back into himself at the end, he chose not to decimate them like they were planning on doing. He was gonna just wipe them out needlessly. They didn't need to. They were outnumbered. So he showed them mercy, and the episode is called "A Quality of Mercy," and this show is trying to teach a lot about that too: empathy and showing mercy even to your enemies, the futility of vengeance. So really, you know, give it a chance, I would say, to people who are just throwing it away, because I understand emotional attachments to characters are powerful. I get that, but try to look at the big picture is what I would say. Look at the big picture. And then, because I love Joel and Ellie too. I adore Joel. That was my favorite aspect of season 1. I got complacent, and I got used to just accepting that lovable characters, anytime they would get introduced, they'd be dead by the end of the episode. But as long as my Joel and Ellie were okay, it was all good. I loved their relationship so much. It made the show for me, but now I'm just trying to look at the big picture here. What is this show trying to tell us? It was a beautiful story for what it was. Now let's move on and see what else, like, what do we need to learn from this story? And that's what I would suggest. You know, there's a reason why critics loved this show, and the critics scores are so high. Critics tend to look at shows from a more objective perspective. Look at the quality of the show and the big picture, and fans look at it from an emotional perspective, and I get it. But anyway, that's my rant on that. And you know, yeah, like Doc here was watching the Twilight, so that, yeah, that show is amazing. There were a lot of profound messages like that. Hey, Doc. Let's check in with the chat and say hi. Hey, Bill Chill. Well, let's see. I'm scrolling down through the stuff while you guys were waiting for me. Hey, Mackie Vals, nice to see you.
Yeah, I was in the chat for a while doing. Hey, Mackie.
Yeah. Yeah, that was late as always.
We were talking about Troll 2 and Troll 1.
Oh yeah, we watched Troll 2 last night. That was
oh, really?
crazy. That was crazy shit. It was actually this morning we were watching it. It was one of the craziest movies. It was some of the craziest, most disturbing shit I have ever seen. How anyone thought this was appropriate for kids, I have no idea. That's supposed to be a kids movie? You kidding?
Hey, you know, it was a different time. Okay, it was a different time.
Like, you're gonna traumatize the kids for life. Jesus. What the
Different
fuck?
time.
Grandpa's going back to hell, or like, what the fuck is happening?
Yep.
Like, you got like trolls, like people bleeding green slime, and it's so fucked up.
Yeah.
Anyway,
And the acting was not great.
it was not.
Not great at all.
It was not, but it was entertaining. I gotta say, thanks, Doc, for entertaining me with that one. I was like, what the fuck am I watching? Hey, Kelly. Hi, Amy. Nice to see you. Hope you're all doing well tonight. Hey, Samuel. Abby did almost nothing wrong. And then there are some people who take sides like this. I think in the end, we're going to see the big picture and realize that it's really not about taking sides. It's not us versus them, black and white, right versus wrong, good versus evil. It's ambiguous in this show. That's what's another genius thing about it. It's ambiguous like that. There's no really clear cut right or wrong, and it's all a matter of perspective. That's what I would have to say about that.
Yeah. I mean, look at how many people Joel took out, or Abby, or Ellie, but look at their life. Look at how destroyed their life was. Abby had nothing. Ellie had less than nothing. The only person she had was Joel, and he was taken from her. And Joel only had Ellie. They had nothing, and they were doing. Abby lived for that revenge, and so did Ellie. Ellie just lived to be with Joel, and vice versa. And now look, she's going after Abby for Joel. For what? To feel better? They have no life. There's nothing for them to cling on to. They're just doing this because they feel as though they should.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Look at their lives. That's the key. That's where the empathy comes in. Look at things from their perspective. Look at what they're dealing with in their lives. And yeah, I've heard some crazy things about Joel, how in the video game you see more of the horrible things he did after his daughter died. He killed a lot of people, and for no reason. Him, Tommy, and Tess. But from what I've heard, though, I mean, they said in this episode that he was lashing out at the world. He was late, and Tommy said he doesn't want to see Ellie go down the same. So the title of this episode is Paths. Tommy said that he doesn't want to see Ellie go down the same paths that Joel did. He's worried that she maybe learned that behavior from him, from being influenced by him, because when he lost Sarah, he did a lot of damage, and he did kill a lot of people. I don't know what the circumstances were of that. They didn't show us much in the show, but he was lashing out at the world. He was angry at the world because he lost his daughter. He lost the only thing that mattered to him, and he never healed from it. So is it still wrong? Yes, murder is wrong, but I can empathize with that. There's a difference between condoning what he did and empathizing with it. So you can just understand people's motives. I don't condone what Abby did, of course, but some people are outright saying Joel was absolutely 100% right to do what he did, or Abby was 100% right. I would say no, neither. I would say no. They did things that were wrong. They did terrible things, both of them, but I can empathize with why they did it. That's the key, empathizing with it. Hey, Jen and Dieter. Sorry, I'm way behind you guys. Hey, Mr. Grant Gregory. Nice to see you.
I agree with this statement. The game was more violent in that scene.
Yeah.
His death scene was a lot more violent.
Yeah, I heard that she smashed his face in instead of just stabbing him in the neck.
Oh, yep. Yeah, 100%.
I'm really glad they didn't go there. At least they spared us from that. Mackie had said, "Did they always talk shit about Bella, or I don't know because I'm new to this fandom, or is it a season
I
2 thing?"
I think they did ever since they were cast. Quite honestly.
Wow, that
No,
sucks.
I think well, I think they loved her when she was in Game of Thrones. They loved her. I thought
Yeah.
they thought she was awesome, and she was so different than everyone else. She was so, or they were so small.
Mm-hmm.
So, and yeah, she was awesome in Game of Thrones.
I think it's gotten worse since she's gotten older. Since they've gotten older, I keep screwing it up.
Yeah, me too.
It,
Well, there's an actor on Yellow Jackets that's non-binary, so I'm pretty used to it.
it's hard for me. I always forget, but
Yeah.
Bella, when Bella was younger, I think people didn't attack them the way they are now. Like I've seen some of them say that Bella, you know, like they didn't have any issue with her in season 1. Bella was younger, she was still a kid.
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
they were still a kid, but now they're older and they think they're hideous, and now they're attacking her appearance, and it's just disgusting. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with her. There's nothing wrong with them. They are perfectly fine the way they are, but they're not like traditional Hollywood perfect, like Hollywood what Hollywood considers conventionally beautiful. So what? So what? Bella's an amazing
So
actress.
you have a 14-year-old actor, that's fine, but then you had to trade him out when there's a 19-year-old actor needed, but they have to be hot.
Apparently. Yeah, you got to be hot. Sorry. Yeah. Mackie's right. The gamers need to go outside. They just wanted to beat off to Ellie. God.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, Ellie and Abby should be bigger, but the backlash is insane. They just want eye candy. 100%. Yes. 100%. Uh like I mean, there's nothing wrong with having an issue with the show, having issues with the show, but the level of outrage, the vitriol is excessive in my opinion. It's excessive, and it's you know, and bullying Bella is just wrong. Um yeah, Doc, people are gross. Bella is not ugly. Exactly. They're just not girly. So what?
I
So what?
don't get it why people go after actors. It isn't like they're writing the script or really doing anything.
Yeah.
Like they blame the character progression on the actor is very, very strange.
I know, right? It's
Well,
weird.
that's the internet. So
It's like when people
Yeah.
used to really hate Skylar and Breaking Bad for absolutely no reason.
Yeah.
You never saw Breaking Bad, but Skylar, Walter White's wife, just got like everything just dumped on her. You know, the typical death threats, the typical, I hope she dies on the show kind of thing.
saw Breaking Bad. I never
That's
finished it.
horrible. That's such the hate.
Oh. Yeah. Hey Trace. Hey Gabrielle. Hi friends. I don't know how Ellie is gonna get anywhere close to Abby. I don't know. They have an uphill battle now. Kelly says, I like Tommy. He should have headed to Seattle. I agree. Well, I agree in terms of like entertainment value for the TV show, but I don't agree if we're talking about like really what I think he should do. I think he did the right thing staying with his wife and his 5-year-old son. I think that was the right thing to do. But in terms of TV, yeah, it would be a more badass move for Tommy to head to Seattle with Ellie. Yes. But I don't think he should have gone.
No.
Joel wouldn't want that. Joel would want him to stay with his family and his kid. I mean, he has a 5-year-old son. Like, do you think Joel would want Ellie going off to avenge his death and try, possibly getting herself and her friend and maybe others killed if they come after them?
And the cycle starts all over again.
Yeah. Joel wouldn't want that. So I stand by what I said in my episode 1 deep dive. I said if Abby kills Joel, I'm going to say the same thing about Ellie that I said about Abby, that vengeance is not going to solve anything, not going to bring them any peace. It's not going to bring anyone back from the dead. So I say the same thing. Ellie should not be doing this, but if she wasn't doing it, well, then we wouldn't have a TV show. And they're trying to teach us a lesson about the dangers of vengeance and the futility of it. So anyway, Grant says the reason Joel was killed off was lame because too many people on the wrong side of politics liked Joel and related to him. Well, I don't know. I think they killed him off for a specific reason, like, because they have a lesson they want to teach. I don't know if Grant has played the games or what, but Samuel says, I look forward to the show. I like stories about the dangers of vengeance. Me too. Hey, KP. Hey, Panda Kalima. Milk was such a bad choice. What?
Oh, it's a Anchorman reference. I don't know why they're saying that.
Yes, I was trying to remember where I heard that. Yeah, it's an Anchorman. Will Ferrell said that, Anchorman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's walking down the hot streets of San Diego and he's drinking milk and he's like, milk was a bad choice.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know
great.
what it pertains to, but I do like
Yes.
Anchorman.
I do too. That's a
Love
favorite.
Anchorman.
Doc says I got mad after the Red Wedding, but I was back watching it the next week. I remember my
See?
mom being
Yeah. Yeah, you remember that? Yeah, the Red Wedding. I forgot about that.
Mhm.
Yeah. People came back to the show and kept watching it and still loved it until apparently they screwed it up in the final season, from what I've heard. But
They did, but it was still good.
yeah. He said, I remember my mom being furious and saying she wouldn't watch it anymore, but we did. Yeah. See? Julie spreads monster propaganda like I do. Of course, she is delightfully evil. Amy said, "Our Julie, never." Mackie, maybe Julie Matthews, not Julie B. You guys are funny. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm definitely not not evil, but I do love horror stuff. We were watching a bunch of evil doll stuff after the Last of Us watch party. We just wanted to watch something else, so we watched Dead Silence about the evil puppet, kind of like Jasper actually from and then we watched something else with an evil doll in
Did
it
you get
too.
any Puppet Masters in?
Yeah, no,
Oh my
no,
I
God.
know Doc loves Puppet Masters.
That's on the list.
Old school.
That's on the list.
There's 15 of them, apparently.
Are you
Yeah.
serious? I know there was a lot.
And
Yeah.
Doc knows of even more than the 15.
It's like
We've
the
talked.
same ones too. Like a gray-haired detective puppet with a knife for a hand or something like that. I don't know. It was
Mhm.
weird.
Yeah.
So
Gabrielle says, any theories about what happened to those wanderers with the scars? Well, it's clear that they did that to themselves, because they all have the same scar. Well, it's not clear. I mean, I guess somebody could have done it to them against their will, but to me, it looks like they look like a cult. And this is coming from somebody who has not played the games. And don't worry, for non-gamers, we're not going to provide any spoilers about what happened in the games. So spoiler free for non-gamers. So I think they look like a cult. They're dressed in these weird, long, flowing. They're all dressed in the same, like it's like a cult uniform. It's like they kind of look like monks the way they dress. The men have shaved heads. The women have all the same matching hairdo with the Heidi braids and wrapped around the head, and they all have scars on their cheeks, kind of like Joker scars, like Randall on From, and it's and their mantra, from what I've seen in the trailer, is feel her love. They believe in this they had this prophet Constance, I think, and they think that she is guiding them. They fight with bows and arrows, and it looks to me like they scar their faces as some kind of rite of passage, including this poor little girl you see in this episode, that she's got fresh. That has to be such a deep cut to leave a scar like that permanently. Damn. They all have it. So that's a deep cut. And they even did it to the little girl. Yeah. This is what happens in the post apocalypse. Sometimes cults pop up. So I'm not surprised. That's what I would say. I don't have any information. I'm just assuming they're a cult. That's all.
Wow.
And I know Smitty knows more, but we won't spoil it.
Nope.
Let's see. Oh, I already. KP says I didn't understand the episode at all. Maybe I was just bored. This was a setup episode. I think we're about to get an episode with a lot more action, but it's slowed down a lot. I know it, and it was setting things up for what's to come.
I have to deal with the law. You have to deal with the loss because you got to remember, they didn't deal with the loss of Joel in the last episode. He died and then dragged him back to town, and that was the end. So now you're dealing with Ellie having to realize that he's gone, and she wakes up and she sees it again as she's laying in that hospital bed. And you get the perspective from his brother, and then this small squabble between Ellie and Joel's brother, as he's telling her, don't talk to me like that, like I didn't know him. So everyone's still just kind of reeling, trying to find themselves and figure out what they're going to do. I wasn't surprised that no one went with Ellie to avenge Joel for two reasons. One, because I played the game and I know it was going to go that way, and two, because it's not their story. It's Ellie's story, right? It's about her now and where she goes from here. Not anyone else. Besides, even if it's me, I'm being honest. If it's me and and Paul, your brother's dead. He killed a scientist who's going to save the world. Do you want to go avenge him? No. Are you crazy? No. There are monsters out there.
Yes.
Monsters. Okay, I'm not going out there for no one. Okay, he's gone. I got family here. I got a wife and kids and firecrackers and all types of shit. I'm not leaving this place. It's ridiculous.
Right?
Going anywhere. If it was a person, that'd be one thing. I gotta fight clickers and bloaters, whatever the hell else is out there walking around, or sleeping under the snow. I'm fighting that. No, I'm staying right here. Give me one of them flamethrowers. I'm staying right here.
Yeah, exactly. Like someone even said in the episode, it would be one thing if we were going to save someone. I think it was Tommy. He was. Ellie told Tommy, if like, how did she put it? Like, I think he said that he said Joel would not do this unless it was to save someone. I think she said if it were you, Joel would go. And Tommy said only if it's to save me. But there's nobody to save. Joel is already dead. So this isn't a rescue mission. This is a revenge mission. That's the difference. And Joel at this stage in his life, no, he wouldn't do that. Because he had a surrogate daughter to stay there for. And Tommy has his son. That's a difference from the game too. I heard he didn't have a son in the game. So now he has even more to lose and more reason not to go. So I get it. Callie has no empathy for Abby. One thing to seek her revenge, but she didn't need to torture him. The sadistic way that she did it makes it harder. She could have just put a bullet in his head like he did to everyone else. They all had quick deaths, and his gets drawn out. But I think we're supposed to hate her right now. I think that's actually the goal. I think we're supposed to, and then eventually learn to empathize.
You're supposed to be conflicted.
Yeah.
Supposed to be conflicted. I don't know that you're supposed to like her or dislike her, but you're supposed to have to, deal with it. Figure it out for yourself. I guess. So
yeah. Samuel, yeah, we'll see it eventually. We'll probably see it eventually. The meaning her dad with his brains on the floor. Revenge isn't going to make the PTSD Joel gave her go away. I agree. That was like a PTSD dream. She was warning herself. That was her subconscious trying to deal with the fact that she has that horrific traumatic memory of finding her dad with his brains on the floor and warning herself not to look. That was symbolic. I mean, I do appreciate the way they handled it in this way. It was cool how that was symbolic of her mind trying to protect itself by burying the memory of her seeing her dad with his brains on the floor. That was what that dream represented. When you're traumatized, you try to bury memories, but they come back in the form of nightmares. And even in her nightmares, she didn't see it because she's blocking it out. I know what that's like. I block things out when I'm dealing with trauma too. So I get it. I still think it would have been more effective to show it on screen. And if they show it later, it won't have the same impact as it would have if we had seen that in the same episode as Ellie with Joel dead. The bookend aspect of it, that would have been amazing to me, but they chose not to go that route, and it is what it is. Jen, yeah, I think they should have showed more parallels between Ellie and Abby. They lost an opportunity with that, and with the time jump of 3 months too. Yeah, it was a big time jump. But I guess they had to keep things moving. They couldn't show us the slow process of rebuilding that settlement. They needed to keep it moving. I get why they did the time jump.
And you don't want to keep showing them mourning Joel. I mean, it would just be like a waste of time, I think. Not that mourning Joel would be a waste, but you have to start heading in the right direction. Like, what are we going to do now? Kind of thing. We get it. You're mourning Joel. We've dragged Joel back to this place.
I agree.
Abby and Ellie are have figured out are figuring out their thing. So, what are we going to do now? I have a question for you though. Would you? I don't know if you've
Yep.
answered this already or not. Would you or Scarlet go after Abby or her crew?
No.
You now, not as Joel's brother, but just as a townsperson on a Saturday with nothing to do.
Absolutely not. No. I would not go. I would not go. I mean, nobody can know exactly what they would do if they were in Ellie's position. Nobody would know unless you've lived it, but you can only imagine what you would do in these situations. I think I would focus on the people I had left, and I would not go. No. What, Scarlet, what
Yeah.
about you?
I would just try to do more things that were positive with my group instead of leading them down a path that might get some of them killed as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because people always bring their entourage with them.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
always somebody from the entourage gets killed,
Inevitably. Yeah.
Inevitably, yeah.
Yeah. And they're not
I
Why
agree.
not just try to build things up in a positive way? Try to find things, to protect yourselves, and care
Right.
about yourselves, your own tribe.
The ones you have left,
The
I
ones
feel
you
like
have
that's
left. Yeah, exactly.
that's the smartest thing that you can do in a situation like this, and that's what Joel would want for his loved ones. The last thing he would want is for them to be going after uh Abby. And there's a scene, as we're going to break down the episode. I'm going to read through a few more of these comments and we're going to break down the episode. There's a scene where they do make speeches and they make their cases for different courses of action, and I'm going to read those because I took notes on them verbatim so we can discuss their different arguments for what they should do. And I thought that was a really interesting scene, but anyway, we'll get to that shortly. Grant, Smitty, what about you? What would you do in answer to your own question?
No, I wouldn't go. There's too many unknowns. One, this group are they're trained. Two, they're in Seattle, which they don't know anything about, so far away. Three, they're not soldiers. These are townspeople. So you're gonna get someone killed. So you'd have to deal with that because someone's going to die, and it's probably going to be you. So, no, I'm not. I wouldn't send anyone. If it had to be done, I'd probably go alone. But no, I wouldn't send anyone from this place, and I wouldn't want to go myself. So no.
Yeah. I'm gonna start a poll. I just started a poll. Should Ellie have gone after Abby? So let me know what you think. Take the poll if you want. If you want to weigh in. I just started it. I'm gonna see if I can pin it. No, I don't even think I have to pin it. I just started the poll, and it should be there. So let us know what you think. I'm curious. I think I know what the winning answer is going to be, though. Grant says Abby was not cast right. They should have gotten a girl who was big and muscular to show what she went through, her transformation. She is a physical threat for Ellie. In the show, I don't see it. Tony said the same thing last week, and I agree. I don't know why they picked somebody who's so tiny and scrawny and not muscular at all. She's a great actress, though. People aren't attacking her as much as they're attacking Bella, but a lot of people are criticizing that, and I understand the criticism for sure. No,
Yeah.
but anyway, the difference with the Red Wedding is that Panda Kalima, yeah. Game of Thrones was an ensemble cast that made it easier to move on from the massacre. There are a lot of people in that show, a lot of characters. So this is going to be a tougher one. Joel and Ellie were it. Those were our characters for season 1. Those were our two main characters. Hardly, I mean, almost everyone else either got killed or you just saw them a couple times briefly. So, yeah. So anyway, Ellie and Abby should have been bigger. The hate raids are unacceptable. No, 100%. Gabrielle,
Wasn't
yes.
big.
Ellie wasn't big, right? Yeah. In the game. Gabrielle, the show is so beautiful and thoughtful, even when they do things that shock me. Agree. Mackie says, I'm not about to stop watching. Good. I'm glad. KP, I have questions. What are your questions, KP? Put them in the chat. Well, what do you want to discuss here? Anyway, I feel like everyone hates everything these days. Gabrielle, yes, 100%. It's sad, the state of the world.
Amen.
Amen. Yes. Hey, Laura, nice to see you. Review bombing and hate raids have ruined it. Yes, that's what they're doing out there. 80s babies, we had nails in floors, rusted playgrounds, and chicken box. Yes, that was me
for
too.
sure. Yep.
I'm a
We all
1988
survived.
baby.
We survived.
Drank water from garden hoses. Came in
Yep.
at midnight.
Yeah.
Yep, and we survived.
Lawn darts, everyone.
Huh? What did you say, Scarlet? I couldn't hear you, but anyway, Jen said, yes, we did, and we survived, and we're better for it. Now pass the hose. Yes. Yeah, I was born in 88, so I just caught the tail end of that of that time, but anyway, Samuel said Joel admitted to taking out innocent people. Abby hasn't so far, at least. Indeed, we have a lot more to learn about her. So, hate is a great motivator for the characters. Yes. Hey, Tony. Tony was in the chat. Sorry, I'm way behind you guys, but I'm almost caught up now. Tony said Tommy isn't the same Tommy in the game. They totally switched who he is. Oh, really? Huh. Tommy isn't the same as in the game. That they copied the game almost exactly, but I do know there are some changes they made. So,
Yeah.
yeah. Smitty, was Tommy a lot different in the game?
It's kind of. I mean, you're getting more of Tommy now, like as opposed to the game. Everyone's just kind of like a background character in the game of Joel and Ellie. They're there 1 second and then they're not. So you're not getting a full. You're not getting a full representation of who they are. Like there's no in the game. There's no fighting Jackson. you see Jackson and you hear of things that have occurred in Jackson, but there's no fight in Jackson that you witness or any of that stuff. So all of this that you're getting with the psychiatrist and his brother and all these things, these are not things that you've gotten in the game. You know what I mean? This is all extra. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know what you were looking for out of Joel's brother. You know, so maybe he's not. Maybe he is. I don't know.
Right, right. And by the way, everybody, if you're not subscribed to Smitty's channel, please check out Smitty Snippets' awesome channel. He does lives on Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? Right? Is that correct?
I do. Tuesdays and Thursdays, 8 p.m. Tuesdays we do news, and Thursdays we do shows and movies. So, thank you
Yeah.
for that.
Awesome. Yeah, yeah, and he's hilarious. I love his takes on everything. Even if it's like I watched one of his lives. I finally managed to catch one not long ago. And even when they're talking about shows I haven't even seen, it was just so entertaining. I love listening to him and his collaborators, his sister. It's great. Please check out his channel and subscribe. The link to his channel is also in the description of this video if you're listening on the replay, so you can find it there too.
Oh shucks, thanks.
You're welcome. And Dieter, I'm doing okay. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it. I hope you're starting to feel better. He's been sick for a long time. Nadia, oh, thank you for stopping in. I'm sure she already popped in and out, but thank you, Nadia. And Dieter also dropped the link to Nadia's channel, Horror with Nods. She has an awesome channel where she covers all things horror and also Stranger Things, a Stranger Things rewatch panel on Friday nights, which I was doing until I got too overwhelmed with my own channel stuff, but hopefully I can rejoin it when things calm down and if they're still doing it. But it's awesome, and please check out their channel too if you're a horror fan. Dieter dropped that link earlier. Jen says, I hope they don't waste Tommy's TV character, just a town man and not revenge on Joel, since the revenge cycle is the main the main thing so far. I think he could easily go after them. Just because he's there now doesn't mean he's not gonna follow Ellie once he finds out. I bet he will. I'm guessing they're gonna do it. Gamers complained about Abby and Tess being too big and strong in the game too. So now they complained about that, and now they're complaining that she's not big and strong looking. So some people you just can't please no matter what, I guess.
Well, they made fun of Abby because they hated Abby. It wouldn't have mattered what she looked like. So she could have just been a nice lady and they would have shit on her. So I mean, it didn't matter. They hated Abby for what she was. So it wouldn't have mattered.
Mm-hmm. Muncher Luncher, hey. Yo, Smitty looking at the camera when he was making points is making me feel ways. P.S. I'm a straight dude. Muncher Luncher, you're hilarious. That's great. Muncher Luncher says, screw the wife and the child. Joel needs to be avenged. Okay. He also said the show is trash now. Oh no. Having said that, my entire Sundays and those of my family are non-negotiably cleared up until the season finale to watch the rest of it. Okay, dude, that's your choice. It's your choice. I understand. Callie, yes, I agree about Tommy, but I wanted him to have a bigger role. Joel wouldn't have wanted any of them to seek revenge. Yes, absolutely not. Let's see. Grant said the scars on their cheeks were inspired by World War II German soldiers who scarred their faces on purpose. Interesting. Wow. Cool. I mean, not cool, but it's fascinating. I don't think it's a good thing to do that to especially children, but hey, AA. Nice to see you. Thank you for popping in. Just started season 3. So yeah, episode 3. Yeah, you better watch that first. Because we're gonna break it down. Bill Chill, oh, I've chosen my words carefully. Perhaps you should have done the same. This is blasphemy. I don't know what
A
that's
nice
about.
300 reference. It's a
Okay, I
300
never saw
reference.
that. I never saw
Good
that.
reference. Nice job.
Um, Samuel says not just German soldiers did it, Austrians and other Europeans in Central Europe, the duels for scars a century before World War II. Some posers would get it done surgically as a fashion statement. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Muncher Ledger, you're so funny. Don't defend him, Julie. Tommy needs to stand up and entertain us. This is a TV show. Yeah, and I think he will. I think he will do the TV show thing and go after them in Seattle. Hey, Steve Wicker, especially since they were just attacked by thousands of infected, the people there started to feel safe. The events of the previous episode have shaken the people of Jackson, so they're all afraid. Absolutely, yes. So the question is, would we go kill Abby? Yeah, that's the question I put in the chat as a poll. I hope it went through. My internet was a little slow, so I'm still not seeing the poll that I put in there. What the hell? Maybe I didn't do it right. Hold on. I'll refresh the page. Oh no, it's there. Never mind. It's just the Wi-Fi is really slow tonight, so I didn't see it. Anyway, getting back to the chat, let me just go through a few more things before we start breaking down the episode. Panda Kalima said, in a world with laws and courts, etc., most of us would let the justice system do its thing. Indeed, and they don't have that now, so they feel like, I understand the need to seek justice, vigilante justice, since they don't have this type of world where they have a justice system. So I understand Ellie's argument, and that's basically the argument Ellie makes. I get it. But we'll get into that. What is up with the names in the show? Ellie, Tommy, Abby, Manny. I'm surprised they didn't call him Jolie. Yeah.
I never
very
thought about
Severance.
that.
It is very Severance, Scarlet. Yeah. With all the names that sound like kid names. I think with Ellie and Abby, they did that on purpose so you compare them even more. It makes me screw up all the time and call them the wrong name, Ellie and Abby, because it's so similar. I even did it in one of my videos, and I had to edit it in a kind of weird way just to cover the fact that I said the wrong name in the video. It's very easy to screw it up. They're so close. Ellie, Abby. Anyway, hey there with Alice. Please hit the like button, like Dieter said, to help people find the stream. It's always an uphill battle for somebody covering a new show. So this really helps if you like the stream. Helps people find it. Steve said Abby's size was only needed for the game to give a juxtaposition to Ellie's gameplay in the absence of Joel. In the show, Abby is more of a mirror for Ellie. I agree. I think that's probably why they had her look similar, like similar height, similar build, that sort of thing in terms of body type. KP, those people so your questions. Who were those people in the last scene? Where's Ellie? Is she a part of this big group? Those people in the last scene, that was the wolves, the WLF, the part of that militia in Seattle that Abby and her group joined. So those were the wolves. That's what they called themselves. And yeah, Ellie and Dina have just reached Seattle in the last scene, and they're up just on the outside of the city. They're gonna have to take on this giant group. I don't know what the hell they're gonna do. This is like David and Goliath here. So hope that answers your questions.
I don't know what their security system was supposed to be, but I could tell by listening to them, they weren't no goddamn bird, huh? You could just, what was that? That didn't sound like an animal I heard before. Like them trying to warn each other up ahead just didn't make a whole lot of sense. They probably should have sat down, probably come up with a better plan. Listen, I'm gonna tweet 18 times, and that means danger's coming. Okay, that means you guys gotta get down. 18, 19 times means it's all clear. I just want you guys to remember that. Like, what is this? What is this plan? Who is listening to
Right?
Oh, it's danger now. It's danger. Everybody get down and hide. What do they think that is? Who else is not listening to that? Right? I'm
Yeah.
just saying. Come on, man. Something better than that. Maybe a whistle or just one whistle. Something.
Wait, was that
One for
18 or
danger.
19?
Yeah, one for danger. One. They made a whole song. They were like tweet 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 tweet. Like, come on,
Right?
man, stop. They're gonna hear us. Knock it off.
Wasn't that
Join a new
idiotic?
group.
Yeah. Wasn't that idiotic? Why would that be their security system whistling really loud so that they could like the whistle as he was teaching this little girl, like this means that we're not being followed and the coast is clear. Yeah, and if there are any infected in the area or any dangerous violent people, you just alerted them that they're nearby. You idiots. Like, what is
Yeah,
wrong with you? Why would you
moronic.
whistle really loud?
Yeah, I can't believe y'all
Idiots.
made it this far. Ridiculous. Join a
Absolutely.
new group today. Want no parts
Right?
of this.
You gonna join that cult?
Morons.
Gonna join the cult?
That was the cult that did it.
I don't even know how to
That
whistle.
was the
I'm leaving.
those were the I think Tony said they're called the Scars. Last week he said they call themselves the Scars. I believe. And he said those people whistle because they don't believe in using technology. Yeah, but how stupid is that? Oh my god, that was stupid. Like, yeah, let's alert anyone around here that we're here and now we're sitting ducks to be attacked and massacred. Morons. God, like Smitty said at the beginning, you can't fix stupid. Anyway, a few more things before we start the breakdown. Steve said, I don't think Tommy is that different from the game. We're just getting more character development with him. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to wait and see. Hopefully they develop him more. I like him. I'm already liking him more. But he's never going to fill Joel's shoes. He is no Joel. Kelly says we don't really know for sure if Abby has taken innocent lives or not. Exactly. We don't know enough about her. So it'll be interesting to find that out. Tony said he's not nice in the game. He's manipulative, very headstrong, violent, all things they don't show in the show. Yes, he's said that they softened Joel's character for the show. Last week he was saying that they softened him a lot, made him more sympathetic. He's much more violent in the game. So that's interesting. It makes it much harder to empathize with Abby and turn on him, based on the way they portrayed him. I can't help but empathize more with him as on an emotional level. In this world, if Abby took from me, say, Julie, there's nowhere that she could go. Nothing would keep me from exacting justice on her. How could I ever fill that emptiness with Abby alive? Oh, Panda, you're so sweet. Thank you for saying that. I understand that feeling. I get it. I completely understand feeling like that. Steve said that Tommy was only violent after Joel's death. He's saying he. I'm not sure what he means, but we're only on episode 3. Okay. They hated Abby before the game even came out. Before the game even came out, there were rumors she was trans, which wasn't true. The people hate her only do it because they are like Seth eating their bigot sandwiches. Well said, Steve. Well said. Ellie made that specific argument to appeal to Maria because in the show she used to be a district attorney. Yes, she talked about justice. Justice. This isn't about revenge. This is about justice. We need to bring them to justice. Smart of Ellie. That was smart, and she made a compelling argument. She did. But it is about vengeance. She's full of shit. She said it's not about revenge. She wants revenge. You know she did. She was holding in all her rage, and you could tell how hard it was for her because Jesse warned her that anger is not going to convince these people. You better write down what you're going to say. Anger isn't going to convince anybody. This is about revenge. Let's be real.
Yeah, I don't think it would have
Anyway.
mattered. You couldn't have convinced anyone that this was not about revenge.
No.
No matter what she wrote on that goddamn paper. I
No.
just want to see what it's like in Seattle. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that,
No.
Ellie. Sit down.
Absolutely not. And I showed this. Oh, I was going to show this just for laughs. I think I caught up with the chat now. I was going to show this earlier. This is an example. Let me see if I can get it to play without glitching too much. This is an example of the reactions people had to Joel's death. People who are non-gamers. I found this hysterical. Hold on, give it a second to load. It's a little bit, the Wi-Fi is a little bit slow. And then we'll get into breaking down the episode. Come on now. Umbra might be joining us at some point too when he's able to. There we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, this was too funny. Let me see if I can get it to play. Hello, here we go. Come on.
What?
Not playing,
Yeah.
damn it. Come on.
No! Bro, I am not okay. Don't do this to me, bro. What the fuck?
My husband was inconsolable last night. Emotional distress. I got 2
Oh, damn it. It keeps pausing.
hours of sleep.
I'm so mad at you for not telling me.
I'm so mad at you for not telling me.
Ow, I'm fucking dead! It was perfect, and I've never been a part of something so.
Sorry. Anyway, it keeps pausing because my Wi-Fi is extra slow tonight.
Amazing.
But people were just absolutely devastated, shocked. These are non-gamers. And the funniest one to me was this woman crying in the corner, like, "I'm so mad at you.
Shut the
for not
fuck up
telling
and do it already.
me. I'm so mad at you."
Oh,
for not
I
telling me."
love that
Yeah,
part.
because like I
love
guess the
that
person
part.
she was watching with was a gamer.
Shut the fuck up and do it already.
That was funny.
So amazing.
Right? Shut the fuck up. I loved when Joel said, "Shut the fuck up and do it already," because that was like all of us. That was all of us. It was that classic villain, that long-winded villain monologue trope. And it's constantly in movies and TV. And usually what happens is when they do the long villain monologue, it actually backfires on them. They stand there yapping for so long that someone shows up and thwarts their evil plan. So I was really hoping, I knew it wasn't going to happen, but it would have been great if she talked so long that someone came in and, broke that up. They're like, now look at, yeah, you took too long making your speech. I'm going to kill you. It's going to feel so good. Shut up and do it already.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
I think that served two reasons. One's the one you said, and I think the other was to show her that he was not afraid of dying, that he did not fear her or what he was going to do to her. I mean, what she was going to do to him. So I love that for him. I think he knew that the end was coming, and that he was willing to deal with it, and I think he welcomed it. It sort of like he was tired of this life, and possibly wanted to see his daughter again. They never got into that aspect, so I'm not sure if that's if he expected to see his daughter again. I do know that he was tired of this life, tired of possibly losing Ellie, losing his daughter, possibly being away from his brother, having killed numerous people. So I don't think he was scared at all as what she was going to do. I think he wanted her to get it over with.
Yeah, definitely. He wasn't afraid at all. He didn't seem remotely afraid. The only time he was ever afraid was when Ellie was in danger. He wasn't afraid to die at all. So I liked that. she wanted him to cower and be afraid. She even said, you're tough, I'll give you that. And he sure is. So I liked that. Hey, Doug. Doug popped in the chat to say hi. Doug Hughes, our friend Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow on From. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Always nice to see Doug. Doug is going to be joining us on Wednesday for a special edition of Storytime with Doug from The Man in Yellow, Storytime with Doug. And we're going to be giving away a cameo that Doug will make. So all you have to do to enter is just show up to the live and come in the chat, and I'll use a code word. People type it in the chat, and you'll be it's open to anyone in the world, this particular giveaway. So all you have to do is show up, and we'll do a cameo giveaway. Doug is on Cameo now, along with a bunch of other From actors, and so yeah, he made Dieter a hilarious cameo. He made a sweet, lovely cameo for me, and also funny, of course. So that'll be cool. It's going to be a fun live Wednesday at 10 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll do some more fun stories. Doug can tell us more about his trip, and it'll be a good time. And any From talk and questions, anything you guys want to ask, I always highlight your questions and comments for Doug. So come hang out with us if you're into that, if you're a From fan, and a fan of Doug, of course. Samuel said the therapist was right. She's a liar. Yeah, Ellie is a liar. Yes, Steve, it is about revenge. Yes, she lied. Steve said the whistling was put in the game to make an atmosphere of tension. You enter an area and hear whistles, but you don't see anyone. It's meant to make the scene eerie in the game. Makes sense. Luncher said, I'm following Dr. Smitty to Seattle. That's great. Anyway, let's see. Doug said, so I just wanted to let you all know, since I know how fascinated you all are with Canadian politics, that the Liberals have won the election. Well, alrighty then. All right. Yes. Okay. I had no idea you guys were having an election. So
I did.
Yeah. They called it over an hour ago. Well, congrats, Canada, like Samuel said. Congrats. Canada got a win. That's great. The best neighbors. Doug, your advice on writing helped me a lot already. Thank you. Oh, that's awesome, Mackie. That's really cool. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, Doug is not just an actor, he's also a playwright. And people, like, anybody who has questions for Doug on anything, we highlight your questions and discuss, and Doug's gotten questions about his writing process and stuff like that, and he gives whatever advice he can, and he gives his insight based on his experience, in addition to all his fascinating and funny stories from his life. So those lives are always a great time. I'm glad you're doing well, Doug. Congrats. That's great. And we're always happy to see you, Doug. AA says, I don't know if you guys talked about this, but what do you think the people in the tribe did? I wonder why they killed the little girl. Well, it's implied that the WLF, the wolves, killed those people, because Ellie and Dina find bullet casings from various types of guns. So Ellie said that this wasn't Fedra, and she thinks maybe it was Abby's people. I don't think it literally was Abby and her group, but wolves, people from that militia who killed those people.
You saw him walking around at the end of the episode, marching with the Humvees and all that stuff.
Yep. So it's implied that that's what happened, and it's not just the monsters. As always, human beings are our own worst enemy. It's not just the infected that they have to deal with. I think the bigger enemy is that other humans. They're fighting amongst themselves, and Dina mentions to Ellie in this episode that that before he died, Eugene, who used to be a Firefly, said that the wolves were one of several factions of people out west who are fighting amongst themselves, and Eugene thought it was so stupid how they were fighting amongst themselves when they should have been coming together to deal with the threat of the infected. But that's human nature, sadly.
Chaos
Right?
reigns.
Yep. And in the end, humans are always our own worst enemy, which is such a shame. And you see it in time and again in stories like this. I hear it happened on The Walking Dead too, although I never watched that show. Dieter wanted me to highlight this for a good cause. Yes, my birthday is May 12th. That's right. It's coming up. Please, for Julie B, who needs Lamar anyway, DM me. Kendrick Lamar is coming to my area on my birthday, and I'm most likely going to be getting a ticket to go, even though I have to fight through an enormous amount of pain, and that's what's held me back from buying a ticket so far, because it's going to be really physically painful to go to a concert, but I don't want to miss out on the chance to see Kendrick Lamar. And he's coming to Foxborough, Mass on my birthday. It's like a sign. I have to go. So anyway, I won't go on a tangent, but yeah, I am planning on going and fighting through the pain and seeing what, if I can get even a little joy out of it, it'll be worth it. I can't stand up for long. The pain I have is horrific. If I stand for long, I have to bring a cushion to sit on, and I called the stadium. They said that I'm allowed to bring a cushion as long as it doesn't have a cover with a zipper on it. So I'll have that. I'll have to get up and walk. Anytime SZA comes on and sings, I'm going to have to get up and walk. Not that I don't like her. I'm not familiar with her music, and I'm going to need that time to walk so that I can tolerate sitting. But yeah, I am planning on going. Anyway, I'll shut up about that now. Live stream at the concert. Oh man. I wonder if, I don't know, can people do that? I don't know. I guess. I guess you could.
Not as long as the music's playing in the background.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that would get taken down. I can't do that.
Yeah.
I can't do that, but that would be cool if I could. It's May 12th, Panda. It's coming up. May 12th, coming to Gillette Stadium. This dude is selling out stadiums around the US, which is very rare for a solo rapper. It's amazing what he's doing. And I want to be a part of this historic moment and scream the lyrics to Not Like Us in the crowd with everybody. I want that so bad. Well, thank you for popping in, Doug. Always nice to see you. Looking forward to Wednesday night, when Doug will be joining us Wednesday at 10 p.m. Eastern, guys. So, yeah, definitely check that one out. It's going to be fun. We'll do that giveaway. And have a good night, Doug.
Huge
from
fan,
Rewatch.
Doug. Huge fan. I mean, you didn't have to do that thing you did to Jim's neck, but still a super fan, Doug. Still a super fan. It's good to see.
Yes, indeed. Me too. Live from Rewatch from the concert. Yeah, much ledger. I'll be live streaming at the concert. I will want to be taking a lot of videos, but I used to make the mistake of taking too many pictures and videos at concerts instead of just being in the moment. The videos and pictures are never going to be anywhere near as good as the real thing. So I think I'm just going to just do a little of that and enjoy the real thing in front of my face. And then I can always look at other people's videos because, pretty much damn near everyone in the stadium is going to be filming. So you can watch their videos. Thanks for the recommendation. I'll look up SZA Good Days. I'm going to listen to her songs from the set list before I go. Maybe I'll hear them while I'm doing my necessary walks around to manage my pain, but I'll have no choice. They trade places. Kendrick does a few songs, then she will, back and forth, so I can actually plan it out ahead of time. Anyway, sorry. Back to The Last of Us. I'm going to pull up my images here. AA said something about WLF. I know WLF killed them, but wondering why. What was the reason? Did they do something? All they had was hammers. I think they're probably just at war with each other. They're probably always attacking each other back and forth. From the sound of it in the previews, it sounds like they're attacking each other. but we'll have to wait and see. So I'm gonna reload the page and see where the poll is at in a bit, but in the meantime, I've got my pictures here. They show, and by the way, Smitty, just let me know when you need to head out. I know these are really late streams for you,
I
so
was
just
just
jump
getting
in.
ready to say I love hanging out with you guys, and this whole stream I have
Yeah,
got to go because I have got to go to work in the morning. So I
yeah.
appreciate you having me. I love doing these with you. This is fun. So I will see you next Monday, if not sooner, and we'll do the next episode.
Mm-hmm.
And please take care of yourself. I love you guys, and you got time to come hang out tomorrow at 8, please do so, or Thursday. Other than that, man,
Yeah,
I love hanging out with your crew, and I appreciate you having me on, Julie. Seriously, take care of yourself. Hear me?
I will. I will. Thank you so much, Smitty. Thank you for joining. It was great to hear your perspective, and have a great night.
All right. Scarlet, be easy. Talk to you later.
Okay. Good night, Smitty. Thank you. So I'm gonna pull up my images and start going through the episode now. F works, Smitty.
Dismissed
So yeah. Well, we got to hear his take on all of it as a whole. So that's
yeah.
you know, it takes me a long time to get to break down sometimes because there's a lot of stuff to talk about and it's easy to get lost in talking with the chat and whatnot. But I really liked his perspective on everything, and I would encourage everybody to subscribe to Smitty Snippets channel. He does lives Tuesdays and Thursdays at 8 p.m. I believe Eastern, and he's terrific. So check out his channel. The link to his channel is in the description of this video. And Dieter had put something in the chat that he wanted me to highlight. I don't know if I can find it now. I'm gonna try. He highlight Dieter, if you can send me that again, because I can't find it now. It's kind of buried. He sent me a picture that he wanted me to put up. So I don't know, Dieter, if you're able to send it again, then I'll share it. But in the meantime, I'm giving away a cameo, code word throat. Maybe code word throat. Montreal tree. Yeah, dude is a role model. Yes, Smitty is a role model for sure. Great, Samuel. Yes, check out his channel. He's terrific. I love Smitty. He's so funny. He's so funny. And insightful. So yeah. Anyway, so the episode starts in the immediate aftermath, just seeing the piles of infected and human deceased in the aftermath. You can't even tell who's who. I mean, well, this is outside the compound, so I think these are probably mostly infected. But on the inside, that was littered with bodies too. So from what I can tell, this looks like the outside. It's kind of hard to see. Actually, it could be either. I don't even know, but they lost a bunch of people. They lost a bunch of people, and I'm surprised they didn't show us a little bit more of the devastation that the compound felt in the immediate aftermath. They still had buildings on fire. How did they even, like, do they have fire hoses? How did they put out these enormous fires that they had? It's crazy to me, but they didn't show us. So, and this didn't happen in the game. They didn't even have an attack on the compound in this game by the infected. So we'll just have to wonder how they did it. I really loved this close up on Joel's watch before they showed Tommy with Joel's body. This is the watch that Joel's daughter Sarah gave him right before her death, right before the apocalypse happened with the infected. And this watch is just, it's such a beautiful symbol of Joel himself and of the fact that time stopped for him when his daughter died. Time stopped for him. He was never able to move forward after the loss of his daughter. He was stuck in that grief and he never got over it. You never get over something like that, but eventually you learn how to live with it in a healthy way, and he never got to that point really. He was stuck in a prolonged state of grief. Ellie filled the void in his heart, but he was still a broken person, and he was always going to be a broken person, and that's what this watch symbolizes. Joel himself and the state that he was left in. Time was just frozen at that point, and it screwed him up. That's why he started, he had nothing left that he cared about that much anymore. I mean, yeah, he had his brother, but he lost his daughter, the most important thing in the world. So he did terrible things. He didn't think about the consequences, and yeah, he was broken. At the core of this show, like a lot of the shows I say, pretty much every show I've covered, from Severance, now this, trauma is really at the core of it. How human beings deal with trauma and grief, and how they can either find purpose in it or it can break you. That's like the number one theme of From. Can you keep the trauma from breaking you? Can you find purpose in it and learn how to cope, or is it going to break you? And we see all different ways that humans cope with trauma in From and Severance, and in this show too. It's such a pervasive theme. I guess I just gravitate toward these kinds of shows, maybe because of my own life. It's cathartic to watch, and it's inspiring to watch, when they are able to find purpose. In this show, it's not really happening. I mean, it was inspiring to watch Joel find his purpose by protecting Ellie and becoming his surrogate father. He found his purpose in that way, and that was a beautiful thing. So that was amazing. But unfortunately, then there are people like Abby and now Ellie who, they don't know how to deal with their grief. So they pursue vengeance to try to deal with it, and it's never going to heal them. So yeah. Tommy washes, so he takes over for this woman who was washing there are all these bodies laid out in there, and the Telltale watch showed us immediately that this has to be Joel, of course. Tommy takes over washing his body, and it's really, really gut-wrenching to watch. He did a great job, delivered a great performance, and it's hard to even look at, even though Joel's body is covered, just knowing that's him there, it was a tough one to watch. The actor who plays Tommy said he calls it the one-man wake. This is basically like Joel's wake, sitting there with his body, and he said, "Give Sarah my love," I believe. He said, "Give Sarah my love." Now he's with Sarah, his daughter. And it was beautiful. It was really beautiful. He was crying, and just sitting with his brother. So I was really impressed with how he performed in the scene, and it was tough to watch. But this is the aftermath. We have to see some of this grief now. Last episode was action-packed and crazy, and now we're dealing with the grief, the fallout. And the camera pans back, and you see other bodies. There are a bunch of people. It doesn't say, they don't say how many they lost, but they lost a bunch in that attack by the infected. The hospital was chaos. They have a ton of injured people. So they do have like a makeshift hospital in this place. Amazingly, they do have a hospital. Where they got all this stuff, I don't know. But it's a pretty decent hospital, surprisingly. It's total chaos. There's a woman holding a baby. She's all scratched up. And Ellie has a tube sticking in her side. It seems to me like something happened to her lungs during this, because they were testing her breathing, her like lung capacity later. So like there was something that affected her lungs. Maybe when that asshole kicked her, may have broken her ribs, affected her lung capacity for a while. It shows her waking up. Now, this is the worst. Like, she wakes up. Amazing acting by Bella Ramsey. There's a tear coming down her eyes. You know, I've experienced this sort of thing. You lose someone, and then you wake up, and for a second you don't remember anything, and then you remember that they're gone, and the horror and the grief that come over you. It's horrible. It's like waking up into a nightmare instead of waking up out of one. She remembers
like you have lucidity, and then all this comes loading in.
Yeah. She has a PTSD flashback. She starts screaming bloody murder, and there's a split-second shot of Abby stabbing Joel in the neck, which she saw from her point of view, and it's a flashback. I would say she definitely has PTSD from this. Who wouldn't?
Yeah, it's like she's reliving it when she sees it like this. Like she's there.
She's definitely reliving it. Yeah. It's like she's seeing it in front of her. I think they have to sedate her from the looks of it. Yeah, they give her something to calm her down. And they keep her in the hospital for a while too. Amazing performance. The people who are attacking this actor, I believe they refer to Bella as an actor rather than actress, because it's more I don't know, ambiguous. And she is non-binary. They are non-binary. I forever will have to correct myself. But
they usually say actor, they're non-binary.
Bella did an incredible job. What an amazing performance with the acting here. And she said, I mean, they said it's hard. It's actually hard to cry. Bella said it's really difficult. Crying scenes are really difficult. That doesn't come easily. Some actors find it easier than others, and Bella said it's not easy, but she nailed it. It was gut-wrenching, the screaming and the crying.
Yeah. A lot of times you gotta like really think of things in your life that are horrible in order to cry.
Yeah, it can be really brutal, like for actors who have to like a lot of actors they do that. They think of something terrible that happened to them, and that's how they get there and perform that. They draw from their own experiences. It can be that's got to be emotionally draining. And then there are tricks, you know, like Simon Webster, when I interviewed him, who plays Ethan on From, Simon, I asked him, how hard was that for you to cry? He never had to do that before on camera on From. And he said that it's really difficult. And he had that trick where he stares straight ahead for a long time until his eyes burn and really focus on something. And then his eyes burn and well up with tears. But he said he didn't have to do it in that case because he thought about how much he was going to miss Elizabeth Moy, who plays Tian Shen. And so the tears were real. Yeah. So he just was really crying over that. Because they're like a family. So anyway. Yeah, Kelly, this was brutal, right? When Tommy was asking washing Joel's body, told him to say hi to Sarah. Yeah. That was tough. Mackie said somebody sway the poll. It's 50-50 still. Wow. I'm surprised. It's 50-50 about whether Ellie should go after Abby. Buncher Ledger says somebody vote yes, please. Correct answer. Vote no, says Samuel. Ellie shouldn't have gone for Abby, but I'm glad she did. Right. Makes for a good story. We wouldn't really have a show anymore. I mean, we could show them dealing with other threats, but it wouldn't really be as much of a show, as compelling of a show if she didn't go after Abby at this point. Ellie has a pneumothorax from her cracked ribs. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like it had something to do with her lungs then, for sure. Oh, yeah, I was wondering why there was the catheter in her chest. So it must have been like draining stuff out of her chest or her ribs or something. Yeah, cracked ribs. Maybe she had some internal bleeding and needed to drain it, like Ellis from. Yeah. Yep. That's crazy though. Steve, you had that. That's awful. Sorry to hear that. Hope you healed okay. Bella actually broke down crying on set in a later scene at Joel's house. Oh wow. She did think about how much she said she thought about how much she was going to miss Pedro.
Mhm.
So that helped. We asked when she hugs Joel's jacket, Bella said those are real tears because she was going to miss Pedro. So yeah, that scene was really hard to watch. It's hard to watch. So 3 months later, they jump ahead and they're rebuilding. They're still picking up the pieces. They definitely had some buildings that got decimated by fire, so they're doing a lot of rebuilding. And Bella, so Ellie was in the hospital for a long time. Wow. They finally let her out after 3 months. And she had to blow into this thing where they got all these medical supplies, I wonder. But she had to blow into this to test her lung capacity. I'm sure that's what this is. I used to, after I had spinal surgery, I had to do that too, even though there was nothing wrong with my lungs. For some reason, I had reduced, well, when you have spinal fusion, for some reason, you have reduced lung capacity. So I actually did. And when I was discharged, I had to keep blowing into this thing to improve my lung capacity after spinal surgery. It's no joke. So they kept her in there a long time. And they made her see Gail, the therapist, the only therapist in the whole place. And she's really not into it and not wanting therapy, but they force it on her anyway. And I feel like Gail is pumping her for information. I swear to God, first of all, she tells Ellie, like, she asks about Ellie's last moments with Joel, the last time she was with him, and Ellie says that she didn't go sit with him on the porch. The last time she saw him was after she blew up at him at the dance and said, "I don't need your fucking help." Walked home. He was sitting on the porch with his guitar. She just stared at him coldly and then walked away. Gail asks, "Do you regret that?" And she says, "Yes." And it's really a shame that she didn't make peace with Joel before he died. And now she's always going to regret that, the way they left things. She's going to regret the way she treated him for who knows how long. And in the game last week, Tony was on and he said that she actually went up on the porch and played guitar with him in the game. She didn't just walk by him.
Yeah.
So they made it even more brutal in the show.
Yeah.
Jesus. When they make changes, it's always to make things more brutal, not less.
Yeah.
Damn it. Wow. Everything else, it's true to the show. Well, I will say, no, there was one exception. The way that they killed Joel is a little less brutal in the show. They didn't smash his face in. So, I mean, they beat it to a pulp, but she didn't smash it with a golf club. So there's that.
It'd be horrible if somebody was trying to hold somebody with their face smashed in.
Yeah. Yeah.
You want at least a little bit of like sanity. Not totally off the deep end.
Exactly.
I think the video
right?
game, his face is kind of shrouded a little bit too. Like it isn't like you see it exactly. Some things happen off, off stage.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm glad they actually did us a favor in that one case. They made it a little less brutal. So and it just sucks, like that was their last interaction. But I know I did like something that Ellie said. Ellie is extremely insightful. She's like somebody who, you know, she basically could say everything the therapist was going to say before they say it. And I'm the same way. Like, I know exactly what a therapist is going to say to me. I'm very self-aware, and I know when I'm doing maladaptive things. I know, like, I can basically do their job for them. But that doesn't mean you don't need therapy. You still need to process your feelings and talk them out. And Ellie is just not receptive to doing that. She says that, I really like something that Ellie says, that basically your last moment with someone doesn't define your entire relationship. I really liked that, because personally for me, like, it also makes me feel better about certain things, you know, people I've lost, to think of it that way, because, you know, there are certain things you regret about, like, the last time you got to speak to someone you love, you know, what you said or didn't say, and all of that stuff. But I liked that. That was really wise. That doesn't define your entire relationship. You know, it doesn't. She had a beautiful relationship with Joel. She does regret the way she left things, and I think she always will, but it's good that she can think of it that way. It doesn't define all of it. Like, she had all those good times with him. You know, he knew she loved him. I mean, maybe in the end it was a little difficult. It was like she didn't love him anymore, the way she was acting, but I mean, you can't beat yourself up forever, because you don't know it's the last time. Many times someone is taken from you, and you don't know that it's the last interaction you're ever going to have before they die. It happens all the time. So you can't beat yourself up forever for what you said or didn't say, if you didn't know it was going to be the last time, or even if you did know and you were overwhelmed and you regret something about that. It doesn't have to define, it doesn't define your whole relationship with that person. So you should give yourself grace. And she says to the therapist, so I should forgive myself. So she already knows this stuff. I don't think it's going to be that easy for her. It's easy to say, and I know this from personal experience, intellectually, I know that I shouldn't have to feel guilty or blame myself for certain things. I know it intellectually, but I can't help doing it anyway. So I can say the same thing as her. I can talk to the therapist in the same way, but a guilt complex is not something that's easy to reason with. You're still going to feel that anyway. I still feel it, even though I know I don't deserve to feel guilty for certain things about people I've lost. So this is so relatable, right? And Steve said, we know Ellie is lying to Gail about not speaking to Joel after the dance, because we see Joel playing guitar on the porch, but later we see the same guitar sitting upright on its stand in Ellie's room. Oh, Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, so maybe we're going to see a flashback and they did talk again. Okay. Nice. Good eye. Okay. Well, that would be great. I hope we get a flashback. I know there's a flashback in there's a scene in the trailer of them playing guitar, but it looks like an older scene. She's got her hair in a ponytail the way she used to wear it, and she looks younger to me. So the scene in the trailer, I think it might be him teaching her to play guitar. They're smiling. He's handing it to her. She's got her hair in a ponytail. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe that's one scene, and then we're going to get another one that's them talking in a flashback. That would be great.
Yeah.
I hope
Maybe they held on to that so they could have the actor back.
Yeah. There are a bunch of flashbacks that we haven't seen yet that are still coming. Scenes from the trailer and from a sneak peek trailer that we got. A bunch of different things of Joel and Ellie. So we're still going to see, like, Joel and Ellie out on horseback together with guns, or I think they were on horses. They come on this, like, dinosaur, this T-Rex statue in the woods. Like, we're going to see some good times in flashbacks. I just wish they had shown that to us before they killed him off. Like, it's just going to be bittersweet seeing it in flashbacks now. I don't know. When I saw all that stuff in the trailer, they tricked me into thinking he's going to die later. And we'll at least see some nice stuff first, but no such luck. Because I knew he was going to die. I saw it in a spoiler, but I just was hoping it wouldn't be so soon.
Yeah.
Steve said she had previously told Jesse that they're good now, so she's going to go on patrol with him. That's true, Steve. In episode 2 at the beginning, she said, Joel and I are always going to be Joel and I. You know, he's Joel and I'm me, and it's never going to change, and they're good. So maybe they did make peace. I hope so. I'm not sure why she would need to lie about it to Gail, but she also lies to Gail in the same scene, saying Joel never did anything to hurt her, which we know isn't true, and can reason that she's lying about all of this so she can leave and begin to avenge Joel's death. Right, because this is oh, and Amy said she voted no, Ellie should not go after Abby. So this is interesting. So after Ellie says that your final moments don't define your relationship, you know, Gail says, like, but you remember it though, and you regret it. And she said, in my last moments with Joel, he said that I asked him if he had hurt you in some way, and all he said was, I saved her. It seems to me like she's trying to pump her for information. I don't trust Gail. I think Gail has a vendetta because Joel killed her husband, Eugene. She had a sinister look on her face when she was asking Joel, what did you do to Ellie? Did you do something to hurt her? You can tell me no matter how bad it is. And there was a point of view shot from Joel looking at Gail. Gail's looking right in the camera saying this. I think that if he had told her, she would have outed his secret about Ellie being immune. I don't trust her at all. She admits that she hated Joel and couldn't stand him being in her house because he killed her husband. So yeah, I don't trust this lady. She's pumping her for information. Why? It's weird. She's like, you know, he said, I saved her. And Ellie covers and says, he saved me lots of times. Gail says, well, you know, like I forget how she responds to it, but she says this seemed different. And Ellie's like, you know, I don't know what you're talking about. And she lies and glosses over it. So yeah, I think Gail wants some kind of dirt on Joel, even though he's dead already. It's weird to me that she's still pumping it for information. I don't know. Maybe she is just trying to be a good therapist and get her to open up. But I just get weird vibes from her personally. And if she found out Ellie's secret, I wouldn't trust her. Even with Joel dead, personally. I love this actress, by the way. I love that she's in the show. She's great. I love her. What's her name? Catherine O'Hara?
Catherine O'Hara? Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen Schitt's Creek?
No, I've never seen Schitt's Creek. I've heard it's good, though.
Yeah, we should watch a couple episodes sometime.
Yeah, I've heard it's really funny. And it's hard to find good comedies anymore. Comedy is practically dead in TV. So, yeah. I only know her from Home Alone, of course, and I love her. That was iconic. The Kevin scream.
Beetlejuice?
Never saw Beetlejuice. Nope. Never saw Beetlejuice.
I'll put that above Mad Max. I'll put it above Mad Max in my list of movies.
I definitely want to watch Beetlejuice. Tim Burton's style is not my thing. I've watched a few Tim Burton movies and I don't like it, but Beetlejuice, it just seems like one of those movies I've got to see at least once. So I do want to see it. And I know they're making a new one too. If it hasn't come out. It already came out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was okay.
Just okay.
Yeah, like most sequels that come out years and years later. And most of them are just okay.
Yeah. That's what usually happens when they try to revive something that came out many years ago and make a new movie or something. Yeah. It's usually just
a sequel plan called Beetlejuice Goes Hawaiian where they were in Hawaii on vacation with Beetlejuice, and I thought that was so much of a better idea than what became as Beetlejuice. I've said Beetlejuice way too many times.
Yeah, you just said that way too many times. You better watch yourself.
Well, the whole idea of Tim Burton's thing was to take kind of this German expressionism, but put it in a Hawaiian context, which would be, the clash between the two.
Oh.
And that's where you
Okay.
get the comedy.
Right. Gotcha.
So.
Well, Beetlejuice is what I want to see at least once for sure.
Yeah.
It's pretty messed up. I don't know. I won't go off on a tangent. I could easily go off on a tangent, but we'll never get through the breakdown, so I'll stop it.
Sure.
But Steve said she can't tell Gail about what Joel did without revealing that she's immune. Exactly. Mackie, yeah, thanks for the update because it takes me a while to refresh my YouTube tab. Team Vengeful is winning now in the poll. Not surprised. Not surprised. Oh, that's awful, Dieter. My mom had a tube in her lungs a few years ago in a lot of pain. That was so scary. I hope she's okay now. Anyway, Mackie says, I've been up Schitt's Creek but never seen it. Yeah, me too, Mackie. You and me both. Yeah. Yep. I love her in Home Alone. But after Ellie leaves the room,
she does really play a mom character in a lot of things.
She really does. After Ellie leaves after Ellie leaves the room, the camera lingers on Gail for a moment. That's why I think she might have an agenda. Like I don't trust her when it comes to Ellie, and I didn't trust her when it comes to Joel. Remember now, this is a show about people who are so consumed by grief that they want vengeance and they turn violent, they turn bitter, and she's consumed by the grief of the loss of her husband because of Joel. Now it's possible that they're going a different route with her, and she's not thinking in the vengeful mentality like other characters. So that could be the case. The show has kind of trained us to think they all are going to be out for vengeance and bitter and violent, but maybe not in her case, maybe not. But I've got my eye on her. I don't trust it. I don't trust Miss Gail here. Dina says Bill Chill says Dina, Gail is trying to learn more about Ellie and Joel's relationship. She too is a nosy neighbor. Gail and Dina, what does this say? Suspect several secrets with Ellie. Yes, indeed. Yeah, maybe she's just being nosy, but I don't know. Kevin, the iconic Kevin. I love it. And she's been a really good sport in recent years. Like she made a commercial with I think she made a commercial with
Kevin Hart.
Macaulay Culkin.
And she did some with Kevin Hart.
She also did one, as the mom from Home Alone again with Macaulay Culkin, and she did the Kevin scream. It was funny. Yeah. Catherine O'Hara plays horrible mother roles. She leaves Kevin home by himself at the airport. She neglects Lydia and Beetlejuice. Yeah. So Ellie puts on a show like she's fine so that she can get released, but she's really not fine. Her face changes as she's walking away. I like this shot walking straight toward the camera. You can see her face change from this unaffected fake smile to this empty, bitter look on her face. Like she just, you could see that the grief is consuming her and the desire for revenge. It's there. And at their house, she finds it surrounded by little memorials that people left for Joel, flowers and other things, which is really beautiful but sad. There's a note somebody left, something like, Joel, thank you for your something. I can't read what it says, but someone saying thank you for. I mean, we didn't get to see much of it because they rushed this plot line like crazy, but Joel was a very important part of this place. After he moved there, he was in kind of like a town manager position where he did a lot for them, helping them orchestrate the building of new areas for refugees to live in. And, like, he wasn't officially on the council, but he was in some kind of town manager position from what I could see. And he helped a lot of people. He was pragmatic about it, but he was working night and day to get as many refugees space in there as possible and build more. He was just worried that they were going to run out of space. That's all. But obviously he was beloved by people here, and you can see that with everything that was left there. It's crazy how normal this place looks. This just looks like a normal, like, civilized place, not the apocalypse. That they've got a hospital, they've got Little League in this episode. They've got neighborhoods like this with beautiful flowering trees and manicured lawns and stuff. It's so weird to me. Anyway, this scene was beautifully shot, beautifully lit. It reminds me a lot of the way they shoot The Handmaid's Tale. The Handmaid's Tale, The Handmaid's Tale is a very dark, intense show, and they do a lot of this, a lot of the scenes are lit dark inside. You've got this darkness that pervades the indoor area, and you get this dark gloom feeling, but they always have this beautiful light source of natural light coming in a window and just bathing the area in some light. But inside, it's like light outside, but inside it's always dark like this, and beautiful shots. I like how they did it. This scene was really hard to watch. I mean, I think most people have experienced something like this. I know I have, just in recent years, for the first time, losing somebody that close to you and then having to go to their home and look around at their things and the remnants of them, and it's absolutely gutting. It gutted me when I had to go through this with some people I adored, and going around, and I had to go 5 days a week. I won't go into the details because I don't want to get all emotional and off subject, but I had to keep going to this home 5 days a week and be surrounded by their things all the time, and take care of a family member who was left behind. And and you see, like, things, this I've experienced this personally too. This is stuff that he was working on that was unfinished. Seeing things that this loved one was working on but left unfinished because they died. I've experienced that too. So these shots are so simple, and yet they speak volumes. And anyone who's been in a position like this would resonate with you. And I thought that was really well done. Just understated. No words needed to be said. You could just, if you've been there, if you know, you know. And she opened this box, and there's Joel's broken watch. I'm surprised she didn't take it. She didn't take it. From what I could see, she left it there. His beloved watch from his daughter. She knows what that watch is. She knows what it means. But I didn't see her take it unless I missed something. So that was kind of weird to me. Maybe she found it too painful to take as a memory of him, as a memento, so she left it. But she took his gun. And what is this? What is this literary device? This is a literal Chekhov's gun right here. Literally. I thought this was so smart how they did this. She finds his gun, his handgun. She picks it up and she holds it. This is definitely, to me, a Chekhov's gun. This is a symbol of the fact that she will go after Abby's people, and there will be bloodshed. When you see a gun in a story, you know it's going to be used at some point, and this is a literal Chekhov's gun. That's what a Chekhov's gun is. And there can be things in shows and movies that are just figurative. They're not literally guns, but but this is literally a Chekhov's gun. There's no doubt in my mind. So I love how they did that. And she takes the gun. See, I think that also this symbolizes the fact that she leaves the watch behind, but she takes the gun. That this is the path that she's choosing. She could choose to stay there and deal with her grief in a healthier way, take his watch and remember him and take care of herself and pick up the pieces of her life, take care of the ones around her, be with the people she has left, and hold on to his watch. But instead, she chooses the gun and she takes the gun. That's choosing the path of vengeance. And so, yeah, I love how they did that. Like the symbolism in what she decided to take and what she left. She's choosing vengeance. She wants to avenge him, and I understand why, but it's sad because it's not going to bring him back. It's not going to bring her peace. That grief will always be there. And this scene was beautiful too, but also gut-wrenching. She smells this jacket that must still smell like him. With the light coming in, it was beautifully shot. It's dark in here, but like she's backlit by this gorgeous sunlight, and I love how they shot it. It was gorgeous. Really difficult to watch though, because I've experienced this myself as well, with the loss of somebody and just wanting to be close to them again in any way. And Bella killed it. Bella did an amazing job with this. And these were real tears. Like I think Steve said earlier, Bella was just thinking about how much she would miss working with Pedro. They were really close. So these were real tears. Yeah. Not much else to say on that. Just devastating. And then she hears a knock at the door, and she's so afraid to show her emotions and make herself vulnerable to anyone. So she panics and starts wiping the tears really fast, gets herself composed before she answers the door, even though it's her friend. She's so afraid to show feelings, to just let that out in front of anybody. She's always got to be this tough guy persona, so to speak. And then we've got Ellie and Dina talking, and Dina brought her some cookies, she says, as a peace offering, because she's about to say something that's going to make her angry, which is that she knows the names of the people who killed Joel. She lied to her in the hospital because they said not to say anything to upset Ellie. She lied, and she actually knows all their names. She heard them talking to each other, so she knows their names. And she knows the one who killed Joel is Abby. And as soon as Ellie hears the name, she just repeats it to herself, like, Abby. You know she's out for blood. She gets this look in her eye that's like, it's just rage, bitterness. She's definitely out for blood. And she's angry because Dina cost them time. Now these people must be far away. It's been 3 months. And Dina says she thought about that, but since they didn't know which way they were going, she said, like, everybody was just trying to pick up the pieces after the compound was attacked. Everything was a mess. They couldn't go out after them right away. And she thought, well, we don't know where they're going, but she knows where they're going to end up, their destination. So if you're looking for a group of people and you don't know like where they are, but you know their destination, then why not wait till they get to their destination and then go for them, which is Seattle. She heard all of that. It wasn't really smart of them to say so much stuff in front of her, as a matter of fact, but she got all that info because she was there in the room. And they just sit there, and Ellie accepts that explanation. She's angry, but she accepts it, and they So they discuss that, and Dina remembers the patch that she saw on one of their backpacks or something, and she draws it from memory. It's the WLF, the wolf emblem. It's got the wolf picture on it. She draws it pretty well from memory, and so she's got a lot of really vital information here. So yeah, Ellie decides she's going to go to Tommy with that, and she thinks they need to go after them. Of course, that's her immediate response. She goes to Tommy, and he said that they can't make a move without talking to the council first. They have to schedule a meeting with the council, and Ellie's pissed off. She's like, if it were you, Joel would go after. Joel would go right away. And Tommy says, yeah, if it were to save me, if he were still alive, but Joel is not alive. This isn't a rescue mission. This would be a revenge mission. So I think Tommy is correct. I really do. He's right, and he should stay there. For the sake of TV, it's more entertaining if he goes, and he probably will wind up following them, I'm sure. In his case, I think it will be more about going to help Ellie so that she doesn't get herself killed, because he knew how much Joel loved her, and he's like her uncle, basically. You can tell he loves her too at this point. They've had 3 months to get to know each other. No, not 3 months. What am I saying? They've had 5 years and roughly 3 months to get to know each other, and he loves her too. So I do think that he'll probably go after her. For him, it won't just be about revenge. It will be about trying to protect Ellie on Joel's behalf, for Joel's sake. He's a good guy. A lot of people thought, yeah, he should have gone. I get it, but he's got a 5-year-old son there, and Joel would not want him to risk his life and cost his 5-year-old son his father. So I'm Team Tommy on that one, but he says that they'll put it to a vote in the council and schedule a meeting. Let me just check in with the chat real quick before I continue, though. Dina becomes awesome at the table scene. Yeah, Bill Chilch. I loved her at the table scene. I'm liking Dina more and more. I really enjoyed her in this episode, I have to say. She was great. Steve. Yes, Steve, exactly. You have the same thought as me. She chose Joel's gun over the watch to show where her head is at. She's choosing violence. 100%. She's choosing violence. Who is Chekhov? That guy, is that the guy Joel got the gun from? JK. Yes, Doc. Chekhov's gun, yes. A principle of storytelling. Emphasizes that every element introduced in a narrative should have a purpose and contribute to the overall plot. It encourages writers to make every detail meaningful and necessary, avoiding unnecessary clutter and ensuring that expectations are met. 100%. That's why, I'm not going to digress, but that's why in From, I believe that Victor remembered he has this forgotten sister, Eloise. That was introduced for a reason. I think Eloise is a Chekhov's gun, and she will contribute to the plot eventually. She'll be alive, and I think she's like a human Chekhov's gun. So, anyway, I've been saying that for a long time. But anyway, back to The Last of Us. Julie, what the heck? Julie Bay is okay. We love her. Yay. Dieter, you're funny. Julie B's deep, no time for fake. Hit like, share, sub, raise the stakes. Dive in raw, no shallow stream. Julie B's squad runs the dream. Oh man, that's funny. It's great. Anyway, we find this tribe of people This I think it's a cult, but we don't know anything about them yet. But it looks like a cult. They have this symbol that they wear on these cloaks. It's like they all have culty uniforms. They all wear these same like dark colored outfits with the symbol on the back, and they have bows and arrows. The men all have shaved heads and deep scars on each cheek, kind of like a ghoulish grin, like the Joker. A lot like Randall's scar on one side of his cheek on From. They have it on both sides. The camera made sure to show us this with this dude, and it's really deep. They must cut themselves extremely deep for it to leave a scar that's permanent like that. And they even do it to children, which is fucked up. At least wait till they're adults. And they have this stupid whistling routine, which we talked about earlier. Idiots. They whistle so that they have a long procession of people, and then one of them whistles, and then the one at the back whistles back to let them know they're all clear, they're not being followed, it's all good. And then they continue. But by doing so, you're alerting anybody who might be in the vicinity that you're there. Dumbasses. Ugh, God, that's stupid. Infected, wolves, like, not literal wolves, but those people in the militia. You're gonna alert them that
Maybe
you're
also
there, you
literal
dumbass.
wolves.
Yeah, and maybe literal wolves too, because they're in the woods. Yeah. This little girl broke my heart. She was so sweet. Oh my God, this little girl. Oh, she was so adorable. And she had fresh cuts on her cheeks. It looked like they did it just recently. And she asks this guy, like, why do we have to, she said, like, won't the prophet protect us? So they had this prophet, I believe they said her name was Constance, and she died like maybe 10 years ago, according to this guy. And he said that they can't rely on the prophet to protect them. They have to protect themselves, and just live by her word. And he says something like, so it was, and then everyone repeats, so it was. I believe that was the phrase, which again sounds very culty. It's also like what people in certain organized religions do in church, like they all repeat something at the same time. So people do stuff like that in religion and cults. So I'd say this is definitely a cult. And look how they're all dressed the same. They must all be required to wear their hair. The women wear their hair like Heidi, and the men have the shaved heads.
Pretty cool.
It is cool. They're cool looking. I'm really interested to learn more about these people. And the little girl, since he said that they have to defend themselves and the prophet won't protect them, she says, then can I have a hammer? And he gives her a hammer and says, do you feel safer? She says, yes.
He seems to be pretty happy with the hammer.
He's real happy with the hammer. Yeah. She's real happy. She's adorable. Oh my God. It was so sad what happens to her in the end. But I do like that at least these people are logical enough that they don't think that this prophet they believe is that they had, they don't think that she's going to magically protect them. They know they have to protect themselves. So I'll give them that. That's logical. They have to protect themselves. But they think they have to live by her word. In the aftermath of an apocalypse, I can understand why cults would pop up. It makes sense to me. And I think at some point she asks if they have to be worried about like demons nearby, and he says no wolves, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't write this part down, but I think so. I believe that they think the infected are demons, and he mentions that the wolves are a threat. So the wolves, aka the WLF militia, they're definitely at war with this group, from what I can see now. Like they're they're fighting each other for some stupid reason, because humans are always our own worst enemy. Then he whistles again, I think, and there's a whistle back that doesn't match his, which means it's not one of them. It's not one of them following. It's the wolves. It's the WLF. So they know that they're screwed. He yells to everyone to take cover, and yeah, the whistling got them all killed. So congrats. You can't fix stupid, like Smitty said. They all take cover, but they're all screwed. We find them dead by the end of the episode. And the poor little girl. Oh God, I love like little redheaded children. There's something about them that makes them extra cute. Oh my God. I used to work in a preschool, and there was a little girl named Meridian. Don't ask me why her name was Meridian, but she had the most beautiful red hair, and she was adorable. She was a monster in terms of her behavior with most people, but she was so good for me, and she loved me. She was so cute. I just loved her. She was precious. She used to sit on my lap and I'd read to her. She reminded me a lot of this little girl, as a matter of fact. Yeah, these people are screwed. It's so sad. But anyway, back to this. So Ellie has hung up the emblem of the WLF on the wall. And she's got pictures of guns that she drew. And she's doing her fight training, continuing that with Jesse, like she was doing before. He doesn't know that she wants to go off, after Abby yet. This is just her normal fight training. She's got a Matrix poster on the wall. That's cool. The Matrix. Maybe one of the creators of the show is a fan. And he's amazed that she's still so strong after 3 months of laying around. But she says when they weren't looking, she did push-ups and crunches. And so she's almost as strong as she was before. Hold on a second. I heard something. In a minute. Let me come back to my StreamYard tab. Umbra's here. Let me add you. Hey, Umbra. How's it going?
Hey, Julie. Hey, Scarlet. How are you all?
You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I hear you fine. How's it
Okay.
going?
It's going all right. How are you all?
Not bad. Not bad. But so what did you think about this episode before we continue?
It was a pretty interesting episode. In ways, it wasn't like overly exciting or anything. It's just padding, I guess, to kind of set the stage for what's to come. Decent acting throughout, and I guess surprise energy and redemption for Seth, who stood up and and was like, "We got to get revenge and justice," and seeing how he crashed out initially with the bigotry and then made up for that, or at least is continuously now on the right path. It's kind of good to see that character growth from a supporting character. I just want to say that. But yeah,
I agree. Yeah, I liked to see that. Yeah. Seth did have some character growth in a very short time, so that was cool. Yeah, so Umbra, his channel is linked in the description of the video too, so make sure you guys subscribe to Infinite Umbra's channel. What have you had going on lately, Umbra, with your channel?
thank you. Just last week we were talking about WrestleMania and a bunch of other news and entertainment and gaming, things like that. Nothing major new going for the channel as far as things go, just the typical for myself and my co-host. But yeah, I mean, I'm thinking of doing a roundtable discussion for that movie, Sinners, by with Michael B. Jordan and cast.
I've heard really good things about that. So everyone's been talking about
excellent.
Sinners.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was excellent. If some people are calling it a masterpiece, I can see why they say it. I wouldn't quite call it a masterpiece, but it's really close in my opinion. It's
Nice.
so close that if people say it, I'm not going to argue against them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So thinking of having a spoiler discussion for that that I might post independent of this week's podcast. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I've been hearing like if someone said if you're missing the show From, then check out Sinners. So I'll look forward to. I can't go to the movie theater, but I'll look forward to when it comes online and definitely watch it. Anyway, so getting back to this scene, yeah, Ellie's still training, doing the fight training, and she tells Jesse, she wants to go after Abby, and he is on the council now. He's a member of the council that runs the place as a group, and he says that he can't tell her which way he's going to vote because that's anonymous, and he advises her to write down what she's going to say at the council meeting because no one's going to follow her if she's just angry and ranting. No one's going to listen. She needs to collect her thoughts, write it down, and he's got a point. I think that was really good advice. So she doesn't like to hear it, but he's always very logical.
Ultimately, he is. Ultimately, it didn't matter though, as we saw, as only 3 voted yes.
Yep. Ultimately, it didn't matter. Still good advice, though, but Jesse's very much about following the rules, and he's very, by the book, and Ellie is clearly not. This dude was hilarious.
Yeah.
This dude was just rambling about like growing corn or something. like nobody cares, dude.
Look how no one is listening to him. Like everybody's looking the other way, like whatever.
Right?
He's like, what about the corn now?
Like, dude, the entire town is assembled here to discuss this pivotal question of whether to go after Joel's murderer. Nobody gives a shit about your corn. It's so ridiculous.
The lady down below on the left, she looked annoyed actually right there, like, here he goes with this corn again.
She did. He's probably rambling about it all the time. Look at their faces, like, Jesus.
Right.
Christ. You shut up about the corn.
It's interesting though, I will say, how they've handled this, because this was not in a game either, should I say, but at least the council, whatever, scene like this, and to see Tommy there like that, and he's so, how do I say this? He is reserved on his anger and sorrow relatively well. It's very interesting to see. I'll say that he did speak on it earlier when she came there and was like, "Why didn't we go? We need to go after her. Why did you go? Blah blah blah." And he had to kind of check Ellie and tell her like, "Yo, he's my brother. Don't think for a second that you care more about him being killed than me." He had to let her know.
Yes.
So, but he has like a quiet fury right now. And I just want to see if they're gonna play into that, as I hope they do.
That's right. That's right. He said earlier in the episode, he said to Ellie, like, don't talk about him like I didn't know him. He was my brother. He's angry too, but he is more reserved about it, and he's more level-headed. And yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how he moves on going forward. And he has a lot more to lose in this. From what I heard, he didn't have a son in the game. In this, he has a 5-year-old son. That changes everything. Being a parent changes everything. His decision really should be based on his child more than anything else, if you ask me.
Yeah, because he has to look to the future. I mean, also too, they have to look forward to taking care of they have to take care of that community, right? Like that community is literally, they have modern times situations going on in Jackson, Wyoming, right there, that while the other parts of the world are in like post-apocalyptic situations. Like you want to preserve that, right? So it's a
Yes.
lot at stake here. You know what I mean? From kids, the future, and everything else. So it's not as easy as we as the audience may want, and just go get them. So it's a very realistic take on a type of situation like this, I will say.
Absolutely. Like, I listened really closely to the different arguments that everyone made, and I didn't like, normally when I break down episodes, I take massive amounts of notes. I don't do that with this show. I don't write down a lot of quotes, but in this case, I thought it was necessary to really look at the different arguments that people made. So I did take notes on what each of these people said. This lady, I didn't write down literally everything, but she said basically, Joel wasn't the only one we lost. She says, I lost my sister that day. A lot of people in here buried family. And this also provides us some exposition in a way, but in a way that it's not ineffective. A lot of times you don't want exposition in a story. You don't want too much. You want to show, not tell. And they did a time jump of 3 months. So we didn't really get to see as much of the devastation as I kind of wish we had seen, maybe just a little bit more of them trying to pick up the pieces. And they lost a lot of people other than just Joel. And through this lady, we get to hear a little bit more about what happened, what else they lost. She said a lot of people here buried family. So that's a good amount of, like, it's not too much exposition. It's just enough so we get a handle on what the hell happened, because it was very hard to tell. All we saw were just the streets littered with bodies. You couldn't tell which were infected and which were the humans who died. But I think they lost a lot of their strongest people who were fighting, and they had all the weakest people hiding in bunkers, the elderly and the children, and but clearly they weren't decimated too much because this place is packed with people. So there's that, at least.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And the way that they're displaying it, like they can kind of dictate how many people died versus how many survived, and put a good amount of people, whatever, how they decide to dictate that. Yeah, as the audience, we don't know what numbers they have, right? But that they definitely took a major loss. I mean, you can see the bodies littered in the morgue area along with Joel's body as earlier in the show. So they lost some I don't want to say normal people, but they lost some people of Wyoming, I guess you could say, of Jackson, for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely. One of those cowards that was standing next to Joel and then ran away, he got killed. It showed him dead. He was standing next. Did I say Joel? He was standing next to Tommy. I think I might have said Joel. He was standing next to Tommy, ran away, and he got killed. Well, that's what you get for being a coward. He turned tail and ran. But anyway, the lady says, I lost my sister that day. A lot of people buried family, and you want to send 16 of our best? And then she's basically saying, while they're gone, who's going to watch the wall? Meaning, who's going to keep watch outside the fortress wall? Sending 16 of their best people is what they're proposing. And she's like, what if they don't come back? She says, I feel for you, and Joel, but she says, we are too hurt and it is too soon. She makes good points. They lost a lot.
Yeah.
Right? They lost a lot more than just Joel. And sending that many people away, it's going to make them more vulnerable if they were to do that. And they may not come back. They'd lose 16 more of their strongest people. So they don't want to lose any more. And I think this is the most logical standpoint to take in a situation like this. This is the post-apocalypse. Yes, they've lost people, but there is no imminent threat anymore. It's been 3 months. No one has come back to attack them. And I'll get to this in a minute, but I think that Seth is wrong in his argument that they're just going to come back and kill more of us. If they wanted to kill more people than just Joel, they wouldn't have left Ellie and Dina alive. It was obvious that they were just there for Joel, and none of these people know why, but I think that that's a dead giveaway right there. No pun intended, but that's a dead giveaway. The fact that they chose to leave Ellie and Dina alive and they only killed Joel and left, and now it's been 3 months. I don't think there is an imminent threat to justify going out after them. So I think Seth is wrong and this woman is right. They need to pick up the pieces of what they have left and protect the people they have left. Don't send more of their strong people out to possibly get killed.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that. I can see it both ways, though, right? I think you're right, ultimately. But cooler heads wouldn't prevail necessarily, right? And Seth and them, they're heated. People got killed, at least Joel in this case. So they're probably like, and not knowing the information, they came and killed one of our own. And in the game, it's interesting because Dina wasn't there. It was a different girl, and they actually killed her. And Tommy and Joel were both there when it happened, right? But Tommy was like incapacitated. They hit him. They pistol whipped him, and he couldn't help. I'm not sure if he was KO'd or not. I think he was, but I'm not certain. But from the townsfolk, they don't know. Like you said, they don't know what's happening, and sometimes, unfortunately, irrationality takes hold. So people are, Seth, for instance, is hyped and thinking like, who's to say they won't come back and attack? I'll throw this in there. I think you're right ultimately, but I will say the case of it being that in this post-apocalyptic setting, Jackson being this more or less utopia, who's to say that the WLF might not say, hey, that's a location we can take hold of, right?
Yeah.
Just to say, they might say, hey, well, we've run out of resources here. They have literal livestock and cows and corn, as that guy was just talking about.
Right.
Maybe they want, maybe they want to come there and add that to their, you never know. But so I guess the future could hold that. But currently, sure, I think you're right. Ultimately, they don't have any immediate plans to take over Jackson.
Right. So yeah, I agree with you. I can see it both ways. They do have, and they are very careful not to even communicate with anybody via radio outside of their community because they don't want anyone to know what they have. You've got people who are raiders who come and steal whatever they can because they're trying to survive. And so, yeah, if word got out about what they have going on there could be a threat. That's true. Right now, the poll on should Ellie have gone after Abby, 55% said yes, 45% said no. So it's very close, very close. So the poll is still up there for people to participate if you haven't voted yet. Yeah, I would vote no, but I can't vote in my own poll, so I can't vote. But that would be my answer. Anyway, so then, this dude here, I really liked what he said, and I think it speaks to something I was talking about earlier, which is mercy. Let's see, where are my notes? I was talking earlier about the Twilight Zone episode, A Quality of Mercy, and how, it's very easy to demonize your enemy and to be bloodthirsty until you try to see things through their eyes and put yourself in their shoes. And this guy is talking about mercy. And he says, I think his name is Carlisle. He says, he understands it. People came and killed Joel, so why wouldn't we want to take our vengeance? Well, because we're not supposed to. Forgive and be forgiven. No grudges, no revenge. And I'm not even a Christian, but I've always seen the wisdom in that. That's what separates us from the raiders and the murderers, our capacity for mercy. I like this guy. I think that he's right. I mean, I think it logically makes more sense to protect the people you have left anyway. And also, the capacity for mercy, that's what you should lean into instead of vengeance, even toward your enemies, because the vengeance, it's futile, and it doesn't bring anybody back. It just diminishes you. It makes you no better than your enemy. You lower yourself to their level, and you don't achieve any constructive purpose by achieving vengeance.
I
So
think, I mean, I get you, but I would say I think it's a case of us not having that affect us. And what I mean by that is how close is the proximity of the damage done to you? If it's your loved one, would you be like, well, let's just forgive and forget, as tough as it is? Or would you want vengeance, right? And justice, as Ellie tried to reword it, is really vengeance, right? Clearly, it's revenge.
right.
But I feel like it's a tough situation, and I think ultimately you're right. I just feel like it's easier said than done, only
Oh yeah.
because it's not directly affecting us and or him in this case. And if it was his brother or father figure or whoever or son, maybe he would feel differently. So I don't know.
Yeah. I totally get it. It's easier said than done. Absolutely. I can empathize with Ellie in this, but I do think that he's correct, and the woman before him was correct. Ellie is pissed listening to all of this, of course, and Seth actually cuts him off. Seth gets so pissed off that he interrupts. He jumps up and he says, "What the hell are we talking about here?" He's like, "Mercy? What are we talking about here? Boo hoo, it's not fair. We got to forgive everybody when they show up and piss in our eye. They came into our house. They took one of ours. My God, somebody shoots your brother. You want to take the locks off our doors? Grow up, you idiots. They'll come back. They'll come back because we didn't make them pay. And when they come back, they'll be laughing because we deserve it. A bunch of goddamn victims."
I cracked that when he was like, grow up.
Yeah, he says, "Grow up, you idiots." That was low key pretty funny, I gotta say.
Yeah, Seth wasn't having it. I mean,
No.
I get it from both perspectives. I really do. And again, they don't know. They don't know their motives of why they came there, did what they did. All they know is that they came there and did it. So who's to say when they would come back or not, right? So they're coming from a place
Yeah.
of incomplete information. Also, too, just to throw it out there, like very clearly, this season is speaking to revenge and mercy and forgiveness, and how the lack of forgiveness or the cost of vengeance and what it can lead to. It's the whole like theme of this season, and it was the theme of Last of Us 2 as well. So you can see they're heavy, like being heavy fisted with, or heavy ham fisted rather, with the themes of revenge and vengeance and all of that, and forgiveness. Even in this part right here, they're being ham fisted about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. He's I mean, yes, everybody makes some good points. He makes some good points that maybe that they could come back. They could come back, and so he's not just talking about vengeance. He's saying, like they they're going to come back. You want to take the locks off our doors? They'll come back because we didn't make them pay. So he thinks that there's a threat of these people coming back, and maybe he's right to think that. It's possible. They have a lot there. They, like you said, they have this like impossibly nice little utopia in the middle of an apocalypse. They have actual civilization there. I couldn't believe it when I saw it in season 1. They have like a little movie theater for the kiddos, and like a Christmas tree, potluck dinners, and New Year's dances. It's too idyllic. So I can understand the fear that maybe they might come back, and they say you need to go make these people pay. I see his point. Yeah, I do get his point. I still don't think he's right though, but
Yeah,
I see his point. It's a tough call.
it is. Yeah. And I want to know who the 3 who voted yes are. I'm going to guess one is Tommy. I want to know who the other 2 are.
Yeah, I got the sense from the expression on Jesse's face, as I'm going to show. I think Jesse may have voted no, and felt guilty about it. Oh, so I got this wrong earlier, Steve. I had highlighted this and I saved it. So I got mixed up. So in that scene with the Scar people, Constance was the little girl's name, not the prophet. Gotcha. And they believe the demons. Where is this? They believe the demons infected were meant to cleanse the world of man's sin. Oh Jesus, yeah, I'm not surprised there'd be people like that. Yeah. Bill Chill, different levels of civility. The town hall meeting. Wish we had this in From. Yeah, me too.
Hell, I wish we had that right now in real life.
Right? Yeah. That would be great. Yes. Civilized discussion. Yeah. I mean, this dude, yeah, he gets heated, but everything else is very civilized and reasonable, and they have their heads. They keep their heads about them and all that. Putting their heads together to think this through. It would be nice to have this in real life too. Tony Vasquez, hey, is Ellie the person the girl with the hammer was talking about, speaking about a prophecy? The little girl that was Constance. Her name was Constance, the little girl with the red hair. Steve says Seth standing up for Ellie and Joel despite their previous interaction is meant to show how people are complicated and not defined by one act. This is mirrored in Joel as well in regard to all the atrocities he's committed despite his immense love and compassion for Ellie. I like
Very
that a
well
lot.
said. Very well said.
Very well said indeed. Completely agree. So let me see. Get back to the chat here. Scott, hi there, Scott. Hope you're doing well. Our history books are full of examples of dead people who forgave others. They're living in a time when cannibalism is how a lot of people are living too. There's no God in their hearts. Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, there are actual cannibals. We saw some cannibals in season 1 because the food was so scarce. Horrifying. Please hit the like button if you haven't already, guys. Like Scott said, and subscribe, ring the notification bell. A lot of times, because of my pain condition, I do start lives later than planned. So if you enable notifications, you'll know when I actually do go live and release my videos. Anyway, so that's Seth's speech, and Ellie gives hers then. By the way, Seth wasn't even supposed to speak. Seth was not on the designated list of pre-approved people. Like he just jumped up and had that outburst.
He made an executive decision.
He did.
He got up like he was what's my man's name? Clint Eastwood or something. Like, no,
Yep.
you're gonna hear me.
Yep, he did. So yeah, they were like, Seth, you're not part of the the speaker list here. He didn't give a shit. He said his piece. Then he sat down, and Ellie got her chance. So there were a lot of speakers. There was a long list. We didn't see most of them. And Ellie was the last on the list that they had. They saved her for last. I'm guessing this was Tommy's doing, arranging it so that she speaks last. Whoever tends to speak last kind of makes the most impact, I think. That's the last argument people hear before they vote. I feel like that's a position of advantage. And Tommy, I think, was rooting for Ellie in this. So he put her there. She got the last spot. And it is her father. She's the one who lost him. So, I mean, father figure, so anyway.
Yeah, I agree with you. And the recency bias and a more impassioned speech at the end could sway people, right? I wonder, though, with all the names crossed out, because we only saw, 4 people maybe speak?
Right.
There's at least 12, maybe it looks like on that list. Maybe
Oh
more
yeah.
or less. So I wonder if more of them. It seems to be only Seth and Ellie who spoke about going to get justice, as she put it, which we know it wasn't that in her heart. But I wonder if everyone else was anti, sending a group of people to go and find them.
Yeah. I wonder what other people's positions were on this. I feel like the majority probably were against going after Joel because when they made their decision, there wasn't any ruckus. People were not, making a fuss. I think if there was an overwhelming sentiment of wanting to do this, then people would have, yelled or said something,
I
but
agree.
everyone just accepted it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with you.
So, Ellie's speech was great. I have to say it was great. Now, I take note of this. Gail has this interest in Ellie. I thought it was interesting how when Ellie speaks, the camera kept showing Gail. She's got her eye on Ellie. I don't trust her. She
Can I
wants.
can I say something really quick
Yeah,
about this lady?
yeah.
Great actress. I've seen her in other things. I remember everything I've seen her in or whatever, but this is going to sound probably crazy or something. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I get annoyed every time they show her.
Why?
She is not a part of the game story in any real way. Like maybe they mention her or show her once in the game. If they do that, I can't even remember. And her husband, the way he died, it was not the way they did it in the show. The show here, they said that Joel took him out, basically. That didn't happen in a game like that. And they keep showing her, and she's doing this weird face every time. And it's like, what is going on here? Is she
Right?
up to no good? Like, like you said, I don't trust her either. I'm like, what is going on? Like, what's the aim here? And why is this
Mhm,
importance placed on her? This, like,
mhm,
nobody. I don't really get it.
mhm. So she was not. She wasn't like a big factor in the game like this. They didn't focus on her like this in the game.
At all. Like, literally non-existent.
Okay, good to know. See, I don't have this perspective because I didn't play the games. I know she was in them and her husband died. That was the same, right? That Joel killed Eugene.
I think in the game, Eugene died differently. I don't think Joel even killed him in the game. Let
No
me
way.
look into this. Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, because they're like so like, I don't want to say nobodies, but in the greater scheme of things, they were nobodies, right? They were these, Let me look into it because I could have, if I'm not mistaken, her husband died. I think some other way. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Joel that did it. But let me look and make sure.
Okay. Yeah, I don't trust her. She's still trying to pump Ellie for information, like wanting to know why she was so upset at Joel and how he said I saved her. And when Ellie is talking, the camera goes to her and she's got her eyes on Ellie. There is something going on there. I don't trust her if she were to find out Ellie's secret that she's immune. Um, this could be again, they could be using this theme of people wanting vengeance for their lost loved ones, and Joel killed her husband. So even though Joel is dead, is that enough? Now, if she finds out Ellie's secret, can she be trusted with it? I've got my eye on this lady. Bill Chill says Gail may be a secret voice of the town. She is the whisperer in the garden because she is everyone's shrink. She's the woman behind the curtain in Jackson Hole. I like that, Bill. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's all it is.
So I looked it up and found it.
Yeah.
Not only was Gail created specifically for the show, Eugene, who was her husband, died of natural causes in the game.
Oh, yeah, Laura just said this too.
Yeah, there you go. Laura Butler just said it exactly.
Died of a stroke.
Yeah.
Oh. Interesting change they made then. I think they're going to show us Joel killing him in a flashback, and it'll be in a terrible way. Maybe who was it that said last week that it could be that someone on the panel said they think it was Lori. Lori, in the last live, we were talking about this, and she said that she thinks Eugene found out Ellie's secret and he was going to tell everybody. So Joel killed him, and Eugene wasn't infected at all, and we'll see it in a flashback. That's possible. Or they made a point to show us Ellie finding Eugene's Firefly necklace with his name on it. It's possible Joel has PTSD, and maybe Eugene got infected and Joel killed him in a more brutal way than he actually needed to, because the fact that Eugene was a Firefly could be triggering. The Fireflies nearly killed Ellie.
That would be my guess. I don't think they would do the former, because the former seems more vicious and out of character from what Joel is currently. The second one is more in line, where he could have an emotional reaction, but also do what's necessary because Eugene is infected, so he has to kill him anyway.
Yes, that's what I think. That's what I'm guessing is going to happen. That he was triggered, and he killed him in a more brutal way than he needed to. I think he was infected. I think Joel, it wouldn't be in line with his character for Joel to just kill him in any other way. I think he was probably infected. And he killed people when he absolutely had to in the show to defend himself and Ellie. I know in the past he killed other people, but we didn't see that on the show. And meeting Ellie changed him. His purpose became protecting her at all costs. And, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. With PTSD, you have triggers that could cause you to do things you wouldn't normally do. If he finds out Eugene is a Firefly or was a Firefly and he got infected, he'd probably just killed him in a harsh way that he didn't need to. Kelly, I think Gail is really suspicious. I agree. AA says, I have a feeling that Gail knows about Ellie being immune and will find out she's immune. Me too. Scott says, anytime you have a good group of people who are successful in raising a community, you're going to have another group trying to take something from it or conquer it entirely. Makes sense, Scott. Yeah. AA, I wonder how they didn't see Ellie's bite mark when she was in the hospital. Well, Ellie covered it. Did Tommy go to the hospital to make sure she has IVs put into that arm? Just a thought. Her arm, she covered up her arm with a tattoo, so nobody can see her the scars of her bite mark. So she's got that all tattooed, and then the bite mark on her stomach or on her abdomen, she sliced into that to cover the fact that it was a bite. So she made sure, because it had tooth marks on it. So that's how I think they wouldn't find out that she has bite marks.
Yep. I would go with that too. And they specifically showed her slicing it off. So.
Yep. Yeah. So she cut it so deep that she had stitch, a needle and thread to stitch it. Anyway, Bill Chill says in every story of a utopia, there's a serpent, Wicked Witch in Oz, Gale and Jackson, etc. I like that a lot, Bill. Yeah, I like that a lot. Nice. Tommy and a few trusted others, I'm sure about Ellie. I don't know if Tommy knows. I'm not sure. I don't think
Tommy knows. Yeah, Tommy knows about her being.
Tommy knows.
Yeah.
That's right.
And maybe his wife, I think, might know too.
Could be. Maybe Maria. But I'm surprised Ellie hasn't told Dina yet. They're best friends. Dina doesn't know yet.
Yeah, I'm guessing she'll do that while they're on the road or something.
Well, in the preview for episode 4, it showed Dina pointing a gun at Ellie and crying. So it looks like in episode 4, Ellie's going to get bitten again, and Dina will think she has to shoot her, and Ellie's going to have to tell her. She better tell her quick before Dina pulls the trigger.
I didn't see the preview. Okay, yeah, that would explain it then.
Yeah, they showed it right at the end of the episode. So, yeah. Sorry I don't know if anybody likes to see previews or, because it shows stuff, but it was in the preview.
Why are these 3 looking like that?
Right? Look
They're
at her
looking like,
side eye.
yeah. She's like,
Uh-huh.
look at these peons
Yeah.
wanting vengeance.
Yeah. And she's giving Ellie some serious side eye here. Like, why does the camera keep going to her? I think she's out to get Ellie. Even it's not enough that Joel is dead. I wouldn't trust her with Ellie's secret now, even with Joel dead after he killed her husband. So
Yeah, something is off.
something is definitely off with her face, with this woman's face. So Ellie gives her speech, and it's great. She does a great job. She manages to hold in her emotions and her anger. And she explains how she doesn't usually think before she speaks and write things down because, that's just not how she is, and that's gotten her into trouble before. So she wrote this down, and she says, I know what I'm asking is a lot. I'm asking us to risk more people and resources and at the worst possible time. And I want everyone to know it's not because I want revenge. It's not about revenge. What I want is what he used to give people. I want justice, because it's that or we do nothing. That's what everyone out there is going to do for us. Nothing. A world full of people who won't lift a finger if something bad happens to me or you. We have a word for these people. They're called strangers. Well, I don't think we're strangers to each other, and I want to know that I can count on you, and I swear that if anyone hurts you or the people you love, you can count on me. That's what holds us all together, not potluck dinners or New Year's Eve dances. Definitely not a wall, because that thing just got busted through, but Jackson is still here. I'll accept whatever the council decides, but I'm asking you to please do what it takes to see that justice is done. Not for me, not even for Joel. I'm asking you, please, do it for us. I mean, it was a great speech. It was a great speech. I have to hand it to her. It was a beautiful speech. It was very intelligently phrased, and the way she framed her argument, how it's about justice, not vengeance, not revenge, that they do live in a world where they don't have a justice system anymore to go arrest people and put them on trial and bring them to justice. It's up to them to see that justice is done, because they just don't live in a world that will take care of that for them. Everyone outside of this community, they won't lift a finger to help them or defend them at all in any way. The whole world full of people, and nobody would do anything. Nobody cares. They have to take care of each other, and when something like this happens, someone hurts someone they love from the outside, then they should see that justice is done for each other. Do this for each other. It's a compelling argument. I'm not gonna lie. It's a compelling argument. But I don't believe her. I believe for her it is about vengeance.
I
It
think the
is.
council saw through her too, and were like,
Yeah.
nah. Because even the way she had read it, it sounded fake
Yeah.
initially. The way she was reading it, it sounded
Yeah.
rehearsed, like she's just trying to say this, but that's not really what it is for her. And maybe they took hold to that. Was like, nah, we know what it really is for you, and we don't want to send people off on some vengeance mission, on some revenge tour. I would
Yeah.
also say too, what was I going to say? Yeah, I think what she said was compelling in the sense of there is no established government anymore, right? There is no go-to to report this crime, right?
Right.
They have to be their own police. So they are
True.
essentially, the people who have to go and seek, like you said, justice or vengeance.
Right. So it is a compelling argument. I do agree with you that the way she was reading it, especially in the beginning, it sounded rehearsed for sure. By the end, I could feel her actual emotions. Like, I did feel some genuine emotion behind it. But at the end of the day, she's consumed by rage and does want vengeance. But she does a great job holding in the rage. I didn't feel the rage coming out. She kept it together. And and they all take it in, and they make their votes, and you can see her looking around like, yeah, like you could see this is how she really
Mhm.
feels. You could see the rage coming back into her eyes. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. She was like, "What do you vote here?" It was like,
yeah,
"No, no." She's like, "Oh boy."
yeah, she's hearing no after no after no, and her eyes change, and you can see the rage. This is how she really feels. You can see the rage coming back into her eyes. She keeps it inside, but it's all in the eyes. Um, yeah, the nose, and then Tommy. Based on Tommy's face, it looks to me. I think Tommy probably voted yes. Um,
100%.
yeah, he looks disappointed in these people around him who voted no. Like, how could you? He's looking around. I think he voted yes. And what they're voting on is sending 16 people to find Joel's killers and execute them. That's what they said. That's the proposal. And so it's basically an execution. They don't have a real justice system anymore in the world, but this would be like an execution, and the no's have it. Look
I
at
think the
Ellie's
way
face.
yeah, she looks pissed.
Yeah.
I would say the way they worded it too was probably worded in a way to sway people against it. And find Joel's killers and execute them.
Yep.
That doesn't sound pleasant. Versus how Ellie worded it with justice. Sounds much more pleasant that way.
Yeah. You're right. The wording of it makes it more palatable if they had said, find Joel's killers and bring them to justice. But that's not what they said.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right. Great point. Great point. So yeah, so Ellie, first you see rage, and then she just looks kind of numb. Her performance was great. Really great. In this episode. And look at Jesse. He lowers his head. He looks ashamed. Ellie is looking at him, and he looks down. He definitely voted no. He definitely voted
Yeah.
no. Look at it.
100%.
Yeah. He can't even look at Ellie right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. He bowed his head. Now, he wasn't the deciding vote. It wasn't that close, but he did vote no. So kind of betrayed his friend there, and he feels like he did. You can tell. He's ashamed that, but
Yeah.
he's a very level-headed guy. I'm not surprised. He's a very level-headed, by the book kind of pragmatic guy. So I'm not surprised he voted no. And then that's it. Like, everybody leaves in a civilized way. Nobody that's another reason why I think most people were against going after Joel. They just all file out. Okay. No one says anything. That's it. The end. And they go back to business, back to their usual thing. Like, this place is so crazy how civilized it is in an apocalypse. They got Little League in this hellscape. Amazing.
Seriously. Yeah. They got little lawn chairs where she's camped out there with a little cowboy hat on or whatever she has, straw hat.
Yeah. And
Like,
she's on
you
her
sure
third.
look. Yeah.
Huh?
No, yeah, she's looking mad, modern, and
Yeah.
comfortable. Like, yeah, you all got it going on in Jackson.
Seriously, she's on her third beer. This lady, she needs an AA meeting stat.
She admits to being an alcoholic too.
She does. She's drinking nonstop. She admits that she's doing this to deal with her pain, and she's a therapist. She knows better, but it's like physician heal thyself. It's the same with therapists. Like, they have their own issues, and they often don't take their own advice. I've seen that. I knew someone who was a therapist. This is how she
Yeah,
numbs her pain.
freshly mowed lawns. Look at the field. It's like nice and maintained.
Right? I was thinking the same thing. Look at this. Look at this mowed lawn. It's all perfectly manicured, and it's wild to me.
I
Wild.
would never want to go out of Jackson if I lived there. if I
Oh
was
my,
in this post-apocalyptic setting.
I would never leave. I would never leave. In season 1, when Joel and Ellie found this place, I thought, you are insane if you ever set foot out of here again. Like you need to stay put. Like seriously. They got a movie theater for the kids. They got a
Right.
Christmas tree. Like, no, you need to stay put. Seriously. Jeez. But they went ahead on their mission, you know. They promised, he had promised Tess before she died he would fulfill his promise and bring Ellie to the Fireflies. But I thought they were nuts to leave there. Oh man. He didn't know though that they were going to try to kill her. He had no idea about that. So maybe he thought, okay, that they'd go back to Jackson after. But no, you're crazy to leave. It was altruistic, you know, you want to try to find a cure for humanity, and Ellie wanted to go, but wow. Imagine this place. Oh my god, it's paradise, basically.
Yeah. I would have done like Seth and made an executive decision. We're going to stay here.
We're staying here. Yeah. We're never leaving again. It's got look at the scenery, that you can see the mountains in the background. It's beautiful. Tommy shows up, and this is basically like their entertainment too. Like they go and watch Little League sports for fun. I guess, you know, they don't have Major League Baseball anymore, but this is fun for her. She enjoys watching it. She brings her beer, and you know, they talk about, so he talks about how he's worried. This is where the title of the episode comes in, and it says that he's worried that Ellie is going to go down the same paths that Joel did after he lost his daughter, after he lost Sarah. And she says something that I don't agree with, by the way. I think and as a therapist, she should know better than this, actually. I don't know why she thinks this, but she says that, so he says he says he's worried that Ellie's going to follow the same paths as Joel, that Joel, after he lost Sarah, lashed out at everybody and did terrible things. And she said, you're worried Ellie learned this behavior from Joel. She says, nurture, see, there's the whole nature versus nurture debate. What makes us who we are? What shapes us the most? Is it what we're born with? Or is it how we're raised, the environment we're raised in, and everything around us? That's nurture. And she says nurture is only this much, and she, you know, makes this little gesture with her hands, like just a little bit. She says Ellie was always going to walk. She says Ellie and Joel were walking the same path from the beginning. That they were both just born this way. That born with these tendencies. She says, turns out nurture can only do this much. The rest is nature. If she's on a path, it's not one that Joel put her on. No, I think they were walking side by side from the very start. I don't agree with her. That's not true. She says, Tommy, I get it. You inherited her and you want to keep her out of trouble. Take it from a psychotherapist of 40 years. Some people just can't be saved. Look, if she's been a psychotherapist for 40 years, she should know that nurture does a whole hell of a lot to shape who we are. I mean, Freud got a lot of things wrong, Sigmund Freud. But one thing that Freud was right about, and I really believe it, is that you need to look back at your childhood. When you go into therapy, the first thing that they do is they ask you to go back. And I've been in therapy, I know. They ask you to tell them about your childhood, all about it, because nurture shapes who we are immensely, and I am living proof of that. Believe me.
I believe it. And I mean, we all know about how things are passed down to the children, be it hate, be it bigotry, whatever, right? Like, so nurture and the opposite of those, absolutely, I believe, is passed down and taught and does shape who we are.
Absolutely. Yes, that's a great example, because we are not born, no one is born a bigot, no one is born with hate or prejudice. There are so many things that shape us. Our parents, our family members, friends as a child, the culture that we live in and the values that we're taught, any trauma that we experience or abuse as children. All of these things shape and mold us in our formative years when our minds are like sponges. I am unfortunately living proof of bad things that can shape us from childhood, abuse and struggle that you go through. If you're in your formative years, it can completely alter the course of your life and shape who you are. So she is dead wrong. She's not a very good therapist if this is what she thinks.
Yeah, she's a toxic therapist.
She is.
She's toxic.
She is. Yeah.
She need a therapist herself.
She does. And she admits it too, because she says, you know, I should be in therapy. I need to be in therapy right now, but I'm the only
Oh, she said that?
Yes.
I didn't even know that.
She did.
Yeah, she needs it for sure.
But she said, I'm the only therapist in town. So, you know, her therapy is drinking, and she admits it. She says there's no therapist for her, which is sad, actually. She does need a therapist, and there's nobody to do that for her. So, Bill Chill says manipulative Gail knows everybody's secrets except Tommy, Mariah, Joel, and Ellie's. The shot of Gail and her two minions at the town hall meeting. Yeah. Yeah, like Umbra pointed out. AA said Ellie's speech sounded like Helly R's speech to the marching band and Mammalian's Nurturable when she was asking them for help in Severance. Yeah, sounded a lot like that. It was a rallying cry. Scott says the truth is if you can't defend something, protect it, or have laws to live by, then you have nothing but chaos and tragedy. I hear you, Scott. I hear you. AA said Ellie's speech was definitely rehearsed, but it was genuine because she was still going to go hunt Abby down without the help of the town, so I don't see why she would be fake reading her speech. Yeah, but she was holding in all her anger, and it is about revenge for her, in my opinion, personally. So anyway, the town, just like the vote in the chat tonight, like Bill Chill said, the town's vote should have been closer. Yeah, like you'd think it would have been closer, but it was mostly no's. Samuel says sending people while Jackson is in ruins for one man is illogical. Yes, I agree. Just rebuild Jackson and prepare for the future. Yes. Comfortable Gail, all that manipulative power with no muscle. She's campaigning a political takeover. Ooh, interesting. Maybe. To survive, she's also a practicing drunk. Her mind is so off. Yeah, unfortunately, that this is a very maladaptive way that some people cope with their lives and their trauma by drinking and numbing the pain. And I've witnessed it firsthand, unfortunately, with a family member. Alcoholics and drug addicts, as they fall deeper into their addiction, their minds also fall too. As part of the living sober philosophy, it's a lifelong healing and learning process. Right, Scott? That's true. Dieter, try explaining nurture to some parents like mine. They still think we ended up like this just because. Yeah, Dieter, I know, right? Seriously. Munch for Luncher, I need From season 4 to drop ASAP. It's starting to hurt a lot. Yeah, I know. Munch for Luncher. Hopefully we'll get some news at least about filming soon. It's okay, Dieter. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I won't get into it now and go off on a tangent about my own life, but unfortunately, all of the stuff in this episode it could have been really triggering for me, but I'm kind of compartmentalizing my feelings and just letting myself get lost into this story. But let's just say there are a lot of themes in this episode that hit home, very close to home. So anyway, she says some people can't be saved, and I don't know, this lady, she's wrong. She's absolutely wrong, and Tommy is right to want to protect and defend Ellie and be worried that her grief is going to make her lash out, just like Joel's grief made him lash out. It's a vicious cycle, and we're seeing this happen from person to person. It started with Joel losing Sarah, and he finds Ellie. Ellie loses Joel. Now she wants to lash out. And yeah, Tommy's right to be concerned, and I do think that Ellie is the way she is because of what's happened to her, all the trauma in her life. I don't think Ellie was born with this thirst for vengeance. Nobody is. She was traumatized. She grew up an orphan, raised in a Fedra military school. Her mother died giving birth to her. She never knew her parents. And, she grew up in a really harsh life. Fedra is like basically a fascist government. Really harsh life growing up in military school. And then she met Joel while she was still young. She was still 14 and impressionable, even at 14. And watching Joel and the way that he handled things, and he handled things with violence when he had to. So, I mean, she didn't see him going after vengeance, but she was very much influenced by Joel, and Joel lashed out like crazy after Sarah died. Who knows how much of that he ever told her? I don't know how much she knows, but anyway. Ellie was 100%. I think it was much more nurture than nature than shaping who she is. Now, right here, folks, here we have the Chekhov's gun again with Chekhov's bullets, too. She loads the gun with Chekhov's bullets.
Chekhov's. Who's Chekhov? Maybe I think I must have missed that one. That joke
Chekhov's
reference.
A Chekhov's gun. It's a device in TV, film, and literature, where if a plot device is introduced, then it's going to have a purpose later on. That the plot devices should always have a purpose, and it may not seem clear right now what's going to happen with it, but it will be used and relevant later and be a pivotal part of the story.
Gotcha. So like a foreshadowing, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. And that right there is that's actually in the game, by the way. Joel's pistol. It's a revolver.
Is it really?
357. Yeah, he had the Taurus model. I forgot. He had a Taurus 357 Magnum, and that is definitely it.
Well, they stayed true to the game once again. So many things they got exactly right. They copied the game. Yeah, like so in shows, movies, and literature, it doesn't have to literally be a gun. It could be all different things, that plot devices that are introduced that will be significant later. And it all started. I forget the origin story of the term, but it was started by the original thing was a gun. Like if you see a gun in a story, then that gun is eventually going to go off at some point. It will be used. And so it became a metaphor for plot devices in general that will come into play later. This just happens to be a literal Chekhov's gun with Chekhov's bullets. And I just love how they did this. I thought it was clever. I think it foreshadows the fact that there will be blood, there will be violence. She's going to use that gun on somebody. And if not that, then it's going to be her, gigantic rifle. But it foreshadows the fact that she will take some people out. It may not be Abby, who knows, but it's definitely foreshadowing for sure.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah. So I like how they did that, and earlier they showed it. She had two paths she could have taken. She opened a box and she found Joel's broken watch, and she found this gun. And if she had taken the watch and left the gun, that would have been her choosing to just live with the grief and move forward with her life, stay put. But she left the watch and she chose the gun. That symbolizes the fact that she's choosing violence. She's choosing that path, vengeance. Beautifully done. I love how they did that. And all of this was just subtext. It was not explained. No one's there like telling you like this is what this means. But I love how they put this this imagery into the show. It was just really beautifully written, I've got to say. And then she hears a knock, and it's Dina, and she's kind of panicking because she's got like a shit ton of stuff. She was a mess.
She got all of her Rambo gear out.
Yeah.
Cans of food right there with rations.
Yeah. Look at this shit. She thinks she's gonna lug all this stuff on her trek by herself. Like she's in over her head, clearly. Look at all this. Dina comes in and just sets her straight. Like, no, this is what we need to do. I don't know how Dina knows exactly what to do, but like, if anything, Ellie has seen more battle than Dina probably ever has. But yeah, Ellie was not being realistic here. You can't lug all this stuff with you by yourself. Rope. You got rope. You got this rifle. It's a sleeping bag. All kinds of shit. Rations and cans. Yeah, as is Rambo Ellie. Yeah. She's kind of hesitant to let Dina in and looking around at her stuff, and then she goes and opens the door. And Dina's like, basically setting her straight. Like, no. You're not bringing all this stuff. Like, you think you're bringing all this? No, this is too much. You don't know what you're doing.
What's interesting
like
is, by the way,
yeah,
the some of the things they show laid out right there, she actually does take with her. For instance,
yeah,
the rifle, the
yep,
rope,
yep.
and that's really it, I guess. And like, other essentials, but those two things are for sure with her in the game.
Okay, yeah. So some of it she takes, but all of it, no. It's too much. It's too much. And
Yeah,
Dina
way
sets her
too
straight on
cumbersome.
that. Yeah, Dina is like, "Do you even know where you're going?" And Ellie says, northeast. I think she's northwest. Like,
Northwest, yeah.
she's like, northwest. Okay.
Like, I'll
how
find
are
it
you gonna?
eventually.
Yeah. Dina takes out the map, like, hello, yeah, you need to know where the hell you're going. Here's the map. I I thought this was funny. Like, we needed a little bit of levity with all this gloom and sadness, so I appreciated the little bit of humor here between them. Dina was a nice breath of fresh air for me with the humor,
Yeah.
cutting the tension.
It's looking at this image here is kind of funny, and all love to them, and I don't want this to come off the wrong way, but I think they're a little bit on the nose with the rainbow colored jacket she's wearing. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm trying to be a little like, oh, look, shout out to the LGBTQ community. These two are part of that. Like, look at the rainbows. Like, it just feels a little on the nose. Kind of funny. This not what I'm noticing. Nothing. Not trying to be offensive.
No.
Or anything. Yeah.
No, I don't think that's offensive. Yeah, I feel like it is a little on the nose. Shout out to the LGBTQ community. Like,
Shout out to the LGBTQ. You know what, y'all? LGBTQI. Y'all got to shorten y'all letters because it's kind of tough to say.
it is a lot.
And letters keep growing by the year. It's like, okay,
right. At first, it was LGBT, and then it was LGBTQ, and then it was now it's LGBTQIA plus or something like that, or LGBTQ. I think it's LGBTQAI or IA.
I think it's AIA, yeah, plus. It's like, okay, how many different? All right, now, y'all, and next you're gonna see a minus and a division sign after that. Yeah, y'all gotta stop. Y'all doing too much with these letters. Just give us a name, like, hey, this is I don't know. We are the alternates or something. I don't know. Give me something.
Right. Should make it a little easier to say. It's a mouthful.
Yeah.
It's a mouthful.
Yeah, make it roll off the tongue. Easy.
Exactly.
Shout out to the LGB. He put LBG. It's LG.
Oh,
LG.
yes.
It's
LG.
Isn't it LGB? Yes. We have to
Exactly.
get them in the correct order, Scott. We don't want to. They're like, wait a minute. Why did you put bi before gay? How dare you?
Yeah, wait a minute.
Let me stop. Well, yeah, shout out to the community.
Yes, we love our LGBTQIA plus community. It's just a mouthful to say sometimes. It's a little little much. Since we have the plus, we might as well just shorten it. Like just we don't need to, we could just say LGBT plus. That would be a little easier.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Because the plus, implies okay, there's more to it. It's just a little much to say it all at once. That's all.
I have something to
Exactly.
say.
Yes, Scarlet.
In Canada, they had a movement to call it quilt bag.
Quilt
I'm not
bag?
kidding. Yeah, they're gonna call the whole thing quilt bag and call people quilt baggers.
Oh wow.
I'm for it.
I don't know. It sounds. Why quilt though? Like why quilt itself?
Because those are all the letters except for you. But then they put the U in for something else, and then they had all the letters of quilt bag. If you rearrange the letters.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Okay. Well, it would be easier to have a word to
So
say
you could say
instead of all
quilt
the
bag
letters.
instead of saying all those letters in a weird order that you can't say them because you get confused. It would be an acronym.
Usually
Everybody
they
could
just say
say.
like the alphabet
It
group
didn't
that
catch,
people will say,
in
right?
in the U.S., but I've seen it used in Canada.
Right.
Quilt
Okay.
bag.
I like it. It's easier. It would roll off the tongue easier than this. That's great.
For sure.
Doc Alphabet Mafia.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. They're gonna have all the letters in a minute. Yeah.
Gonna be all the letters. All the letters. Doc said back in the 90s we used queer as the umbrella term. Yeah, and I think some people still do say queer.
Yeah, some people still do. I don't think they find it offensive. The LGBT community. I don't think they do. And I say that because my youngest sister, not to share a business, but she's part of the community. I don't think they find that saying queer offensive at all.
No, I think it used to in the past have a negative connotation, but now I think they've kind of embraced the term and it's okay to say, from what I gather. So, like that's even part of the LGBTQ. That's what the Q stands for, queer. So,
yeah.
So I guess they've embraced that one. But anyway, let's see. I vote we shorten it to L plus or Q plus, says Doc.
Sound like a streaming service or something.
Yeah, it does.
Please subscribe to L plus, Q plus.
Yes.
For $9.99 a month. You too can get all the rest of the letters.
Yes. Well, all jokes aside, we love our LGBTQ plus friends, and it's awesome to see representation in shows like this now, where it's
Absolutely.
it's nice to see stories where it's just part of their character now. It doesn't have to be the focal point of the whole thing. It's just a part. That's just one facet of the storyline, and that's how it should be, because it's just a part of life in reality too. It's cool. It's cool to see how we've evolved over time, where originally you had shows that were, it was specifically just gay oriented and kind of segregated. It's kind of like how we used to have all, TV shows in the 90s. It was like either all black sitcoms or all white sitcoms. Now we have so much more integration and diversity. And now instead of having shows that are, the only shows with gay people used to just be focused on the fact that, okay, this is about gay stories. And it's great to have those, but it's also great to have shows where it's just one facet of the story. And that's cool to see. And this is like, that's what's going on here, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's like the natural progression of things now, which is awesome to see. And I knew we'd get there eventually. And we still have a long way to go though. And please hit the like if you haven't. I would appreciate it. Let's see. AA said, what if Gail was or is working with WLF? They are a Firefly chapter, and Eugene was a Firefly. Her last meeting with Joel was interesting. Maybe she had something to do with it. It's possible. Hey, it's possible. Maybe she's a mole. Maybe we could start a mole theory. We love our mole theories in From, and we had the mole in Severance. So who knows? Maybe she's a mole. Hey, it could be. I like it. Scott said Ellie was born in the Forge's fire. She grew up in the struggle to survive both monsters and the other people, and she was shaped by that. Bill Chill, formative years. This period is crucial for cognitive, social, emotional, and physical development, with lasting impacts on how individuals interact with the world and perceive themselves. Oh, 100%. When I look at my behavior and the trajectory of my life, I can now look back and connect it directly to things that happened in my childhood, the ways that my childhood shaped me. 100%. I can vouch for that. Anyway, she could be using a radio. Yeah, you mean Gail, yes, to talk to WLF. Hey, it's possible. They have radios, but they're not supposed to use them. They just listen. They use them to listen to people. Joel had to take Eugene out. He probably sympathized with harming Ellie. You never know, Bill. Could be. I think we're going to see a flashback with more on that, or they wouldn't have bothered showing Ellie find Eugene's necklace, and they keep bringing up Eugene. He was brought up again in this episode. I believe Gail brought him up again, or somebody did. Scott says Ellie told her story about how she got her scars. Her and her friend were going to die together. Ellie had to kill her first best friend when they got infected. Well, they got bit. Ellie didn't get infected, but her friend did, and she had to shoot her. That she was only 14 or so at the no, was she younger than 14? I forget, but she had to kill her own friend. That will scar you for life. Dina, the voice of reason, ally or member? No, I think she's an ally. She's an ally. Anyway,
yeah.
So, the plus community. We could call it the plus community. Anyway, so let's move on. So she says she's got a map here. She's already plotted a course for them to avoid cities, settlements, go through the forest, follow this river to head towards Seattle, and she just basically at lightning speed rattles off all the things they need to do and the things they need to bring. She's got it all figured out. Who knew Dina would be more street smart than Ellie? I didn't really see that coming, to be honest. I was impressed. She's like, we travel light. We only bring what's absolutely essential. We use coats and blankets as pillows and things to sleep on, and only bring. She figured out exactly how much ammo they need, and which weapons they should bring. Only essential items and batteries, first aid stuff. Ellie didn't even think about bringing batteries or first aid stuff at all. So yeah, Dina knows what she's doing. Hold on, I gotta mute myself for 30 seconds, but I will be right back. Okay, so 37 people watching. Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate it. Please like this stream if you haven't liked it already. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Have the bell for notifications. If you haven't checked out my deep dives into this series yet, I've put out 2 so far on episodes 1 and 2 of this season, and they're not recaps. I give you my opinion and my interpretation of the major themes in the show, like the endless cycle of vengeance, and the theme of empathy, and the way that it's playing out in the show, what the big picture of the show is, and what it's trying to teach us. So I discussed that in both of my deep dives episodes for episodes 1 and 2. So if you haven't checked those out, they're on my channel. They're my latest videos. So please give those a view, and I will be releasing a deep dive, of course, on this episode within the next few days as well, of course, as always. Hey, Scarlet is back. So then so yeah, she's got her list of provisions. Dina thought of everything, everything they need to bring, and charted their course. She's got everything covered. If anything, I feel like this is a little too easy. Like, I mean, Joel and Ellie literally spent the entirety of season 1 trekking to get to the Fireflies and Tommy. And of course, they did have to go a longer distance, but somebody looked up the distance between Jackson, Wyoming and Seattle, and it's really far. It's a lot of miles. It would have taken them an extremely long time to actually get there. But they made this way too easy. Like, they get there by the end of this episode. Of course, they must have done a little time jump, because on horseback, it would take a while to get from Jackson, Wyoming to Seattle. Somebody in my watch party last night did the math, and yeah, they made this look ridiculously easy. But I'm glad, because I didn't want this to become the Dina and Ellie, travel adventure. Like, I had no. It's like,
Yeah, what they could have done is shown like 3 months later, a little tag on the screen or something like that.
right. Make it a little more realistic, because I was like, what the hell? They're already there on the outskirts of Seattle? Like, what the fuck? This was way
Dina's
too
talented. She took her to a portal. You teleported.
They teleported themselves. It was nuts how easy this was for them. I mean, they didn't encounter any threats on the way. Like, they should have at least shown Dina and Ellie encountering something, like some infected, something on the way. But it was just smooth sailing till they got to Seattle. It's crazy to me.
It's the power of the plus community. Like,
Yeah. The power of the plus community got them there.
the power of the plus community compels them.
Indeed. Yeah. So Dina figured it all out amazingly. She was right about everything, because they got there exactly the way exactly the way she told Ellie. Everything they needed, she had it covered. And then so she says they're going to approach Seattle from the east and reassess at that point based on what they find. And she notices Ellie with Joel's gun. Says, "Oh, that's what you're going to kill her with." And Ellie says, "Damn right." So Ellie plans to kill Abby with Joel's gun, which I get it. That's a
Poetic.
It is poetic. It is. It's poetic. Dina says, "Well, save it for that. It's slow and kicks like hell." So she knows about guns too. Dina's very knowledgeable and street smart. Who knew? Ellie puts the gun. This is a little reference back to season 1. I liked this. I miss Joel so much. She sticks the gun in the back of her jeans, and Ellie says, "Really?" I mean, Dina says, "Really? Shoot your damn ass off." And Ellie says, "I heard that before." That was Joel's line. Joel said that. Aw. That was a little shout out to Joel. Ellie's like, "I heard that before." He wouldn't let her put her gun there. I remember it was so funny. It was kind of a running joke through season 1. Ellie kept asking Joel for a gun as they were traveling, and he kept saying, "No, no. Can I have a gun? No. Can I have a gun? No." Every single time. And then eventually they got to a point where he was actually screwed, and she managed to find a gun and saved his ass. And after that point, he let her have a gun, but he taught her how to use it properly, and he wouldn't let her stick it in her pants because she'd shoot her damn ass off, as he said. Yeah. So that was a nice little shout out to him. And yeah, so I don't really understand why Dina said they should only bring one horse, fewer resources. Why? Well, what if something happens to that one horse? I feel like they should have brought 2 horses, personally, but
Maybe they just want to feed one horse.
I guess, but I don't know. To me, it makes more sense to bring 2, but she said no, just bring 1, and we're not wearing those chucks. Get rid of the chucks. You need boots. Ellie's like, well, I did this before. She trekked across the country in chucks before, but Tina said no chucks. And Ellie's just looking at her like, wow, she's amazed. Like, now she's really gonna be head over heels for Tina over all this. And Ellie says thank you as Dina's leaving, like in a really emotional way, and Dina says, you could have just asked. And Ellie says, no, actually, I didn't know that. Dina says, now you do. So things that I guess have still been weird between them, and they still haven't, at this point, discussed the kiss at the New Year's dance. And so Ellie didn't really know where she stood with Dina. They're just still friends, but she didn't know if she could go to Dina with this plan. It's weird. Like, they need to communicate more. I don't know. I think they're both confused, or Dina maybe confused. Dina seems like she knows damn well what's going on, though. She knows Ellie is into her, and she's very flirty, and yet, I don't know. I feel like she's toying with Ellie too much, and she needs to stop it, because I don't know. It just feels like she's teasing her. But I don't know. That's the vibe I'm getting. It's like maybe she's just confused and she's not sure about her feelings, though. And it's like, okay, maybe she's bi-curious right now. Some young women go through that phase, but don't experiment with your best friend who's a lesbian and clearly crazy about you. Like, that's not right if she's doing that. Like, seriously, if you want to experiment with somebody else, and don't play with her feelings. But I say this, and yet I'm sure they're going to wind up being a couple. It's only a matter of time. This is a TV show. I can see where it's going. Anyway, they go to Seth, which Ellie is really not happy about. Clearly, she still hasn't forgiven this guy for calling them a lesbian slur, even though he apologized. And I understand, because being drunk doesn't magically make you say things that you don't actually mean or believe. It just lowers your inhibitions. And he really does have prejudice. That's why he said the word. But I give him credit for apologizing for it and doing this for them. It feels like he did go through some character growth and feels remorse for... He probably has a really deeply ingrained prejudice that came out when he was drunk, and he regrets that. And he's trying to change his perspective and helping them now. He believes, he said something about how, this is our cause. He wanted to do this for our cause. He's on their side in this. He agrees with Ellie. So he gives them a horse, batteries, medical supplies, which is really essential. And they didn't have access to any of this stuff. So it was all because of him. And he reaches out his hand, and Ellie doesn't want to shake it still. She's really not a forgiving person, and I don't blame her. But she does shake his hand, and it was a cool moment. A guy who, he may have been a bigot, but he realizes that it's wrong, and he shows growth here. So that was cool. And he gave them all this stuff they needed. Now, whether it was a good idea to get on board with this and send them off, well, that's a whole other story. But, I don't think they should have been going, personally, if I were voting in my poll right now. Let's see. Yeah, stop the teasing. Yeah, I think Dina needs to stop the teasing, Dieter. It's too much. Yes, I thought Ellie was really funny in season 1. I know some people found her annoying, but I thought she's supposed to be annoying. That's the whole point. That's what makes it funny. She was annoying Joel with her silly puns and just being a little I don't know, an annoying little teenager. Yeah, Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow on From, could use some attention on this cameo account that he has. So if you love From, they're pretty affordable. These cameos, it starts at $30, so you can get a personalized cameo from Doug if you go to that link that Dieter dropped. Anyway, Bill Chill, Dana the Great, the new main character. Yeah, I liked her in this. It was great.
All hail Dina the Great.
All hail Dina the Great. Yeah. I was impressed with her in this one. I really was. Let's see. Scarlet here. Scarlet dropped the link for this. So Scarlet and Jamie are doing a live on the Agatha Christie mystery Towards Zero on Thursday at 11 p.m. It's going to be the last one, discussing the third and final episode, and she dropped the link there. So check that out. It looks like a great show. I wish I had time to join these things. The first two I wasn't able to, but yeah, check that out if you're into mysteries. I love Agatha Christie mysteries. So cool.
Oh, we're also doing the rest of the Residents too, right, on Friday?
Yes. Yeah, on Friday. We're gonna cover the last 2 episodes of The Residents, which is the comedic murder mystery on Netflix, episodes 5 and 6. So we'll show those in my Discord at 8 p.m. or 8:30 p.m. Eastern. And if you want to join, the Discord link is in the description of this video. And then we'll do a live around 10:30 p.m. Eastern for The Residents, and then FROMacademy with Doc. Anyway, so getting back to the chat here, let's see if there's anything I missed. Cordyceps crawl, the drama's tight. Julie B breaks it night by night. Ellie's fierce, the clickers scream. Like, sub, share. It's a fungal dream. I like that one a lot. It's great. So, let's see. Fedra to the Fireflies was even longer. Yeah, it was definitely longer, the journey in season 1. It was 3,500 miles, absolutely. 316 hours on foot. So this one is 868.3 miles from Jackson to Seattle, I take it, Bill Chill. 316 hours on foot. And that's a lot of miles, even on horseback. So in the game, it took them many months, a whole season, in fact. Wow. That's about 15,000 football fields. Wow, Samuel. That's crazy. I'm sorry, Ellie, but what ass? She doesn't really have one. Season 1, they traveled about 60,000 football fields. That's crazy, Bill. Oh, not Bill, Samuel. You guys both have black and white avatars, so it's easy to like see the black and white and think it's Bill or it's Samuel if you're both here at once, and I don't know which one it is when I glance at it. I don't understand from a writing standpoint this Ellie Dina dynamic. Yeah, Muncher Luncher, I don't either. It's really weird. I don't understand what they're doing right now. We'll get into it more in the next few scenes. Let's see, what else? Anything else before I go on? Yes, most teenagers are annoying. Yes, Dieter, they are. And the next From Live on Wednesday, we're going to be doing a cameo giveaway for Doug Hughes here at 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll do another story time with Doug where he'll share funny and fascinating stories from his life and career, and we'll talk about From. You can ask him questions. You can even call into the panel and ask him a question or offer a comment, and we'll do a giveaway. Someone will randomly be selected. All you have to do is show up Wednesday night. Tony responded with LOL on Dieter's eggplant helicopter with his character and logo on it. Dieter, I was trying to find that earlier. I lost the link in the chat. It got buried and I couldn't find it. Because I wanted to show it, but it got buried. and I can't click on hyperlinks in StreamYard, so I have to find it in my YouTube tab, which makes it harder. I'm glad he liked it. I think it's hilarious. So anyway, this scene was beautifully shot. I mean, look at this. It's aesthetically gorgeous. Can we just appreciate the beauty of this scene? My God, stunning. Just stunning. The scenery, the lighting, the way they shot it. It looks like it's shot at like golden hour, the hour before sunset, which is my favorite time to take photos. Just everything is bathed in a rosy light, and the grass looks all golden, and there's this pinkish glow. The sky here, it's so beautiful. You've got the mountains, the long grass. Oh, it's sad, but it's so beautiful to look at. Ellie goes up to Joel's grave. Tommy had told her that they buried all of their deceased like a bunch of miles out of town. I'm not sure why they do this. Maybe, I don't know if it like burying them too close might attract infected or something. I don't really know, but they don't explain it here. But yeah, he had said like that Joel is buried like 15 miles out of town or something. If you want to go see his grave, and Ellie said, "I'll go when I'm on my way to Seattle." And sure enough, true to her word, she does. Another beautiful shot. Ellie is in front of his grave, and the sun is getting lower in the sky. It's close to sunset. This is definitely golden hour. Perfect time to take photos. It's absolutely beautiful. She kneels down, and heartbreaking. Beautiful performance by Bella Ramsey. Got to give Bella Ramsey her flowers. These close-ups of her face. Just absolutely beautiful. I don't understand all the hate and the cruelty toward Bella. Bella did an amazing job. Amazing. You can see the graves. They look like they're actually made of wood, and they just carve people's names in them. It says Joel Miller, beloved brother and father, and the dates. Ellie has this, it looks like coffee beans wrapped up in a little, wrapped up in this like piece of burlap. Oh, 40 people watching. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Anyway, Dina stays on her horse, and she's got tears in her eyes too. She loved Joel too. Earlier in the episode, she reminded Ellie of that when Ellie was angry at her for holding back the information about Abby's people and not telling her until 3 months later. Dina says, I loved him too. And she did. It was obvious she did. She got to know Joel for years. We just didn't get to see a lot of that, but we saw one scene of them together. She was very sweet with him. He said that she was acting more like a daughter lately than Ellie has, looking at him, smiling at him, looking up to him, like he's a good guy, making him feel like he's a good guy, watching TV with him and stuff. Like they actually spent time together as if she was also a part of his family. So she's grieving too, but she just hangs back and lets Ellie do this on her own. And are these coffee beans? I don't know why she's. I don't know why she's.
They're coffee beans.
I don't know why she's leaving him coffee beans. If anybody knows, please enlighten me, because I don't remember anything in the show about Joel loving coffee or anything. So I don't know.
Or just coffee beans in general.
Yeah.
He's full of beans.
Yeah. This part I don't understand. I don't understand this.
Bill Chill, do you know something? You have like a little coffee thing. Do you know stuff we don't know?
Yeah, Bill. Yeah, do you have any idea? Because I got nothing. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I missed some kind of reference in the show to Joel loving coffee, but I got nothing. And they didn't. There's no tradition about like leaving coffee beans at someone's grave either. So
yeah, it's not a Jackson tradition.
Maybe it's a Jackson tradition. Bill says it's an homage to Joel. I think they should have explained it a little better, but when Ellie arrives at his grave, she pours a handful of coffee beans on the dirt as a tribute to the
okay.
beverage he always loved. Okay.
Okay.
I think I remember him drinking. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Wait a minute. It's coming back to me. In season 1, he drank some coffee. Like, they managed to get somewhere where they were actually able to obtain coffee while they were on their journey, and he offered her some, and she said no, it's gross. I think she might have tasted it and said it's still gross. Or that might have been liquor, but he also had coffee, and he drank a big hot mug or thermos of coffee, and she didn't want any, so I guess it's just that. Yeah, which is nice. It's a nice little tribute. Hey Dre says, I guess his character loved coffee. Hi Nani. It's a nod to the video game. Oh, Scott said throughout the whole first game, Joel talked about coffee. Okay. They didn't do it as much in the show. They only had a brief scene of that. So, okay. Thank you for giving that context. The game players always help by giving the context here for certain things. Anyway,
or a gameplay of coffee might give you energy, and when you drink it, so it might have that symbolism.
Right. That's true. It's true. Yes, Dieter takes beautiful photos too. Dieter is an amazing photographer. Golden hour is the best time to take photos. He's shot a lot in the past before the kids waking up very early. Yeah, there's also golden hour before dawn too.
That's the vampire golden hour.
Yeah, but I always
That's
prefer.
what we do, Dieter.
Yeah. Until the last few months, I was never awake around dawn. I stayed up half the night and then I'd go to sleep. So I was never awake to take pictures near dawn. But golden hour before sunset, amazing.
Well, if you do a 12-hour, you can greet the dawn.
Yeah, I can. Scott said this is for me when the storyline died. Oh,
Want some
okay.
coffee? Or
yeah.
this moment?
Yeah. You might need some coffee. Yes, like Dieter said, big thank you to everyone who's donated anything so far. Even any little bit helps. We do appreciate it so much, like he said. And anyone who's so inclined, there are these links. They're also in the description of this video. There's a PayPal account that's in Dieter's name because he fronted the money so that I could get a functional laptop. And he's invested an enormous amount in this channel already. So, but that PayPal is all for channel stuff, to reimburse him, and then the other ones are my Cashapp and my Venmo. So I haven't monetized the channel, so those are the only ways to donate. To anyone who's so inclined, that's there in the description of the video too, and we appreciate every little bit helps. Bill Chill said when Ellie arrives at Joel's grave, she pours a handful of coffee beans on the dirt as a tribute. Okay, I think I read that already. Yeah, I'm rereading stuff. Kelly says Joel loved his coffee. AA says Joel loved coffee. She always used to say she hates the smell when she saw him drink it. Mackie, I guess they talked about how much Joel loved coffee. Okay, gotcha. I guess they didn't put that in the show as much. Love the slight Trey said loving the slight changes from the game alongside the cinematography. The cinematography is gorgeous.
At least I didn't get a coffee sponsor, so that brand of coffee was there every time he got a cup of coffee.
Yeah, right.
It'd be like Folgers in the morning.
Oh,
you're feeding a plague.
The shameless product placement that TV shows used to do is just awful.
Well, they still do it.
They still do it, just not as often. It's not as much. But you'll see close-ups on a car. They do it a lot with cars. You'll see close-ups on the logo on a car, so you know which type of car they're driving.
Well, they
Yeah.
sometimes have whole conversations about the car. I remember I almost stopped watching Warehouse 13 because they talked about a car for 5 minutes. They're like, this is a great car. Oh, yeah, the mileage is this and this feature here. And I'm like, I just stepped into a car commercial. And I almost stopped watching Ghosts because they kept having Amazon Prime come in with packages and they would talk about how great Amazon Prime was. Like in
Oh,
multiple
geez.
episodes, like 3 episodes.
Okay, yeah, that's excessive. That's too
And I'm
much.
just like, no. It's just like,
Uh,
Amazon Prime's great. They get your packages to you the same day.
I
It's
hate
like,
that.
and there's a
I
guy
hate.
dressed up. He's dressed up in a little Amazon Prime outfit when he brings a box in.
Oh my god, what show is this?
It's the US version of Ghost.
Oh jeez, yeah, that's just
They stopped
ridiculous.
doing it though, thank God.
Yeah, it sticks out like a sore thumb.
Oh yeah, it does.
It's like in the Truman Show when Truman is talking to his wife, and all of a sudden she just like starts launching into a commercial for some beverage or something. I think it's a beverage. And it's like he's like, "What are you talking about?" But because he doesn't know that they're filming a reality show and everyone's watching right now. It's so funny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Coles has a new campaign for Cole's mom, and they have a girl from The Office in it. But what I want is them to get Melanie Linsky from Yellow Jackets to reprise Shauna because Shauna kept talking about Coles in the first season of Yellow Jackets.
Yeah.
Instead of
Yeah.
having this cute little Cole's mom, she'd be like Cole's mom with a knife. She'll cut you. You go to
Yeah.
Cole's. I know you have that experience with Cole's, which probably would make this even better if she was running around with a knife in the Cole's.
Yeah, I had a terrible
Or trying to
experience
make
working
people
at
eat their own skin.
I had a terrible experience working at Kohl's for like 7 years or
It's
something.
a
5
horrible
years.
campaign.
Yeah. Kohl's is a horrible company to work for. Terrible. Anyway, AA said they did reference his love for coffee last season. He had a cup of coffee almost every morning scene last episode. Okay, I guess it wasn't that obvious to me though. I guess I just wasn't focusing on that.
Even
But
though there's apocalypse, there's still a Starbucks on the corner
yeah.
for some reason.
Yeah, it's weird how often he was able to have coffee, I will say, yeah. It wasn't that much, but it wasn't everywhere they went, but the poll
Oh,
is
I
currently
voted on the poll while I was out.
Oh, okay. What did
So
you
I'm
vote
talking
for?
about quilt bagging and quilt banging, which was a new one I never heard before.
Oh,
Quilt
yeah.
banging. Yeah,
Which
I voted the right way, I'm gonna say.
Oh, yeah? Do you wanna share which one you voted for? Which
The right
choice?
one. The truthful, the one that's right.
The right one. Okay.
The right one. And it still
Which
didn't bring it up enough.
which is
Is it 50-50 right now?
It's 50-50 right now, that's apparently according to
Because I thought it was
AA.
53-47.
Oh, I don't know. I have to refresh the page and look at it myself. But currently 50-50. Well, we'll see how it pans out. I'm surprised. I figured it was going to be more lopsided pro revenge, actually. I'm surprised it's not. Dre says, I personally think it was smart for Ellie to go after, don't think it was smart for Ellie to go after Abby. Joel's death was very circumstantial, and most of Abby's group believed it not to be possible. Like they wouldn't have thought Ellie was any kind of a threat to come after them. So it was highly unlikely that anyone was going to come back and attack them again at this point. It's been 3 months. Nothing's happened. Yeah, I don't think it was smart. I agree. In the game, Ellie saw a billboard advertisement with a beautiful woman in it. Ellie asked, and Joel explained the skinny woman was a supermodel. Ellie couldn't grasp what life was back then. There were a lot of experiences like that. She's like looking at like magazines with celebrities, and she's like, people used to care about this stuff. What the hell? It was funny, actually. you know, because she was born after the apocalypse, so she never knew the kind of life that we've known. Anyway, let's see, 5347 now. Yeah, it's 5347, like Panda said. So, anyway, so Ellie, Ellie doesn't say anything. She just pays her respects, and really amazing performance. You can see the tears welling up in her eyes, and she just kind of, this was rough watching this. She puts her hand on top of the ground where he's buried, like connecting with him one more time, and you know, and that's it. You know, she doesn't say anything. She doesn't say, like, you know, she doesn't talk to him. You know, like say, I'm sorry for the way I acted or treated you or anything like that. So who knows? Maybe we're gonna get a flashback, and they did make peace. I hope so.
She's like, I promise to brew all the coffee I can, Joel.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's Starbucks.
Yeah.
She is headed back to Seattle after all.
Mm,
Oh yeah, the source. She's going to the source.
yes. Yeah. As somebody who loves photography and beautiful cinematography, this is just a feast for the eyes. It was gorgeous. The silhouette of the horse there with Dina and Ellie walking back, and the golden hour shot, the sun. Oh, it's just beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's a nice shot right there.
Oh yeah, amazing. And then that's just a shot of like the little cemetery way out there in the distance, and the mountains. Oh my God, it's just so beautiful. So I was able to kind of lose myself in that a bit, but it was a heavy scene. It was a really heavy scene. They did a great job with it. This reminded me of back in the day playing Oregon Trail, crossing the river. But you'd cross the river with oxen and a carriage, not a horse.
Mhm.
But it was kind of
Yeah.
like that. And it was always
And you get
deeper.
dysentery.
And then you die of
Y'all die
dysentery.
of dysentery.
Yeah.
You know, I need to
So-
show you Miracle Workers too, like the comedy Miracle Workers that has a whole season that's based on the Oregon Trail.
Oh, no way. Miracle
It
Workers?
has Harry Potter in it. The guy who played Harry Potter, Daniel Radcliffe,
Oh, wow.
and Steve Buscemi.
Nice. And they have a season based on Oregon Trail?
Yeah, it's a comedy, but they have to get to the end of the Oregon Trail.
Oh my God, I would love that as someone who grew up playing it as a kid. I would love that.
Yeah, I'm definitely sure that's why they have a season named that.
That's phenomenal. It was so great. I always ended up, I never seemed to make it. I would always try to cross the river and my oxen would drown, or and then I would die of dysentery or something every goddamn time. Now, I never, like, is there any way to actually, did anyone ever actually win that game? Is it even possible to make it in the Oregon Trail? I had just about as shit luck in that as I do in real life. So I never got any. I never got far. I'll tell you that.
Well, it was hard. It's not like
Yeah.
they're not gonna make it easy.
No, they're not. Bill Chill said he beat Oregon Trail. Wow.
Ah,
Go, Bill. You're a survivor.
so what's
Yeah.
it say at the end? You get there, hooray! You haven't died. I don't know what the final message would be on that. I mean, the one with text.
It's looking it up. It definitely, you can beat it. Making strategic decisions and about supplies, managing resources, and avoiding dangers. It says keeping the party healthy, so it can be done.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was terrible at it, but then I've always been really bad at like video games and computer games. I've always been terrible at them, so of course I would die every time. So yeah, this shot here is gorgeous too. Just beautiful scenery, the mountains in the background. Boring ending, you just make it to the west. Yeah, you just get to Oregon.
Wah, wah.
Yeah. At least you survive. It's better than dying of dysentery, believe me. That game drove me nuts, but I loved it. We used to play it in school. They'd let us play it in school sometimes. Anyway, this is kind of like a similar area.
You
It's
like
like the
that
same
one, and
area.
Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego?
Oh yeah, that one too. That one too. But this is kind of similar territory too, because this is Wyoming to Seattle. Oregon is not that far from there, so it's just it reminded me of that a lot.
I'm gonna go to Space Needle.
Yeah.
Is it still there?
Oh yeah. Is
The
it still
Space
there?
Needle. Is it there? I don't know.
They do show a beautiful Seattle skyline, but I have to check now and see when we get there if the Space Needle is there. It's gorgeous, but all the skyscrapers are covered in vines now. So while they're traveling, so they I forget what were they talking about here. I'm trying to remember now. I didn't take notes on everything. Oh, they were just kind of goofing around. They were like they were like playing games. They were listing like a bunch of music performers. It was like some kind of game they were playing. It starting with the alphabet letters. So she'd go through and like she'd say F, and then Ellie said Fleetwood Mac. I don't know what exactly they were doing with this game, but it was, I don't know, some sort of stupid game. But then but like Dina said, like, no, wrong answer, Frank Zappa. I don't know, maybe she likes that better than Fleetwood Mac. I don't know what they were doing.
Hey, that goes under Z, not F. Come on.
Yeah. So I don't know what they're doing.
Use that for a zinger for if you get Z.
Yeah. So then, they camp out for the night, and it's super awkward, sexual tension, and like Ellie's like watching her, like looking over her shoulder, like, oh my god, she has to sleep next to her, and then like she's totally crushing on her still, and they have all these unresolved issues since that whole kiss thing, and Dina, it seems like she's just going to go to sleep at first, so Ellie lays down and shuts off the lantern, and then Dina turns it back on, and now she goes back into this weird flirty teasing mode. I swear the way that she does it, it really doesn't seem like she's just confused and experimenting. It seems like she knows exactly what she's doing, and she's teasing her just based on her demeanor. It's weird. She brings up the whole kiss thing and what that meant, and Ellie basically says, well, I know you were really high and I was really drunk, and it didn't mean anything. Of course, Ellie is lying. She was not drunk. But she thinks that Dina only kissed her because she was really high. She was really high that night, which was true. She was high, but Ellie was not drunk, and so there's that. And then Dina wants to know how she would rate the kiss, because she's kissed other girls before, and she wants Ellie's rating on how good the kiss was. Ellie gave her a lousy, like a mediocre kind of rating. And she's like, and Dina's like, ouch. And Ellie says, well, okay, then go back to Jesse, her ex, the Asian dude.
I thought her line was like, she should have had a line like, I have to try it again so I can figure out what my rating is.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, that would be. opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we'll see if I'll show you I can do better than that.
Yeah.
Well, I'll
Figure
show
it out.
you. Yeah. And she says, Ellie says, well, go back to Jesse then. And Dina says, I already did. So seriously? So
Wah, wah.
she and Jesse were on again, off again. And seriously? Again? What is up with these two? They were on again, off again all the time. And at the dance, Ellie was telling Jesse, you'll be back together within a week, or 2 weeks. And he said, no, not this time. And it sounded really final. Like there was something between them that really broke them up for good this time. Nope. I guess she went back to him again after that. We just didn't see that part. This is 3 months later. Jeez. I don't know what's going on with that, but Ellie looks hurt, like that she already went back to her again. And then Dina says, does Jesse ever does he seem like he's kind of sad to you? Like there's something sad about him? Ellie says, yes. Did he tell you why? And Dina says, no. And she's like, maybe it's me, basically. If there's nothing else, if there's no other reason for it, then maybe it's just me. So there's something up with Jesse, and we don't really know what it is. There's like a sadness about him, and she's wondering if it's just her. So Dina seems in this moment legitimately confused, kind of torn between feelings for Jesse and feelings for Ellie. She's not like in a teasing mode at this point, but I do feel like she teases Ellie a bit too much, and she seems like she knows damn well Ellie has a crush on her, but that's just the vibe that I'm getting. She's very worldly, and Ellie is not in this area. In this, like,
arena.
Yeah. Like,
In
Dina
the
is
arena did it more.
exactly. Like, Ellie has had a girlfriend before and stuff, but Ellie is awkward, and she's not good at reading people when it comes to romance, and Dina seems like she definitely is. That's what I get from this, but, yeah, so I guess they just they leave it at that. And oh, and also I forgot one other thing. In this scene, Dina says that I believe it's Dina that says that she's not gay. She's like, you've kissed other girls before, and I just wanted to know how I rate. And she said something about how she's like, I'm not gay or something. And I was thinking, what the hell are you doing then? Why? If you're not identifying as gay and you're just confused and experimenting, don't do that with your best friend, especially if you sense that she has a crush on you. That's just wrong. Experiment with other people if you're confused. That kind of irritates me about her.
Mm-hmm. The bi, not bi people.
Yeah. She seems confused because she's saying she's not gay. I take that to mean
be bisexual, not gay, necessarily.
Yeah, that's a good point. When she said gay, I was just looking at that as an umbrella term, like that she's straight. I thought that meant she's saying she's straight, but.
Mm-hmm. Well, that would be like, I'm not gay, I'm bisexual.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what they mean, though.
But there's when she says she's not gay, there's an automatic assumption then when you hear someone say that okay, then they're straight. Mm-hmm. So it's confusing.
Yeah, but there was a trend when I was going to college, girls making out with other girls at parties just to turn on guys. But then if you were actually a bisexual person, you'd feel like they wanted to be in a relationship with you when they were just having fun and making out with girls.
Yeah.
Seems real obnoxious.
A lot of, I know girls sometimes experiment and just mess around in college and stuff like that. At this particular age, but yeah, she's kind of annoying me with this toying with her and saying she's not gay and all this stuff. It's like, come on. If you're going to experiment, don't do that with your best friend. I felt bad for Ellie.
Or be clear with anybody you're doing it with.
Yeah, seriously. Tina loves it all.
Don't
She
break
doesn't.
hearts.
Yeah. Dina loves it all. She doesn't discriminate.
She loves
Belchill.
it all.
Thruple, Dina, Ellie,
She's
and Jesse.
trisexual. She tries everything.
Trisexual. I never heard of
That's what
that.
they used to call the vampires and what we do in the shadows. They used to call themselves trisexuals.
No kidding. We'll just try anything. I like it.
Most vampires would be trisexuals.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll just try anything. I like that. Dina, Ellie, and Jesse probably wouldn't work because Ellie wouldn't be into Jesse. So the throuple probably wouldn't work. Ellie doesn't like guys, from what we've heard in the show. Bill. Dieter said that
That'd be like Parks and Recreation.
Like Parks. Oh, really? Something like that was on Parks and Rec.
Yeah, Aubrey Plaza was dating a guy who was dating another guy, and they were like a throuple, but she didn't like that guy that the other guy that her partner was dating.
Oh, gotcha.
So that was how their throuple basically worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, like but then she got really angry. I think she made out with a guy that she was angry with anyway.
Okay.
It's great. Yeah. I love Aubrey Plaza, let me tell you.
Oh, I love her too. I've only watched a little of Parks and Rec. I keep meaning to watch more. I just never get around to it. I love Aubrey Plaza. She's hilarious. I love her face. Mm-hmm. I love her face. She has that distinctive face she makes. It's just funny. She has a face for comedy, deadpan. Mm-hmm. Deadpan face. She has resting deadpan face. Yeah, like Dieter says, kind of like me and an ex when I was young and stupid, going back and forth because I felt guilty all the time. I always went back when she wanted. Yeah, I mean, people do things when they like. Yeah, Dina is young and stupid right now too, and she's not meaning. I don't think she's meaning to play with Ellie's feelings like this. So.
Yeah, but that especially, I think that especially hurts though if somebody does that to you and then they say, "Well, I'm not even gay," and then they go back to their original straight relationship or whatever. I mean, that's got this really burn.
I know, right? I felt bad for Ellie. That's hurtful. Yeah. I feel like she's just being really inconsiderate in this scene. And she doesn't strike me as a clueless person. I just get the vibe from her that she can read people and she knows Ellie really well. She can kind of read her thoughts and her feelings. I think she can sense Ellie's feelings for her. I just get that vibe completely. Like in the last episode when she was like putting Ellie's coat on for her and zipping it up and getting all close to her, I think she knew exactly what she was doing. She knew what she was doing. I just, and then she was playing that little game like, are you going to the dance? You know, like you should go with Kat, you know, like her ex or something like that. It was just like she was playing a game. She was flirty and she knew exactly what she was doing the whole time. I don't know. I could be wrong, but she needs to be more considerate of her friend. Dieter said, I don't like Dina anymore. Yeah. What? Oh, wow, Samuel. The Diary of Anne Frank got banned in some school districts because Anne kissed a girl and she wrote about it. I read that when I was a kid, but I don't remember that part.
That's weird. That's a weird reason to ban that book.
Stupid reason to ban that book. Yeah. What the hell? I don't remember that part of the book though. I read it a long time ago.
People making a case like, oh, it's about war and horrible stuff, and maybe we should keep away from children until they're a certain age, but not kissing a girl.
Yeah, like that's the reason you're gonna ban this?
It's ridiculous.
Not because it's involving a child being trapped, hiding from fascists who are coming for her in World War II, and like that's not the reason you're gonna ban it from children reading it. I don't get it. Yeah, It's stupid. And unfortunately, a lot of school
And
districts
even then,
are
I don't
banned.
think it should be banned. I should add at the end.
I am very anti book banning.
Me too.
And unfortunately it's happening more than ever now. We're going backwards instead of forwards in terms of progress, and it's a problem. But I won't get into that. Hi, Real Cinema Therapy. Nice to see you. I think Dina loves Ellie crushing on her, but maybe not sexually attracted to her. Tried out kissing her to see if she was turned on. Could be, yeah. Could be, just kind of experimenting, but geez, read the room. It's obvious Ellie is so into her. Don't play with her emotions. Experiment with some other girl. I mean, and then we can't even just blame it on the fact that she was high, because when Ellie turns off the light, the last thing she says is, "Oh, Ellie, I wasn't really that high." So she's telling Ellie that she was kind of in control of her faculties when she kissed her. She said, "I wasn't that high." That speaks volumes. That means she knew what she was doing and she meant to kiss her. So she's sending Ellie mixed messages. This was right after telling her that she's not gay. She went back to Jesse. She was sad about how Jesse seems sad, and maybe it's because of her. It's like, stop sending mixed messages, mixed signals. That kind of thing drives me nuts. I hate that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, Trace. Nice to see you, Trace. Dina seemed to like it a lot. Yes, she did. Indeed. Scott, although this way, the way this was written, it actually shows the emotional investment people have by how protective they are with Ellie. This was smart to write it this way. Great point, Scott. Yeah. It does make you root for Ellie more. We are protective of her as viewers, at least those of us who are not nasty, vicious bullies who just want to attack her for her appearance. Anyway, Mackie, she just loves attention from everybody. Dina would try to flirt with the bloater if she could. Oh my god. You're right,
now,
Mackie.
how would you rate my kissing style, bloater?
God, yeah. Yeah. She totally would. She is such a flirt. Oh my god. Remember at the dance, she was dancing with everybody. She was the life of that party. When Ellie showed up, Dina was just like in her glory, just like twirling across the dance floor with multiple guys, going from guy to guy. It was crazy. Yeah, she'd flirt with anybody. You got that right. Bill Chill says historically rulers controlled populations by hiding the books. Yeah, or by keeping the people illiterate, making the people ignorant. I mean, hell, the entire Chinese written language was designed to be as difficult as possible to keep the masses as ignorant and illiterate as possible and concentrate power in the hands of the elites. They had like 10,000 Chinese characters originally, something like that, I think. And really difficult to learn how to do that, so they could keep people uninformed and ignorant. And eventually, thankfully, they simplified the mainstream Chinese written language, but it's still extremely difficult, and there are still many characters that you need to know to be considered fluent in written Chinese. So yeah. And when the printing press was invented, like in European countries and stuff, that really made a huge difference in starting to educate people with the ability to print books. And so that's key, so hiding the books, yeah, that's a key to controlling the masses, keeping them in the dark. The printing press invention was a game changer. And Dieter dropped the link to Real Cinema Therapy's channel here. Our friend Lori, who joined my panel for the I broke my record, guys, for the all-time longest live I have ever done on Friday a few days ago. and Lori was there. Scarlet was there for the first many hours. I don't even
The
know.
first 6 hours. I was only there for the first 6 hours.
You were, yeah, just
Then I
6
fell
hours.
asleep, and then I woke up, and you guys are still talking. So I was kind of there in spirit around maybe 7:38ish.
Yeah.
But I did tell you this stops at 12 though, because you could talk for 15 hours. This is gonna only record to 12.
I was so mad though, Scarlet. I was so mad because I was like, okay, I saw 12 o'clock was approaching. See, Lori and I, we just kind of lost track of time, you know, and I was for once taking care of myself. I really did. I ate plenty of food. I guzzled lots of water. I used the treadmill while I was streaming. I need to do all those things to take care of myself with my pain condition. I can't just lay around for 12 hours. I can't.
Yeah.
It causes horrific pain. So I was doing the best I could to take care of myself, and we were having a great time. So I was like, all right, just gonna. The next thing I knew, we kept talking. Next thing I knew, I was closing in on the record. So even though I was starting to feel a lot worse, I was like, there's no way I'm not going to break the record now. I have to see this through. I'm too close. I'm within striking distance. And so I did it. I did it. I had to. The record was 11 hours, 5 minutes, which was on a From Season 3 stream last November.
That was the one you fell asleep on.
The infamous stream where I fell asleep. I fell asleep for at least half an hour.
And then Tony tried to call you.
And Tony, Teflon, and Dieter both called me to try to wake me up because I was sleeping for half an hour.
I was running to work, you know. And then people are like, Scarlet, you need to do something. I'm like, I'm at work.
Yeah.
I didn't sleep hardly at all, and I ran to work.
You had to work. You stayed as long as you possibly could, literally. Then you literally ran to work.
I ran down the street to work, yes.
Yeah, like you had a job
with tennis shoes on.
With your tennis shoes, and you got 0 sleep because of the live. Yeah. You were there all night. Like,
I'm not doing that again.
I didn't have to go. I don't have a day job. I don't have that, so that's why I can do these things. Scarlet has to work. Scarlet has to sleep. Scarlet is not as much of a vampire as me, so eventually she needs to sleep. So
yes.
I do not expect her to stay for even more insane amounts of time than she already does. But you know, I was gonna wind down and leave, but then Lori joined, and we completely lost track of time. I saw I was closing in on the record. It was like 20 minutes away, so I said, I'm doing this. I'm gonna beat the record. So I did. I beat my record. I went past 11 hours 5 minutes, which is awesome. And I thought, I'm so close to 12 hours. I'm so close. I want to see what's going to happen. It was like Thelma and Louise driving toward the cliff. Like, I felt like we were Thelma and Louise. Like, let's see what happens. I wanted to test it out.
Stop in midair around 12 hours.
I was thinking it was going to just cut us off right at 12 hours, you know, that we wouldn't be able to stream anymore. It would just end. So I was like talking really fast, thinking it was like counting down to midnight, you know, like we're almost at the 12-hour mark. I was watching the seconds go by and I was talking fast in case it cut us off, and it didn't. It kept streaming. So I thought, okay, maybe it's not true. You can stream longer than 12 hours. We were live. Everybody could hear me. I was like, can you hear me? They said yes. So I was like, okay.
I'm on the other side. I've gone to the other side.
I made it to the other side. I saw the other side.
Welcome to the light. Welcome to the light. Wait, did they hear you like snoring or anything like that while you were asleep?
Back in November, yes, when I fell asleep on the live, yes.
Oh yeah. She was going for it. She was definitely going for it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why they were calling to wake me up, to save me from myself, Tony and Dieter. And then my mom busted in the door and said, Julie, wake up. You're still streaming. Wake up. And they all could hear her. And I screamed. I was like, what? Woke up. Everybody was just dying of laughter, and it was so It was mortifying. Oh my god, it was mortifying. I came back on stream and I read the comments from when I was asleep, and I was just so embarrassed. And then I still didn't get off. I was still reading people's comments. So Tony basically staged an intervention, called me again. And you could hear his voice in the background talking to me, saying, "Julie, you got to get off the stream."
This is an intervention.
Yes. I said, "Is this an intervention?" He said, "Yes. Yes, it is. You got to get off the stream, Jules. You got to get off right now." In that Tony voice. I'm like, "All right, Tony, I'll get off the stream. I promise." He's like, "No. I said, "I just want to read through some more comments." He said, No. You can read them after. You got to get off the stream right now." It was so funny. Oh my God. I'll never forget it. It's one of those like cringeworthy things, but looking back on it, it's hilarious. At the time, I was so embarrassed, but also it was so funny too. So I wouldn't even change anything about it. It was just so funny. It makes for a good story. and so that was it. That was my record, and I swore I would never go that long again. I said there's no way I'm ever going to do that again. That was way too much. My pain gets way too bad to continue for that many hours now. I can't go as many hours without severe pain anymore on these lives. It's gotten worse. So I didn't think I'd ever do it again. And then the next thing I knew, I was within striking distance. So I was like, I'm going for it. And Scarlet and I used to joke about doing a 12-hour stream. I never thought I'd actually do it. Can't believe it. So I really did it. Don't believe the YouTube replay. I did not just stream for 11 hours and 55 seconds. It lies. It lies. Bastards. Bastards. They cut off 53 minutes of my replay. They let me stream, and I was still live until 12 hours, 48 minutes. 12 hours and 48 minutes. And they chopped off.
I wonder why they cut the 5 minutes off. It's not just 12 hours.
I have no idea. They cut it off at like 11 hours, 54 minutes, and 55 seconds or something.
Huh.
Why?
Strange. What a strange time signature.
Isn't it though?
Yeah.
And I was so mad because I was right in the middle of making a point that was very meaningful to me, and those bastards cut me off right in the middle of it.
Like, if I just picked that point just to spite you.
I was doing all this emotional reflecting and like something really like powerful like that I had taken from this experience, because I started that live. Before I started the live, I was crying a lot over the loss of my dad, and I had to start the live late as a result, and I was crying so much because I was remembering how he used to make me laugh. And it takes a lot to make me laugh when I'm in pain all the time. And I
wait, I can make you laugh this year. There we go.
Yes.
All smiles.
The screaming goat does it for sure. But it's not easy to, like, it's not easy to make me laugh a lot. It's not easy to do. And when you're in pain all the time, it's very hard. And he made me laugh even when I was in the hospital in severe pain not long after my back surgery. He had me laughing when I was 14. And I was remembering that and just missing that so much. And then so I started out the stream crying and in a horrible state. And then by the end of the stream, I was laughing harder than I can remember laughing in a long time. So it was like, with Alice was in the chat, and she said the live was like a cleansing or like a healing, and it really felt like that for me. And she said that, and I highlighted it, and YouTube cut that part off too.
Of course they did.
Damn it, bastards! Yeah, they cut that off, and all my words of appreciation and gratitude for everyone in the community, and how cool it was that I did that. I just happened to do it a year after. It was roughly a year after I joined the From fan community that started all this. It was the last few days of April last year when I joined the From community. I don't remember the exact date, but it was the day that the season 3 trailer came out for From. the teaser, the Footgate one, and what it was just really cool timing for the Footgate.
Every time you say Footgate, it has to rock around in my brain for a little bit before I realize what you're saying. And I'm like, oh yeah. Like,
Yeah, it was the messed up foot in the wheelbarrow. The boy
or
was
feet. Could it be 2 feet? Could it be 2 different people's feet?
Yeah, we
don't know.
We were analyzing the size of the feet. Are they 2 different people's feet? Like one of them had a shoe, one of them didn't. Like, is this a white person? Is this a black person? Is this a woman? It's like, how big is this foot? Yeah. Footgate was a riot, and that was my initiation into the fandom. That was the beginning, and I didn't intend to try to break my streaming record, in the same week as the anniversary of joining the fandom that started all this. It just happened that way. So it was really neat, the timing of it. It was cool. It just happened organically. It was not planned. I never go into streams knowing how long it's going to be. I just go with the flow. I play it by ear, how I feel, whatever the conversation is doing, wherever it's going. And this just sort of happened, and it kind of felt like fate. Like, it was perfect to kind of commemorate this anniversary.
This is my purpose. Get the graphic balloons out. Oh no, she's gone. She's gone. Oh no. Okay, well, I guess I'm promoting stuff that's going on in my life. On Thursday, me and Jamie over Sci-Fi Vision are having our last episode of Towards Zero. And we will be having a watch party in the Discord at Sci-Fi Vision around 9:45. And then we will talk about the episode we just watched live afterwards on Sci-Fi Vision. Love it.
Oh my God.
PST. Bring your friends. Bring your pets.
I don't know what happened. I just hit a button. I don't know how I hit a button and I kicked myself out of the stream. I don't know what just happened.
You were so excited about that 12-hour live. You couldn't help yourself.
And for a second I panicked and I thought I ended the whole stream. And remember that time I ended the stream and I had to start a new one right at the beginning? It was like a 10-second stream. One time.
It was a ghost got in there.
Yeah, we had like a 10-second stream and I accidentally ended it and had to start a new one. Anyway. Anyway, I just thought it was really cool that it happened this way. It felt like a perfect way to commemorate, even though it was not intentional, the timing of it, to commemorate what started all of this. Finding From, if I had never found the series From and watched it and then joined the fandom a year ago, I never would have had a channel. I never planned on starting a channel or imagined it would even be possible for me that anyone would even want to hear what I have to say on anything or hang out with me. I never had many friends or fit in anywhere. I struggled to make connections with people, and I'm a very social person, but I don't know how to reach out to people and make those connections. At least I didn't until now. And I would only kind of let my personality out and let my real self out with close family members and like maybe 1 or 2 people close to me. But it's always been such a challenge. I never intended to start a channel, but it all started with joining the From fandom, and it lit a fire under me. I had to find a creative outlet to express my ideas, and it just evolved into all of this. And so, yeah, I broke the record at the perfect time, and YouTube cut it off, but I basically just thanked everybody for all their support. And yeah, it was awesome. I don't plan on doing another stream like that anytime soon. I mean, never say never, because I didn't plan on that, and it happened. I never say, like, sometimes I do. I come on and say, this isn't going to be a marathon stream. And then 8 hours later, it's like, oh, that sounds stupid on the replay. But yeah, so I never plan on it. I never know when it's going to happen. But I am not going to be doing a lot of those kind of crazy things. It just happened that way. Those circumstances were right and it felt right. It was an awesome live, and Mackie was there for a lot of it. It was cool. Mackie just hung around because he wanted to see where it was going to go. And
speaking of Mackie, it's close enough to 4.
yeah. There we go. That's for Mackie. That's for Mackie.
That's for you.
Just for him. There's the link to Real Cinema Therapy's channel. Oh, you gotta have the goats. Yeah, Mackie needs the goats too.
Well, they came out after I rang the bell.
They broke up the goat.
Gotta ring the bell out so they all come out.
Yeah, right. So yes, Mackie, that is just for you. It was really cool that he stuck around as long as he did and just hung out until I got off there. I don't know. Pause. At least I remembered to say pause this time. Yeah, there were some people who were fighting sleep just to see how it was going to turn out. Like they were just hanging around, like sleep depriving themselves and staying in the chat. Oh, and a big reason why I wanted to hang around also, and Lori wound up joining, is because there were over 100 people for the first
I remember. I remember when I started to fall asleep. You had 80 some.
Yeah.
We were like, why?
Yeah, and it went over 100 people for the first time since November, and I have no idea why. This was not that special of a stream. It was a lot of fun, but it wasn't like, we broke down 2 episodes of The Residents, but that's not like a super popular show or anything. And then we were just talking about random stuff after that. Just random stuff. Then Lori and I talked about The Last of Us and all kinds of random movies and TV, and we had a really fun conversation. But even when Lori joined, I was already over 100 people, and I was like, what the hell is going on? I have no idea why. It went up to a peak of 131, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow. That's
100. I have no idea. For the life of me, I have no idea why. Why there were that many people.
We're some real Residents fans out there.
Yeah, maybe
birds, because we're talking about birds.
Yeah, I don't know. And then after that, more people joined while we were just talking about random stuff too. It was so weird. It was so weird and awesome. Amazing. So I was like, I cannot end a stream when I'm over 100 people for the first time since November, and I didn't know if it would ever get like that again. So I'm like, no, I can't end the stream. I just can't do it. My finger will not hit the button. I can't do it. So I stuck around. Then Lori joined, and the numbers kept going up a little bit more. And yeah, the most we got with Severance was 91. That was the peak with Severance, which is great. 91 people is great. Every time you cover a new show, it's an uphill battle for any streamer. If you're not somebody who's gigantic with like 1 million followers, then every time you cover a new show, even Tony with his 103K or something, every time it's an uphill battle with the algorithm and getting people in the chat. So you always are going to have less people. That's normal. We were very lucky to get 91, a peak of 91 people on Severance. But it's kind of a lousy feeling to feel like we peaked early, and like we started out, we were so fortunate to have over 100 people in the chat almost every live with From. That's unusual for a new channel, and I was really grateful. But then when you see it fall off, and each series you cover, it's like less and less, it is kind of depressing. You feel like you peaked early, and now you're plateauing or declining. not even plateauing, you're declining. Well, plateauing in terms of my subscribers. My subscriber count went up pretty quick, but then now it's kind of plateauing, hasn't really moved much. And in terms of viewers and people watching the lives, it's gone down a lot. So you better believe when I saw that many people, I was like, I can't leave. So I love our discussions, even when it's a smaller group, because everyone is amazing. Like the crowd tonight, we've got 33 people right now. But these 33 people, and not all of them are in the chat, of course. Some of them are just listening. But the people in the chat make these are awesome discussions because they're so engaged and offering such great insights and ideas and funny points. And I love having these conversations. I don't need over 100 people in the chat to be happy, but it was so cool to see it. I'm not going to lie. It's cool to see. So as a streamer, it's exciting. It'll be exciting for anybody. That first time, I'll never forget when we first hit 100. We were so excited. I forget what, like, I think someone was like, Dieter was saying like, oh, he's gonna pay for StreamYard for a month if we hit 100 or something. Dieter wound up buying a whole lot more than just a month of StreamYard, but yeah, it was a really cool feeling to see it for the first time. So to see it happen again, I had to stick around, and it was a lot of fun. So hopefully this bodes well for the future, and when From season 4 comes back, maybe the bigger crowd will come back like before. And
yeah,
the only problem with that though is how many comments I like to read, and that's why we were there for so many hours. I was reading so many comments from over 100 people in the chat. It's like right here, this is more manageable. I can read most people's comments, and at least the ones pertaining to the show I highlight, and I read as many as I can. Over 100 people. Our peak, the most we've ever gotten, is 167 people during season 3 of From. And this was damn near close to that at 131. So yeah, that was wild. I know some of them were probably asleep because people fall asleep with the live on. Some of them were asleep, but there were a bunch who were just watching or listening and not chatting because the numbers kept rising a lot. So apparently there must be a lot of people out there who just listen and can't chat or don't want to. And hey, that's great. I appreciate everybody that shows up regardless. So anyway, it was cool. Screw you, YouTube, for cutting off the rest of my new record live. That made me really mad, but I'm still happy about the experience. And just so everybody knew, I pinned a comment to the top of that live, and I wrote, "This live went for 12 hours and 48 minutes. YouTube cut the rest off." I'm like, I'm going to make sure everybody knows.
Protest.
Yes. I even described, I wrote a little bit. How dare you? I even wrote a little bit about what I said and what other people said that YouTube cut off. I wrote it in a comment. I pinned it. And I renamed the title to say, like, longest ever live. I renamed the live stream. I put a new thumbnail on it, changed it all around. I kind of had to change the description because it evolved into something totally different. So anyway, it was really cool. It was cool. But I won't be doing that again anytime soon. I can pretty much guarantee that. Getting back to the chat now, because we're coming to the end of the episode. I gotta wrap this up soon.
I thought we were done.
We're almost done.
Oops.
We're almost done. Let's see. Anyway, what else? I'm just scanning through the chat here. And anyway, please subscribe to Real Cinema Therapy's channel. She was awesome. We had a great time with her. She was so much fun to have on the live. I loved our conversation. We had so many great laughs. Check out the replay, even though the end is chopped off. We have Real Cinema Therapy Lori. Lori was on for, like, I forget how many hours. 4, like at least 4 hours she was there. We had a great conversation. After this live is over, I'll add her link to the description of this video too. So if you're listening on the replay, you can find her channel. Yeah, she's terrific. She's going to be doing her own live streams hopefully soon. She's a natural at it, and I think she's going to do an amazing job. And she makes her own videos. She's released videos for The Last of Us, Yellow Jackets, and Severance. Her insights on The Last of Us are awesome. She has her own psychological expertise from her career as a therapist. So she applies that to shows, and she does an amazing job. So check out her channel. Anyway, so back to the chat, and then I'm going to get back to the breakdown here. Dieter said, speaking of books, I'm going to send you a text to record so I can try making an AI audiobook with your sexy voice. Oh my God, Dieter. I want to try it for Doug's deadline play. Okay. Sure, we can do that. Scarlet, Mackie said Scarlet was gone by the time we started talking about the human centipede. Yeah. Yeah, we were on some random shit. I was talking about that.
Aw, that's too bad.
You really missed out there, yeah. I'm sure you wanted to hear all about the human centipede.
You know, sometimes you have dreams and regrets I've had a few.
Yeah. Yeah. We were talking about just how disturbing horror movies have become, and I brought up the human centipede.
Oh,
Anyway,
it's your fault.
it was my fault. It was
You've
me.
seen that movie, but you haven't seen Mad Max.
I haven't seen it, but I've read about it and I've seen images from it, and it's absolutely disgusting. Don't look it up.
It is what it sounds like.
Yes.
They're not trying to make it anything that it's not.
No, don't look it up. You can't unsee it. Trust me. Trust me on this. Do not look it up. It will traumatize you. People, I've known some tough people who vomited watching that movie. Yeah. It's like the most deranged, disturbing thing you can possibly imagine. I can't even imagine the warped mind that concocted that thing.
Which movie is this?
The Human Centipede.
Oh, that was pretty disgusting.
Yes, it was. It was, yeah.
They had the nerve to make a sequel to it.
Then there's a sequel. Yes, they made another one. The fuck? Yes. That's because people have gotten so desensitized to violence. That's the inevitable result. You know, you've got to make it more and more extreme. Anyway, Panda, is Julie wrapping up? So 8 hours left. Guys, get your questions in. Not this time. No. Yeah, I can do a 6-hour stream easily. Oh yeah, you bet. You bet I can. Julie had the eye of the tiger on Friday. Yeah, Bill, chill. Maggie, hurry, guys. Only 4 hours left. The footgate, all the feet and the shoes, Bill. Footgate. Everybody in the Fromely, you know, you got to remember what Footgate is. Never forget Footgate. Feet in the chat for Footgate. Yes, feet in the chat for Footgate. And then I cut myself off the stream briefly. I've got wide feet, gotta get 12.5 wide ordered online. Gotta love Footgate. I will never forget that. That was an epic time in the From fandom. What a time for me to join, right? Of all times, I joined in Footgate frenzy. It was amazing. And I called into Tony's show that very first night that I joined the From fandom. And I gave my own theory on who was screaming in the barn, and it was dead wrong, but it was a lot of fun anyway.
Sounds like some kind of Taylor Swift thing. Footgate.
Yes.
Taylor Swift's always showing her feet.
True. Yeah, she is. Maybe a foot fetish thing. Thank you for the kind words, Panda. I appreciate it. Whatever makes you happy, you deserve the best. And Dieter, thank you. Yeah, I suffer a lot. Yeah, indeed. And yes, I am planning on buying that Kendrick Lamar ticket that where he's coming on my birthday. I gotta go there. I have to. I need to do it today. I need to buy that ticket before they all sell out. I can't miss that experience.
They have places where you can where if you have a wheelchair or some other device, you can actually wheel it up to that particular area.
They do?
I think so. I mean, the stadiums around San Diego always had one. Like when I went to see Paul McCartney, there was little areas where people, if they had a cane or they had a wheelchair or something, they had a whole little area that was right by the mezzanine or whatever, where you could look over and.
Wow, for people with disabilities.
Yeah.
because I have a documented disability, so
Yeah, I don't know if they would have, depending on the venue, they might have a spot like that. You may want to ask.
I actually wish I had a wheelchair then, because that would be more effective than probably the kind of seating that they have in there. I'm guessing the seating is going to be really hard and uncomfortable. I have to bring a cushion to sit on, and they said the stadium, I called the stadium and they said a cushion is allowed as long as it doesn't have a cover with a zipper. I can take the cover off, that's fine. But I don't know. I wish I had a wheelchair I could bring.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you could borrow one.
Yeah, I don't know. How do you borrow a wheelchair?
Well, I have a friend that has one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have a friend that has one. Had it
Too
because he
bad.
was in the hospital or something. Doesn't use it anymore, but if I needed one, I could ask.
Too bad you're halfway across the country.
Yeah, I know. I just bring it right over.
Yeah, damn it. Well,
Let's wheel you there.
We need that teleportation technology that Dina has.
right? Yeah. God, I can't tell you how many times I've wished for the power of teleportation, but yeah.
I would have loved it.
Right? That'd be amazing. Anyway,
yeah.
Umbra, you gotta get going, right?
I do.
Yeah. Sorry, we've been
we gotta
rambling
finish
off
this up.
on a tangent.
Nah, you're good. I was just sitting here doing things here at work. I'm all right. Well, let me sign out. Fun here being here, chopping it up with you ladies and with the chat. All love to everybody. I believe my channel was linked already, and it should be in the description. I think you said, Julie.
Yes, indeed, it is there.
Yeah. So appreciate that. And if you guys would like to check out any discussions about video games or wrestling or TV shows, just in general, we talk about a wide swath of things on my podcast called The Fix. We go live on Thursdays at 8:00 Eastern. So yeah, if you guys are ever free, come by and check a brother out. And if you have not done so yet, and you want to do me a favor, hit the subscribe button for my link. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes. Please subscribe to Umbra's channel. And thank you so much for being here. It's always awesome to hang out with you. And yeah, please check out his channel in the description of this video if you're listening on the replay. Always great to talk to you, Umbra. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, same. Thank you for having me. Always fun to can talk, and hear your views and things and thoughts on shows and stuff like that. I love the passion. Even the nearly 12-hour sleep thon. The sleepathons must continue. Maybe that could be a nice little niche you can have in this market here. Like we're gonna talk about these show, then we're all gonna go to sleep on a stream together.
Yeah. We could. It'd be kind of cozy. Keep each other company. We go to sleep.
Keep each other cozy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you'll be awakened by you'll be awakened by screaming goats in the background sound effects for your morning coffee break or something. I don't know.
Doc had a dream about screaming goats. Doc heard the goats because he fell asleep with the stream on.
Oh, that's got to be terrifying.
Yeah.
Throw some coffee beans on the lawn. Get some goat yoga going.
But yeah, let me get out of here, ladies. I'll talk with you guys.
All right. Thanks, Umbra.
Yeah, thank you.
Or good morning, whatever time it is. Good morning.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. I'm just an hour behind you guys, so it's about to be 3 for me.
All right, not too bad. Still the middle of the night, and hope you can join again soon.
For sure. See you guys.
See you. So, Mackie had said, "I thought you forgot about me, Scarlet." When you
I didn't. I can ring again at 4 if you want. I just thought I was gonna go to bed. I was like, I should just do that.
Yeah. No, you never forget about Mackie.
No, I do it twice.
Yes, real cinema. There were 130 people there. Indeed, it was crazy. Those people only joined because I made commercial on my OnlyFans page. Dieter was joking
Sweet.
about that in the chat.
I just want to know what it looks like, Dieter.
Maggie said it was just fun as fuck. I wanted to see how many people would join too. Well, I'm glad you found it fun too. It was fun for me. I had to see what was going to happen. I was like, I can't leave. I gotta ride this out. I wanted to see how many people would join, how long they would stay, and if the 12-hour thing like was real, what would happen? It was just like Thelma and Louise riding toward the cliff, and we thought we made it to the other side. We were still alive, but YouTube.
Well, instead, just like the movie, you were just frozen in time.
Yes. Oh my God! It really was like the movie then. Yeah. It just because YouTube cut off the replay right when I was still in the middle of a sentence. So basically, yeah.
So people listening to it will never know. They have to come up to their own conclusion of what happened.
Yeah, and what sucks about it too, my StreamYard ran out of storage because the thing was so long. So I don't even have a copy of it for myself. StreamYard records it also.
Mhm.
And if I had a copy on StreamYard, I could have clipped the last section and uploaded it. Damn it.
Yeah.
It's gone forever.
Huh.
Thanks, YouTube police. Ugh. Anyway, it's too bad. I was really bummed because that was my record breaker. I wanted the whole thing there for posterity. Ugh. Can't ever get that back. It's gone. Lesson learned. I got to clear out my storage on StreamYard so I have enough backed up here. I mean enough to back up my lives. Dieter said the poll about whether Ellie should go after Joel is back to 50-50. Jeez. It is tight. It is really tight. Anyway, Dieter gave a Severance t-shirt away. Didn't think it was going to happen, but people kept liking and yeah, then it kept going higher because Scott and Panda Kalima were asking for likes, and then he had to actually give away a t-shirt. Yeah. Bell Chill was asleep around 115 people. Yeah, people stayed awake as long as they could and hung out. Hey lurkers, hey lurking fungus, please like the stream. Yes, please do that, but we appreciate it. Mackie fell asleep when the numbers were going back down to 89. Yeah, toward the end it did start to go down below 100. It did. Anyway, yes, time to start going back to the breakdown and
get on the old Seattle Trail. Let's go.
Yes. You're welcome, Lori, aka Real Cinema Therapy. Wrapping it up the only way Julie can. Scott, yeah. That's about it, yeah. Good night, Scott. Thank you so much for all your help. Truly appreciate all your support. Thank you. You're awesome. Let's see. Oh, it's up to 44 now. My numbers say 32 right now in terms of how many people are here. Anyway, there's the link in the chat to Infinite Umbra's channel, and it's also in the description of the video. Hey there with Alice. Just listening. I'm pretty sure Scarlet is right on that. Go for it, Julie. Walgreens sometimes have affordable wheelchairs. Oh, thank you. I thought wheelchairs are too expensive everywhere. I didn't know Walgreens of all places would sell them. Huh. Thank you for that. I will look into it because I really this is a huge obstacle for me, my pain in going to see this concert, and I'm anxious about it. That's why I haven't bought a ticket yet. I can't stand up for a concert like I used to be able to, and the seats, I'm worried about the seats and just worried about a lot of things, getting in and out of there. If I have to the process of getting out, this stadium can hold over 66,000 people. I've never been to a stadium concert, and I'm worried that it's going to take way too long for me to walk out of there when everyone is filing out in a giant mob. And it hurts me so much to stand for too long. And if I'm stuck there standing behind thousands and thousands of people for a long time, that would be brutal. So a wheelchair would be really helpful, actually. now that I'm thinking about it. So I appreciate the suggestions.
Mm-hmm. You should look at the
Yeah.
layout of the stadium and everything and see where those are. If it's a stadium that big, they gotta have them.
And I'll give them a call. There's a customer service number that I already called to ask if they allow cushions. So I'll call them tomorrow and ask, or today. Rather, it's already today. Yeah, so I appreciate all the suggestions. Dieter dropped a link to Umbra's Discord channel too. I didn't even know he had one. Cool. There's Umbra's Discord right there. Anyway, let's get back into it. Let's get back into it. So, Mackie, 4 o'clock. It's 4 a.m., 4:01 a.m. Yes, there we go. That's for Mackie.
Hand sore. No, it's not.
Okay.
I hope you imagine me with like a handkerchief, like a kerchief around my head, like Gwendolyn Christie.
Oh yes, I can picture it. I've got the image in my head. Sorry, I'm so thirsty. Hold on.
That's okay. I'm not saying anything. I just want to get back on the Seattle Trail. Get myself down on the trail.
And we're coming to the last couple of scenes. So Ellie and Dina find a bunch of dead. I think they're called scars. We haven't been told yet who these people are, what the group is called, but somebody last week said in the chat, or I think it might have been Tony, I forget, but they said they're called scars, which makes sense. They
My
deliberately
people.
Huh?
I said my people.
Yeah.
The scars. A Scarlet,
Yeah.
here's my scars. It almost looked like a Jesus fish at one time when I first looked at it.
It kind of looks like a little bit, yeah. A little bit like a Jesus fish. Yep. The scars, because they scar up their faces. We have yet to learn more about them. I'm really interested to find out more about these people. And so this guy's full of bullet holes, and so yeah, obviously they were killed by people and not by the infected. And Ellie notices that there are bullets from multiple different types of guns, bullet casings. So she says this is not Fedra. If it were Fedra, apparently they would look the same. She knows Fedra well. She grew up in a Fedra military school. So she said, so they're now wondering, like, okay, does that mean this was like, could this have been Abby's group that did this? And they get worried. They exchange a look like, if this was Abby's group that did this, then they have a big threat they're up against. And they know that Abby's part of a militia. I mean, what do these two really think that they can go up against a militia? Like, this is really this is really a David versus Goliath situation about to happen here. And then Dina goes down. It looks like I missed a few screenshots, but Dina actually, while Ellie's looking around, Dina goes down off the path, and when she comes back, she starts puking. And yeah, she starts puking. And she says, I think it was the smell or something, but Ellie goes down and looks, and there's the poor little girl we saw earlier in the episode, and her dad. I'm guessing that might be her dad. They look like something out of the distant past, like with these long brown robe-like things. It reminds me of monks.
Reminds me of Grim Fairy Tales.
Yeah. Interesting. I'm interested to learn more about them. This is really sad seeing the little girl like that. There was an even worse picture, but I didn't include it. I don't think we need to see an even worse picture of the poor little girl laying dead.
Mhm.
But Ellie comes back and Dina says, I don't know, I think it was, it was the smell, meaning that's what made her puke. But they've seen I'm sure they've seen loads of dead people before, and now she's throwing up. I don't know. It's a little weird. Um, and also maybe the sight of it because there was a child. But anyway, so yeah, they're worried. Like, okay, this is not. If this wasn't Fedra, then who killed these people? Maybe it was Abby's group, and they get back on the horse and continue. And when they see a car, they realize they're getting close. Because they've been going off the beaten track this whole time, staying away from cities, staying away from settlements, going through the woods and the wilderness. And Dina did an amazing job charting this course. If anything, it was way too easy. I'm wondering how the hell Dina learned all these amazing skills, knew exactly what to bring, exactly how to chart their course. They didn't encounter a single threat on the entire long journey from Jackson, Wyoming to Seattle. I just found that unrealistic, but whatever. I guess they wanted to. The pacing of this particular season is way quicker than season 1. Clearly, season 1 it was much slower. The entire thing was Joel and Ellie's journey, and sometimes it was slow. And this season, nope, boom, 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 lightning fast. Like, you see Abby's saying we're gonna kill Joel by the end of the episode. It's been a 5-year jump, and she's already found where Joel lives. Now, in this episode, they set out to find Abby's city. Boom, now they're already there in Seattle. It's quick this season. They're not wasting any time. They see a car and they realize that they must be close, and then they find more cars. This is like an old highway, and clearly this was a bunch of backed up traffic of people who were trying to escape. When the pandemic happened that started all of this, it was complete chaos, and it spread so fast that people probably just died while they were still trying to get out of the cities. Massive amounts of traffic trying to escape. And sad to see like the remnants of it. And you see in the background there's like a warning sign, something related to the pandemic. But it spread lightning fast. Like within a few days, like the whole world had ended basically. What does this say? It says approaching monitored zone warning. Fedra. Yeah. So this was like a bunch of people trying to get out who never made it, clearly. And they realized that they must be really close, and Seattle is only 9 miles away. They continue, and there is the skyline of Seattle. There's an old Seattle ambulance covered in moss. Like, everything is covered in moss and grass. It's really beautiful, actually. The whole city, the whole skyline is it's like nature took over again. It's like after the apocalypse, nature kind of just retook the cities, and in a way, it's sad, but it's beautiful in its own way. The moss growing over everything. They're admiring the view, and yeah, it's cool. Like, I thought they did a great job, doing this with CGI. However they did it, it's gorgeous. She used to admire the view with Joel too. I'm sorry, like this is no substitute for Ellie and Joel together. I like Dina, but it's just not the same. And I'm glad that they didn't make this the Ellie and Dina epic travel adventure for the rest of the season, and they're already at their destination, even if it is a bit unrealistic and rushed. So yeah, they made it. They're in Seattle, and then is that the Space Needle? I think that is the Space Needle in the distance. I can't tell, but wait a minute. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the Space Needle. It's still there. still there. So yeah, that then there's just this dude who was part of Abby's posse who killed Joel. He was part of the group. I forget his name, but he's on lookout patrol, and he, some guy asks him to look, check a certain spot to make sure it's clear. He looks through binoculars. The set design is awesome here, and the CGI effects in the background, really cool. He looks like he's on a ship. he's in a building, but it looks like a ship somehow. So they have a huge obstacle here. This is no joke. They're walking into a lion's den. I mean, this city, they're constantly, they have people looking out with binoculars at different posts, watching every corner of the city, and this is a heavily armed group, this militia, the WLF, with their tanks and their automatic weapons. Like this is really scary. This is worse than Fedra, if anything. I think it's probably worse. I don't know. I mean, Fedra was pretty bad. Fedra, I think, was basically what took over. If I understand it correctly, I think Fedra was basically what took over the government. That was, the government basically kind of turned fascist, and that's how they kind of evolved after the pandemic. And they would literally hang people just for being outside at night after curfew. But this group might be worse. I don't know. Well, I haven't played the games, so we'll have to see. But yeah, there's the emblem on the dude's helmet, WLF, with a wolf. This is the difference between the wolves. They do this for a reason. Like, the Fireflies were called that because they had a hopeful mission. They believed that there was a way out of this nightmare, and they had that motto, when you're lost in the darkness, look for the light. It was a message of hope. This show, in a lot of ways, it's about, just like the other shows I've covered, From and Severance, it's about how different people react to trauma and cope with trauma. And so now with these different groups, we're seeing different ways that humans cope with trauma. Some people are able to find hope. There were the Fireflies who believed that there was a light at the end of the tunnel, that they could, fix the world, that they could use Ellie, who is immune, to make a cure for humanity and save everyone. So they were hopeful. They had an altruistic mission. They weren't just out for themselves. That's how some people would handle a situation this extreme trauma, apocalyptic events. That's how they responded. Then you have this group. Their emblem is a wolf instead of a firefly. And that's it's exactly what it implies. Ferocious, vicious, violent. Of course they're militaristic, and naturally they have a wolf about to attack as their kind of like avatar or mascot or whatever you want to call it, logo. So that's how they respond to it. Violence, militaristic rules and behaviors. And then you have groups like the Scars. I think they're called the Scars, the people who look like they're in a cult. They believe that the infected are demons, and they came up with this. They followed this woman who they believe is a prophet, and they came up with a whole cult around that. So that's how other people respond to trauma and cope with it. Like that's how they survive, by doing that. And then you have just people who are anarchists and out for themselves, like Joel. For a while, Joel, Tess, and Tommy were all just out for themselves and angry, lashing out at the world after everything they lost, especially Joel. Violent, just senseless violence. And because he didn't have a purpose anymore without his daughter. So he just lashed out at everything, mad at the world, amoral, until he got a purpose again. Sometimes you find your purpose, and your purpose just becomes, it could be as simple as just that one person. For him, it was just Ellie. It wasn't being part of a group like this. Some people need to identify with a group like the WLF or the Fireflies. For Joel, it was just, his purpose was to go on for her. He told Ellie once said, like, well, what's the point of even going on if you don't believe there's hope for, because he didn't have any hope that the world could be fixed. And he said, you go on for family. So some people do that. They find purpose in their loved ones. And he found purpose again in Ellie, adopted her as his surrogate daughter. That's how he coped with his trauma. But unfortunately, he didn't handle it in a healthy way, and he developed a codependent relationship with her. He held on to that relationship too tightly and didn't branch out and connect enough with other people. So when she pulled away from him at 19, he couldn't deal with it, and he was stuck in his grief. She was like a replacement for Sarah in his heart. So that's another way people cope with trauma. This show is giving us like a window into that. Anyway, yeah, so it's like some people, yeah, and then you have like the people in the commune. They're kind, they all pitch in and work together. That represents really the best of humanity, the people living in Tommy's commune. They all protect each other, they defend each other, they share everything. They share all their resources, make sure everyone has what they need. They take in as many refugees as they possibly can. Even if they're running out of their own resources, like they really represent, I think, the best people out of anyone we've seen, the people in Tommy and Maria's commune. I mean, the Fireflies, you could argue it's the Fireflies because they were trying to save humanity by finding a cure through Ellie, but they were going to murder a 14-year-old girl to do it. So I don't know. I don't think that's justified, in my opinion, but that's one of the most hotly debated things in the show. And yeah. So, I mean, yeah, they've managed to build a life for themselves in that commune and like find whatever happiness they can get out of life by banding together and just putting their faith in each other. They, like Ellie was saying, they're not, they defend each other. They have each other's backs. They care about each other. And that's how it should be in times of crisis, but not everyone responds that way. Humans respond in all different ways, and this is how a different group responded. And unfortunately, human nature is such that we tend to be our own worst enemies. And there was a reference in this episode to how what's his name, Eugene, Gail's husband, used to tell her that there were factions of people out west, like the WLF and others, who were fighting amongst themselves, and how stupid that was. If they just banded together and worked together, then things would go so much better. But they're making more problems for themselves. They're compounding their problems by fighting amongst themselves. You have enough problems with the infected. And unfortunately, though, this is so true of our actual lives in real life. This happens all the time. Look what happened when COVID hit. People were at each other's throats. Instead of focusing on the common enemy, people were at each other's throats, like screaming at each other. If you chose to wear a mask sometimes, like you'd wear a mask and like somebody would scream at you to take off your mask and shit. It was terrible, instead of banding together, there was so much division, and it's just a shame. It's like, if there was anything that should have united humanity against a common enemy, it should have been COVID. But no, human beings at the end of the day will always be our own worst enemies. And this is an example of that. These groups out here who are fighting each other, killing each other, the WLF versus the Scars or whatever they are, killing each other, and probably other groups. When they have enough to deal with, they have enough problems. They have the infected. You have freaking infected zombies that have taken over the world, and you're going to fight amongst yourselves. It makes no sense. And I remember thinking after the COVID thing, well, I remember I used to think, like, if we ever had something like an alien invasion, that came down, maybe the world would finally unite and there would be world peace because we'd have a common enemy. But after COVID, I thought, you know what? No, that wouldn't happen. We would still fight amongst ourselves and kill each other and be at each other's throats because unfortunately, it's human nature. I mean, that's not my nature, but unfortunately, the dark side of human nature in general is to fight amongst ourselves. And I wish we could be better than that. And I think that a really important message of this show is that we should be better than that. And it doesn't need to be this way. All this infighting and the endless cycle of vengeance and the lack of empathy for other human beings. It's a serious problem that plagues the entire world. It's what's so wrong with the world. So I commend this show for the messages it's trying to send. And that's why I wish people would try to see the big picture at the message this is sending. Look at the messages this is sending and how important this is for the world. I know you're attached to the characters. I was attached to Joel and Ellie, very attached. I absolutely loved their journey, and I don't think I'll ever enjoy the show on the same level at an emotional level, but I have nothing but respect for the messages it's trying to send us. I think it's so needed, but unfortunately it's going over the heads of a lot of people. And just like human nature, I've seen so much infighting and nastiness, viciousness of people attacking each other, saying nasty things, attacking the show. It's one thing to criticize the show, but like attacking, bullying the actress for how she looks and, you know, like, and getting into arguments with each other. No, this side was right. No, that side was right. Joel was right. No, Abby was right. I mean, you can debate. Debate is fine. Civil debate is fine. But when it gets nasty, then that's just showing, once again, we're stuck in this us versus them mentality. And the show is trying to teach us something that doesn't have to be just about us versus them. We can come together, unite against common problems, common enemies. There doesn't have to be so much division. There has never been more division in humanity than there is right now. It just keeps getting worse. There's such a lack of empathy, and it's at the root of so much tragedy in the world, war, political vitriol that has never been worse than it is now. And the message this show and this video game have been trying to send, it's never been more needed, but unfortunately, it's going over people's heads. It's not about picking a side. It's right now, I know a lot of people are Team Joel, Team Ellie. I get it. My emotions want to be like that too. I'm right there with you. I'm emotional. I can't help it. I get attached to characters, but I'm looking at the big picture too. It's not about us versus them, my side versus your side. Abby was right. No, Joel was right. It's about trying to feel empathy for everyone involved and the suffering that they went through, trying to put yourself in their shoes. How would you feel if this had happened to you? Look at something from someone else's perspective. And it's so difficult for most people to do it. I've seen it in my own life. For my entire life, I have never received enough empathy from people around me. People who had no idea what I was going through and judged me and attacked me and bullied me or ignored me. And it's like, you have no idea what it's like to live in my skin. And you have no right to do that. It's like, why don't you at least try to understand each other and feel what someone else might be feeling? I'm a natural empath, so I can't help it. I feel too much what other people might be feeling. And it's a curse. It really is sometimes, because it hurts to feel so deeply. And because that means you can get hurt so deeply. But at least I'm not an insensitive person who refuses to ever see the opposite side. I don't know. If anything, I feel empathy for everyone, even people who have hurt me. I can't help it. It's just my nature. But yeah, these are the overall big picture messages the show is trying to send. Now, how effective is it in doing this right now? I think it's kind of tricky. With Abby, the way that they've presented Abby to us, they've got an uphill battle to try to build empathy for her. But I'm gonna wait and see what they can do with this and give it a chance. It's too early to say if it's been effective or not. We'll have to wait and see. But this is a huge obstacle we have here with this. Like, this just shows that the ending on this shot really shows what Ellie and Dina are up against. These tanks rolling down the street, people in all of this militaristic combat gear and hat and helmets. This is scary shit. They're up against it. I don't know how they have a shot in hell of managing this on their own. But this is only episode 3. We have 4, 5, 6, 7, 4 more episodes. There are only 7 episodes in this season. And then it's already been renewed for season 3, which will be part 2 of the second video game. And that will be the end. So things are escalating quickly. The first season went slow. This one is not wasting any time. We've got 4 more episodes and they're going into the thick of it. This looks like they're going right into a war with the way these people are suited up. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm gonna just check in with you guys real quick before I go through the preview for the next episode and wrap this up now. Let me see. What did I miss here? With Alice, if you have a friend going with, they can wheel or push you in. No, I'd be going alone, actually. Also, you may be able to rent an electric wheelchair from a medical supply outlet. Oh, interesting. They should have a separate entrance for those with disabilities. Thank you, with Alice. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for that information. Very kind of you. I'll look into that. Panda Klima, this mission is way above their pay grade. Yes, indeed. Mackie says, oh, Scarlet's back. Mackie says, I feel like they're going to kill off Dina on this trip. Yeah, I could see that. Pause, Julie. Did I say Dina goes down? Yeah, I guess I did. I do that kind of stuff a lot. The Big Bad Wolf caught Little Red Riding Hood. Constance. Symbolism. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, that little girl, she was very reminiscent of Little Red Riding Hood, and the Big Bad Wolf got her. Nice. That's amazing. Wow. The little girl with the hammer got me, right, Panda? That was terrible. My God. Clickers clicking. Ellie slick. JulieB's got all the pics. Joel's gone. R.I.P. fam. But this deep dive goes wham bam. Like, sub, share. Don't be slow, or you'll miss the whole damn show. Well, yeah, there's always the replay. Also, Julie, not sure what the experience is for those in wheelchairs at your particular place. Will you be able to see the stage if people are standing, dancing in the aisle, wheel in restrooms? Yeah, I'd have to look into it. Thank you for all the suggestions. I really appreciate all of that. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this so I remember it. I appreciate it. I will call and find out that information. Because I really want to do this. Panda, Seattle is an interesting place. Yeah. I've never been, but I'm sure it is. Mackie, the earth heals itself after an apocalypse hits. Yeah, it's like the earth takes everything back over. All the moss and vines covered all the buildings, and it's taking the earth back. And yep, the Space Needle was there. Space Needle was still there on the skyline. People in wheelchairs get places near the front? Wait, really?
Oh, sometimes in the orchestra area.
I need to look into this.
Stadiums are pretty big. I mean, the ones I know of have multiple layers where there's, multiple floors where you can get different handicap spaces. Like if you're watching a baseball game and they have, concerts in the same arena, there's just a lot on each floor. On each, I guess it'd be a floor.
Interesting. I need to look into this.
Yeah.
But
I
it
just
might
know
look
because one of my friends needed one once because she had some surgery on her leg, so she went to one. I went to a ball game and she went into one little area where she could wheel over wheelchair and she could see, she was in front. There wasn't people behind her. She was just in this little area where she could see.
that's amazing. Wow. Yeah, because I'm worried about not being able to see because of people standing up, and I can't stand up. I can't stand still. I can walk, but I can't stand still for long, or the pain is excruciating. So the only thing is, it would look kind of strange, like it might look like I'm faking it because, I would need the wheelchair, but I can walk. The point is, like, I would need it because I can't stand for long. So in periods where I'd be in a crowd, like having to wait a long time to get out, I'd have to have a wheelchair for that. So I don't know, it might look like I'm faking just to get a good spot or something, you know what I mean? Plus the wheelchair would be more comfortable to sit in. But maybe if I explained that to these people, they might understand if I called to them.
You're probably not going to be the first rodeo when it comes to that.
I think it's pretty unusual, though. Most people, I mean, it might look like Kendrick is so amazing that he healed me, and I magically got up out of the chair. I got up out of the wheelchair and started walking.
Exactly.
That's how amazing Kendrick is. I can walk. Because, I would be getting up and walking in between. Like, I'd be getting up every certain number of minutes and walking to manage my pain. So people around might look like, what the hell? She's getting up and walking. I thought she couldn't walk. Then they might think I'm faking. But I would need it not because I can't walk, but because I can't stand for long, and I'd be stuck in really, really long lines of people, and the chair would be more comfortable to sit in as well. What I sit in matters a lot. Trust me. So I don't know. Maybe if I explain that to these people, that's the trouble with having a business.
If you have a diagnosis and everything and paperwork, you can show them. I'm sure they're not going to say you're faking it.
I don't really have paperwork. I mean, I guess I guess I could show them. I have certain stuff, like certain kind of documentation I could show them. Not anything that says a specific diagnosis on it, but I do have certain paperwork I could show them.
Yeah.
And it's tough though, because I don't have a clear diagnosis that explains what's wrong with me. I have a mystery illness that's invisible, and it's unusual. My symptoms are unusual, so people really might not understand why I'd have a wheelchair, but I can walk, and I would be walking regularly, in between, every certain number of minutes. It's hard for people to understand something like this mystery illness I have. But maybe it'll work. I could call and ask. I could call and talk to these people and see what they have to say.
Just get information.
I'm going to do that. Yeah.
It'll be good and handy if you ever going to go to another show, because then you would know, how it's set up.
Yeah, because I really don't want to be without live music for the rest of my life. If I'm stuck like this, if this pain never gets any better, you have no idea how much I miss live music. There is nothing like that feeling of seeing. I've never been to enough concerts in my life, and I'm kicking myself that I didn't go when I was physically able to handle it. There were so many shows I could have gone and experienced, and now, I used to be able to stand I had chronic pain, but it wasn't like this. I could stand for the whole thing, and it was just so thrilling. And now it's just so depressing to not be able to enjoy this. I didn't even think of this as a possibility, but it's just the last week or so that I thought maybe I could find a way to make it work. And it doesn't have to be all or nothing. Even though it's like me staying away from the beach because I can't walk on the sand anymore like I loved to do. Well, at least I can see the ocean. And yes, I when I go there, I have a lot of pain, and it'll be the same with this. But at least getting a little bit of joy out of it is better than none. Why deprive myself of all the joy? So I get hung up on that. Like, oh, if I can't experience that, the full amount of joy, like I should be able to on principle, then what's the point? It's just a tease. It's just a tease, a cruel tease, a hint of the ocean, seeing people running on the sand. That's very hard for me. You know, I go to the beach, I walk along the paved areas by the seawall. I can't walk on the sand. I see people running on the sand. It's hard. It hurts. And at a concert, I would see people standing and dancing and knowing I can't do that. And it's hard. It's really difficult to accept, but I need to try to learn to accept it. Like this is unfortunately the hand I was dealt, and I've got to at least try to get whatever happiness I can out of life, even if it's less than I deserve and less than other people have around me. You know, and less than I had in the past. Because this all or nothing thing, well, this sucks even more. I mean, I've got to learn how to deal with the fact that yeah, there are going to be people around me who are able to do all these things and enjoy things on a level that I can't. But keeping myself locked away in this apartment, not doing anything, is much worse over time. Hopefully, if I get out there in the world and I try to do more things, at least on some level, eventually I'll get desensitized and be able to deal with the fact that there are all these people around who are able-bodied and not in constant pain like me. Anyway, because when you do that, you get used to it. You lock yourself away and avoid things. That's not the answer. And I know that. It just makes it harder when you go out in the world and see this stuff. Anyway, sorry. Let's wrap this up now. So that asshole who was in Abby's posse was at the space. He was in the Space Needle. Okay. I didn't realize that. He was in the space. It looked like he was in a boat. It looked like the side of a boat, but his post was in the Space Needle. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's the side of the Space Needle. He's in the needle. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Mackie also said he's in the needle. Cool. Seattle must have gone underwater to produce that much moss. Or perhaps it's due to the amount of rainfall. It does rain a lot in Seattle, from what I've heard. Very wet. Let's see. The fireflies carried the light, yes. And wolves, so like they were carrying that hope of humanity. Wolves hunt and roam in packs. Indeed, Panda. Indeed. Let's see. We follow all hail JulieBDeepDives. So in the apocalypse, you're going to follow me. I'll have my own faction. I was talking about different factions, Scarlet, before. Oh, wait, she's gone again. What the hell? She keeps popping off and back on. Anyway, her device keeps like screwing with her. Whenever she tries to do something else on her iPad, it kicks her off. It's so funny. It must be annoying for her. Yeah, I really appreciate that Ryan is doing that, Dieter. Ryan is going to share the next live with the giveaway on his Facebook page. He's already shared it at least once. So yeah, I'll get to that as we wrap this up, and I'll mention that. And to support the channel in any way, there's the PayPal information for the PayPal that Dieter set up on my behalf, and also my Cashapp and Venmo information. And yeah, it'll go toward reimbursing Dieter for the laptop cost and other channel expenses, because I pay a lot of money toward getting StreamYard for every month. I have to pay a lot. So Ryan has an awesome From group for you, From fans on Facebook. Dieter posted the link in the chat if you want to check that out. Really appreciate Ryan's support. It's so kind of him. Anyway, so let's see. The moss-covered buildings in movies and series are in cities close to the ocean. Maybe they are trying to tell us something without really saying it. People need to be considerate and touch grass. Teeter said I would join the aliens. Take me with you. Yeah, let's get the hell out of here. Seriously. Yeah, Samuel, it's nothing wrong with criticizing the choices the showrunners have made without being nasty. Casting, directing, absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's just when it gets really nasty and vicious that I have a problem with it. Nothing wrong with polite disagreement, civil disagreement. Imagine if COVID was 10 times more deadly, we'd be cooked. Oh yeah, we'd be cooked, Samuel. Let's not even think about that because we could still get something like that. And a lot of people think we will. Let's not even go there. Let's not go down that dark path. Same Dieter, I'd say take me to your queen. Yeah, let's just follow the aliens. Follow the aliens. Have you tried compression socks and compression sleeves? They can help some people with pain. No, I haven't, Samuel. I think in my case it would hurt me more than anything else. But maybe not. I don't know. I think I have some kind of circulation issues. Because, well, I won't get into my whole weird symptoms, but I do get like weird, like ice block feet. They're like unnaturally cold and burning when I sleep in my recliner by accident sometimes. So it makes me. I was referred to a vascular surgeon and they did an ultrasound to see if there was something wrong with my circulation, but it came back normal. I'm going to go to an appointment with him and go over the results, but I was told it came back normal. But if there's something wrong with my circulation, maybe compression socks would help. I don't really know. I feel like it would hurt me physically, though, because my body is ultra hypersensitive. So, yes, Dieter, I will try to enjoy the things I can. It's not easy, but I'm going to try. Maybe take a cane, too, for standing or dancing in place. That's a good idea with Alice. I don't have much time. My birthday, it's May 12th. May 12th. It's coming up quick. Okay, Scarlet, good night. Network keeps cutting out, so going to sleep. Thanks to everyone in the chat. See you Wednesday for the Doug stories. Okay, see you then, Scarlet. Have a good night. Yes, the heat blanket is helping. Yes, Dieter was so sweet sending me a heated it's really more like it's kind of like a sleeping bag, but you pull it up around your legs and it can go all the way up your back if you pull it up that far. It's amazing. Yes, it does help. It does help, really. It was so kind of you to do that. Thank you. Thank you so much. May 12th. Yeah, that's the date of the concert. So anyway, so let's get through. Let's take a look at what's coming up next, and then I'm gonna wrap this up for the night. So there's a preview. There was a preview at the end of the episode that showed. It looks like the pace is about to ramp up quickly. I didn't get the best screenshots for some reason. I couldn't get them without this stuff down here. It wouldn't let me. So they're not the best looking screenshots, but it's all I could get. So it's going to be action packed. I think no more slow pacing. This is going to be action packed. We had 2 time jumps in episode 2 and everything else was just slow, but this is going to be intense. I think I'm intrigued. There's this guy, Isaac. This is Isaac. I think he is the leader of the WLF from the sound of it. A woman approaches him and says, "Are you Isaac?" And he just looks at her with kind of like a scary, intense gaze. I don't know who these people are, but they don't look like WLF. They look like just random people. I don't know, but she says, "Are you Isaac?" And he kind of stares her down. He looks scary. I'm assuming he's the leader of the wolves. And you see like someone threw what looks like a firecracker. Ellie and Dina look like they're in a dangerous situation. It keeps cutting back and forth between Ellie and Dina in this dangerous spot and Dina counting to 5 like she's done before when they were in danger. Then there's a shot of them finding a body that has a WLF logo on it, and it's full of bows and arrows. It's full of arrows. So those scar people, the scars, I think they're called, must have done this. They fight with bows and arrows. So once again, human beings are their own worst enemies, fighting each other when they have this massive threat that should be uniting everyone in common cause. So there's that. Once again, Dina counting. There's the naked dude. We got poor chained up naked dude. He is clearly a member of the Scar group, the Scars. He's got a shaved head and he has the scars on his cheeks. And it's clear he's being held prisoner by the wolves. I mean, completely naked. I couldn't understand why he was naked. You can't see anything because he's got, even though this is HBO and they can show full frontal male nudity if they want to. I'm glad they didn't. Let's not sexualize someone who's a victim of violence here. I'm glad. I'd rather them not, degrade him even more by showing nudity. But who knows? Maybe we will see it. I don't know. But from this, he's got his legs covering himself, and like he's all cut up, banged up. Like clearly they've been beating him up. He's got really bad like wounds and lesions all over his face, his head. I couldn't understand why the hell he was naked, and then someone in my watch party said maybe it's to check for bite marks to make sure that he wasn't bitten recently by an infected, which makes sense. It's brutal. They could have at least let him put his clothes back on after, if that's the case. But they may have had to check to make sure he didn't have any bite marks. I don't know why they didn't just kill him, but maybe they want to torture him for information, I'm guessing. They're probably trying to torture him for information. So he's chained up and being kept in really inhumane conditions. Once again, something showing the worst of humanity, some of the darkest parts of human nature. That's Isaac, and he said like we have automatic weapons, and all you have are bows and arrows and superstition. How are you going to take us on? Essentially, is what he says, and that guy, the naked dude, he responds something like, every day, one of your people wakes up to the, sees the light or something like, I forget the exact words, but he said like one at a time, one of your people will continue to wake up. And so maybe, I don't know, maybe they're getting some of the wolves to come over to their side somehow, but that seems kind of like it would be kind of difficult to do. This seems like a really strange cult that wouldn't naturally attract people that easily in a situation like this, but I don't know. Maybe when we learn more about them, we'll understand what he's talking about. Because it sounds to me like he's saying they've been able to convert some wolves over to their side. And all they have are bows and arrows and superstition. Somebody in the chat earlier said that they don't believe in technology. So that's why they only use bows and arrows. So they don't use guns or anything like that. And then we have a shot of Ellie and Dina, Ellie playing the guitar. There's no way she brought a guitar with her on this trip, I'm thinking. Maybe a flashback? But she's sitting on something covered in moss. The area that they're in Seattle right now is covered in moss. I guess it has to be a flashback, though, because the buildings around Jackson also were overgrown with stuff like this. So, yeah, it's got to be a flashback. There's no way they're just chilling, playing guitar like this. So, has to be a flashback. And then there are chaotic scenes of Ellie and Dina running from some kind of threat at night. And it keeps cutting back and forth between this and Dina counting to 5. And then there are the infected. We're going to see the infected in episode 4. Looks like some really awesome, really interestingly staged attack scenes. which is cool. I'm down for more action. The action scenes were awesome in episode 2. So I'm glad the pace is going to pick up and we're going to see more. Everything is more intense this season. I think we're going to see a lot more infected attacks and a lot more action, a lot more special effects. Episode 2 must have had a crazy budget. That was like on some Michael Bay shit. That was nuts. I think we'll see more of that. They said the budget for this season exploded compared to season 1. And it's hopefully they don't wind up regretting it because a lot of people are so mad and canceling HBO right now. And they might wind up losing money on this. But they invested a whole lot of money and took a huge gamble on a show where they're killing off one of the only 2 main characters so early. It's a big gamble. And then there's so more chaotic scenes of them running, and then there's a scene where Dina is pointing a gun at Ellie and crying. And this can only mean one thing. Ellie must have been bitten again, and Dina knows this time. The last time they were together in a situation like this, Ellie got bitten and lied about it, didn't tell Dina because Dina doesn't know Ellie is immune. And even though they're best friends, Ellie didn't tell her the truth. Well, she better hurry up and get talking fast now. Start talking because Dina thinks that she has to shoot Ellie, and it's got to be because she got bitten again. It's lucky that it keeps being Ellie that gets bitten and not Dina because Ellie's the one who's immune. So someone's got to take the bite. Should be Ellie. Yeah, she's crying, and there's no other reason why she'd be pointing the gun at Ellie. It's got to be that she was bitten. So Ellie better start talking fast and confess. I'm pretty sure she can trust Dina with her secret and could have told her already at this point. I don't know why she hasn't. They're best friends. Anyway, that's the end of that. Maybe Ellie and Dina might work with the scars somehow. Maybe. Yeah, that would be interesting. That would be interesting. You're funny. Nah, it's to degrade him. They also aren't letting him sleep. Oh, okay. Okay, Samuel. Yeah, that sucks. I'm not surprised. Yeah, because if it were just to check for bites, then why wouldn't they just let him put his clothes back on? No, they're keeping him chained up naked. So yeah, I agree. That doesn't make sense that it would just be for that. They're degrading him. They're not letting him sleep. That's fucked up. This is we're seeing like some of the worst of humanity in this show. It's pretty grim in that regard. It's showing some of the worst of human nature, the absolute worst, and some of the best of humanity too, though. Not letting him sleep, they're beating him to a pulp, torturing him. I'm sure for information. That's awful. Yeah, that's awful. I'm team scars then. Anybody but the wolves. Final poll. Oh, I'll close the poll down now. I'll close the poll down. I just have to reload. I have to reload the YouTube page so I can shut the poll down. But the final poll was 54% in favor of Ellie going after Abby. That's close. That's close. So we're very divided on our opinions regarding that. I'm surprised it's that close, actually. I figured it would be more lopsided in favor of Ellie going after Abby. I'm against it myself, but that's me. I just figured most people are so attached to Joel and Ellie that because of your emotional attachment, you would say go after Abby at the very least because of that. And some people just think, hey, an eye for an eye. I get it. That's your mentality, but that's not mine. I don't think it solves anything. In my opinion, it's just It sounds cliche, but an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Now, doesn't bring anybody back from the dead. And 2 wrongs don't make a right. Another cliche, but it's true. So yeah, I ended there. 46 votes. That's cool. There were 46 votes. 54% said yes, Ellie should have gone after Abby. And 45% said no. Samuel says Pedro Pascal isn't going to star in Weapons. We're getting Josh Brolin instead. That's a win to me. Huh. Pedro's in a lot of things. I don't know what Weapons is. I've never heard of it, but he's in a lot of things. I mean, he's only got so many hours in the day. I'm going to look up all the other stuff he's in because I'll miss him. I know we're going to see him in flashbacks, but that's just going to be depressing and not the same. So I'd like to see some of his other stuff. I heard he had a small role in Game of Thrones, a small but good role. And of course, he was the Mandalorian. I'm not a Star Wars person. I've never even seen the first 3 Star Wars movies. So I don't know. I think the Mandalorian would just go right over my head. I wouldn't be able to understand any of it, or, you know, I wouldn't. I wouldn't get it if I watched it, but maybe after I watch more Star Wars stuff. But I don't know. I suspect I'm not going to be into Star Wars stuff even when I do watch it. It's just not really my thing. I saw the 3 movies in the 2000s that came out, which I know a lot of people didn't like anyway, but and I thought they were okay. I found them hard to follow and confusing, and it just wasn't really my thing. But yeah, I'm not a big. It's sort of like fantasy genre, and I'm not really a big. It's sort of like sci-fi and fantasy, I guess. I don't really know what you would categorize it as, but I'm not a big fantasy person. That's why I am not interested in The Lord of the Rings, and I wasn't into Harry Potter either, even though I was in the right age demographic. Pascal is in everything nowadays. Yeah, so when I miss Pedro, I would have to find other stuff he's in. It's too bad it's The Mandalorian, though. I don't think I would get it because I haven't seen enough Star Wars stuff, and I'm not into that kind of stuff. Plus, I think the Mandalorian wears a helmet all the time, and I want to see Pedro's face. Anyway, I'm going to wrap this thing up now and go take care of myself. It's almost 5 a.m. here on the East Coast. This was a more low-key episode. It was you know, very hard to swallow emotionally and tragic. But I think the show is doing a beautiful thing with the messages it's trying to send, like I've said, and so I'm sticking with it, and I hope other people will too. And that give it another chance. Give it a chance to justify what it's been doing, justify the choices it's made, and maybe you might have a different opinion by the end if you keep an open mind and still watch. So that's gonna do it for me. I'm gonna be doing my deep dive on this episode, and I'll have that out within a few days. And if you haven't seen my deep dives on episodes 1 and 2, especially episode 2, that could use some views. If you haven't seen it, it's after the stream ends, I'll add those 2 videos to the description of this video. Forgot to do it. And those are not recaps. They're basically going through what happened in the episodes, but my interpretation on it, my opinion on it, my opinion on all of the ethical debates, the philosophical debates, the themes in the show regarding empathy, vengeance, the endless cycle of vengeance, and all. So I discussed that in both deep dives, and tying the events in those episodes to that, and how people are dealing with trauma, how Joel was dealing with trauma. So those are on my channel. Those are the latest 2 videos. Well, 2 of the latest videos. And my episode 3 deep dive will be there within a few days. And also, I still have to put out a deep dive for The Handmaid's Tale, episode 5, I think. I haven't done that yet, and episode 6 already dropped, so I'm running behind, but I'm going to get on that. So by the end of the week, well, within a few days, I'll have my episode 5 Handmaid's Tale deep dive, and then by next week I'll have episode 6 deep dive out, and I'll have caught up. So falling a bit behind on that, but so if you're into The Handmaid's Tale, or you know someone who is, you could maybe pass my videos along. It would be a big help trying to get into the algorithm. Also, our next live is going to be with Doug Hughes. Good night, Samuel. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Our next live is going to be with Doug Hughes on Wednesday night, a special edition of Storytime with Doug. From the Man in Yellow, Storytime with Doug. We're going to be doing a giveaway of a cameo thanks to Dieter. Dieter arranged for this giveaway. He's taking care of it. Really appreciate that, Dieter. Thank you so much. We'll be, so wherever you are in the world, you can enter. All you have to do is join the live on Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, and I'm going to give a code word. People type it in the chat, and I have a giveaway tool that will randomly select a winner for a personalized cameo from Doug Hughes. Doug is just recently joined Cameo. It's going to be awesome. He sent me a really sweet, lovely cameo, really funny and sweet, that Dieter got for me, and I just absolutely love it. He uses the Mini Man in Yellow crochet doll. If people request it in his hand cameos, he does it on request. Dieter got one that was so funny. Dieter recently got his own cameo from him. So I'll show that in the next live too, and we'll have another great discussion with Doug. He can tell us more stories from his career in theater and playwriting and working on From, and other life experiences, whatever he wants to share. It's always a good time. Also, his trip, he can tell us more about his recent trip to Spain and Poland. It's always a good time catching up with Doug and having these talks. You can bring your questions and comments for him, and I'll highlight them in the chat. And you can even call into the panel. I'll only just do one at a time to keep things organized. But if you have a question or a comment for Doug, then you can call into the panel and one at a time and ask him a question or offer a comment. So that'll be Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. Mackie, you're so sweet. Good night, Julie, my heart. You're the sweetest. Enjoy your time as much as you can. I'm gonna try, Mackie. I'm gonna try. It's not easy, but I'm gonna do my best to get whatever. That's my mission in life now, I also try to help other people, but when you're suffering nonstop, you gotta try to just find whatever joy you can out of life, and that's gotta be your main focus. Just find whatever pleasure you can out of life, and that's what I'm trying to do, while also helping people however I can. And thank you for being here, Mackie, this whole time. Jeez, it's a long live. Yeah, Doug roasted Dieter. He asked for a roast, so it was great. It was hilarious. So good. I really appreciate that. That he's doing this. Dieter has made this giveaway happen with Doug. He's paying for the cameo from Doug to give away. So hashtag Doug or throat or MIY. Yeah, maybe MIY. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do MIY. Something simple that people can't easily screw up. We'll figure it out, because you have to type I'll have to come up with a word that everyone can type in the chat if they want to enter to win this cameo. So that'll be Wednesday night, and anyway, then Friday night we'll do our final live on the Residents. Also, after Doug leaves Wednesday night, we'll just talk From theories. We'll hang out for a while longer and just talk theories regarding From. Then Friday night we'll have our last live for the Residents. First, we'll do a watch party in Discord around 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll stream the Residents episodes 7 and 8, which are the final 2. And then we'll do a live stream breakdown, which takes roughly 2 hours, sometimes a little more, to break down those 2 episodes. and segue into FROMacademy with Doc around 12:30 a.m. Eastern, maybe 1 a.m. the latest, hopefully. And I think we're going to be discussing mystery solving techniques. Doc has done a lot of research and worked really hard preparing for this, so I think it's going to be awesome. That'll be Friday night. Also, if you want a movie watch party, we're going to be doing one with Doug most likely on Thursday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. I believe we're going to be doing it at 10 p.m. Eastern, but I'll post an announcement in Discord and on YouTube when I have the exact time nailed down. I think it's going to be 10 p.m. Eastern, and we'll probably show Blazing Saddles. It's a movie I've never seen, and Doug recommended it. He's going to join us for the watch party, so you want to come hang out with us in the Discord and watch a classic movie, probably Blazing Saddles, but he also recommended The Producers. Thursday night, we'll probably do that around 10 p.m. Eastern, but stay tuned for the final schedule on that. I'm going to make an announcement on my YouTube community posts and in Discord too. Tuesday night, if you missed any of the residents, I'm going to be showing some episodes for Doug that he missed. So around, I think, 9 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to show episodes 3 and 4 and also 6 because he missed some of those episodes. And so if there's anything from the residents that you missed and you want to watch, then you can come to the Discord and watch Tuesday night. And anyway, the Discord link is in the description of this video. And of course, next Sunday night, I'll be doing another watch party for The Last of Us, like I do every Sunday. When the new episodes drop at 9 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a watch party and then we'll have a voice chat to discuss the episode like we just did. And we had a great time. We had another great discussion. Our watch party actually turned into something else too. You never know where it's going to go. Not much happened in the episode that we just watched. So we watched it, we talked about it, and then the next thing we knew, we were watching other stuff, and we started watching I streamed Dead Silence, which is a horror movie about a ventriloquist dummy. So that was fun. We had a good time with that. I streamed an old TV episode about a haunted doll that comes to life, a haunted killer doll. And then Doc streamed the movie Troll 2. So yeah, you never know what our watch parties are going to turn into. It'll start out being one thing, and then it will evolve into something we did not plan on at all. Just it's fun. So if you like movie and TV watch parties, then join the Discord and hang out with us. Saturday night, we do a lot of movie watch parties. Last Saturday night, we did Nightmare on Elm Street 1 and 2 back to back. And next Saturday, we might do Nightmare on Elm Street 3 and 4 back to back. And we start those at 10 p.m. Eastern on Saturdays. So we're going to continue to do fun watch parties for horror movies, sci-fi movies, and shows. Movies and shows that are similar in theme to shows like From and Severance, because that's the kind of thing we all love. And also just random fun stuff like The Terminator. And The Terminator actually has connections to From too, because it deals with time travel, and From also has time travel. So there are a lot of classic movies I've never seen. And so this is a way to check them off my list and do it with friends. So we're going to keep doing lots of those. And when we do watch parties, I'll make announcements and tag everyone. So if you're in the Discord, make sure you have your notifications turned on. And the link to join the Discord is in the description. So anyway, Teeter says, I hope I encounter a millionaire or crypto explodes so I can tell my boss to fuck himself so I can join the watch parties more. Or comedy. We need laughter. Yeah. Yeah, we'll watch some more comedy too. But I will say though that the majority of the movies and shows on my watch list are horror movies and thrillers and also sci-fi. And honestly, horror movies make me laugh. I don't know, maybe I'm weird, but I crack up laughing at horror movies all the time. I find that some of it hilarious. I guess I get it from my dad. My dad was always like that. It's weird saying, wow. It's weird talking about him in the past tense. But when we were watching Storm of the Century, Stephen King's Storm of the Century, I was cracking up laughing at stuff that's not meant to be funny. So I still get laughter out of horror movies. Plenty of it. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for all your support. Appreciate you all, and including everybody who's just listening and not chatting. I appreciate everybody so much. And I'll see you on the next one. Please keep an eye out for my deep dive on episode 3 of The Last of Us and give it a view. I'm really fighting for views now because of the backlash against the show right now. So every view helps, every like helps, every comment helps. If you think it doesn't, it really does. Every little bit adds up. It helps. Every time you view my video, if you give it a view, hit the like button and just throw a comment in, even if it's just an emoji. It could be one word or an emoji. All you have to do is comment with an emoji or a single word, and you trigger the algorithm. So it helps more people find my videos and enables me to get more views as a result. Hitting the like button also does that. Viewing the video does that. So all of those 3 things help immensely. Every little bit helps. So I really appreciate everybody that is still viewing my videos, liking, commenting, all that stuff. You have no idea how much it helps. And that's how the algorithm works. The more you do that, the more people do that, the more my video will get pushed out for more people to see when they're browsing, and the algorithm can pick it up. So anyway, so yeah, I would just humbly ask that even if you're frustrated with The Last of Us right now and you're angry at the show and whatnot, if you want to support my content, even if you're ticked off at the show, maybe just turn on my deep dive videos and just let it play for a couple minutes and hit the like, throw an emoji in the comment section. All of that will help other people find my videos, people who might not be as pissed off at the show right now. That would help a lot. So I'd appreciate it if anybody has the time. It doesn't take long. You don't have to play the whole video. I know my videos are long. Even if you watch it for 30 seconds, it counts as a view. It's a little better if you let it play longer, though. But yeah, if you let it play longer, and you don't even have to be paying attention, you could just do that, hit the like, comment. I know a lot of people are upset at the show, and I don't blame you, but give it a chance. I'm gonna give it a chance. But it's up to you. It's everyone. It's everyone's personal choice. If you're not happy with it, you're not happy with the show. But yeah, I think it has an important message for us, and I'm going to stay tuned for that message. I'm going to keep talking about it in my videos, even if a lot of people don't want to watch. That's okay, but I think it's a message that this world needs to hear right now. So I will keep covering it, keep giving you my takes on it in my deep dives, and that's it. Good night with Alice. Good night, everyone. Thank you again, Dieter. See you guys Wednesday for the live with Doug at 10 p.m. Eastern. And until next time, keep on deep diving and let's see what we can uncover together. We'll see you later. Have a good night or a good morning, everybody. And I'll see you next time.
Hey, Julie B. The man in yellow here, along with his alter ego, the mini MIY. We just wanted to let you know that you're in our thoughts. We know you're going through a rough time right now, but you will get through this. And in the meantime, if you ever need to talk, you know where to find us. Anything you'd like to add? Yeah. Hey! Listen, kiddo. Like the man said, we're here for you, 24/7. Anything you need, you just get on the blower. And hey, don't take any crap. Anybody gives you any grief, you just tell them. They're going to have to answer to this guy. Couldn't have said it better myself. Take care, sweetheart. We'll talk soon. See you later.
Hold on a minute. That's not all, folks. That's not all, folks. I got something else. I got a compilation one too. Hold on a minute. I can't upload it because it's a bit too large, but I'm gonna try and show it because Dieter made this compilation of all the cameos together. Let me see if I can just share my screen and share it this way, and then I'm gonna sign off from there. Let's see. I think I can do it. Hold on. Yes. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Let me make sure it's working. Am I sharing my screen? Yes, there it is. Okay. All right, guys. Have a good day or a good night, everybody. I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, this is the new compilation, Dieter. The new compilation. Thanks, Samuel and Dieter. You take care too. Take care. Feel better. Try to get rid of this bug that you've been plagued with for the last month. Please try to take care. I hope you're getting enough sleep and taking care of yourself. And all right, guys. See you next time. This is the new compilation of all the cameos from Dieter, from these amazing actors on From put together. Let's see. Now I have to just find it. I had it open and now it's gone. Hold on. I'm gonna have to open it again in another window, I think. Where is it? Where is it? No, it's not there. It's not there. Oh, I found it. Wait. Right here. Okay, here we go. See you next time, everybody.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey, Julie. It is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi, JulieBDeepDives. It is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show. And I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey, Julie.
Hi, Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with JulieBDeepDives.
Julie B. My child, it is I, Father Khatri. But Julie B, I understand you are rocking it on the old YouTubes, and I appreciate you. We, as a Fromily, appreciate you like you wouldn't believe. And we are so thankful for everything you do and all the love and energy that you put out there into the universe.
Hey, Julie B. The man in yellow here, along with his alter ego, the mini MIY. We just wanted to let you know that you're in our thoughts.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing and keep at it. And I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs, there's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4.
Father Khatri thanks you for watching. Sean Majumder, the actor who couldn't be here right now. But he wanted to let you know he's very thankful. And I hope you feel better. I know you will. Keep your chin up. And I wish you all the best. Take care. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. Be well.
Listen, kiddo. Like the man said, we're here for you 24/7. Anything you need, you just get on the blower. And hey, don't take any crap. Anybody gives you any grief, you just tell them. They're going to have to answer to this guy. Couldn't have said it better myself. Take care, sweetheart. We'll talk soon. See you later.
Stream and drive.